It being 11:03 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Orders of the day, private members' business. Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-462, Disability Tax Credit Promoters Restrictions Act, standing in the name of Mrs. Gowan.
Resuming debate, reprise le débat, l'honorable député de Nickel.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I always find it a privilege to stand here in the House of Commons to speak on legislation and other matters. The bill on the disability tax credit, which I thank the member opposite for introducing, is a vivid reminder of how important our work is. Persons with disabilities face many barriers or challenges to live full lives. We have real opportunities as lawmakers to make a difference in their participation in communities. There are obvious physical barriers to address for this sector. Today, however, we address equally important barriers, namely financial barriers. We have an opportunity in our tax laws to ensure fairness, justice, and equity for persons with disabilities who lose significant income that others might more easily be able to earn. Mr. Speaker, before speaking directly on this legislation, let me recognize the good work done by our current critic for persons with disabilities, the member for Montcalm, and our critic for Canada Revenue Agency, the MP from Victoria. They have been outstanding new members of our caucus and served their constituencies and critic areas well. I also have to pay tribute to the extraordinary work done on the disability tax credit by the former NDP critic, the member from Burnaby, New Westminster. He has been legendary both in our caucus and in persons with disabilities networks for crisscrossing the country to facilitate workshops on disability tax credit. He has been holding disability tax credit workshops for 9 years now in his own writing. I recently read a comment from a person named George, acknowledging how informative these sessions were. George was grateful he was able, with the retroactive feature, to secure a tax credit of over $13,000. Thousands of Canadians have benefited from these seminars. My own writing staff in Nickel Belt have done an outstanding work to also inform people and then help them navigate the bureaucratic channels to receive their money. My office wants to make sure that every eligible Nickel Belt resident knows how to access this legitimate entitlement under the Income Tax Act. As we know, many persons with disabilities also struggle from check to check or find themselves below poverty. The disability tax credit can amount to up to $13,080 per year and can be reclaimed retroactively for up to 10 years. It is transferable to spouses and other family members if the income of the relative with a disability or infirmity is too low. I will talk about some of these writing cases in a minute. Mr. Speaker, our party has made it clear we support legislation at third reading and report stage. We have noted how much a study is needed to really improve recommendations about the consultants and other equally important issues. Certainly, it is necessary to establish limits on maximum fees charged by promoters. However, the biggest issue related to the disability tax credit are not addressed in this bill. The application process for the tax credit is not transparent, and persons with disabilities have trouble obtaining it. As a Northern Ontario Member of Parliament in a vast riding, I particularly know that the cuts by this Conservative government to the Canada Revenue Agency have a real impact on services offered to Canadians. Closures of Canada Revenue Agency offices across Canada discriminate against persons with disabilities who often need to meet with an advisor. I think these issues become clear when I talk to those people in my writing that my staff and I have tried to help secure their disability tax credit. These people, Mr. Speaker, have a right to this money, but they are at a supreme disadvantage. My constituents tell me that without knowing how much money they will get, they have to sign authorization of representation authorizing consultants like National Benefits to represent them. They all signed the authorization or cancelling Representation Canada Revenue Agency Form T1013, which gives permission to the NBA to access their Revenue Canada agency. They have to agree to a pay of as much as 30% of the money the firm gets from the constituents. The amount of the credit and the refund is complicated by whether or not the constituents has taxable income or it might be transferred to a spouse. When helped by my staff, they particularly share how upset they are realizing that they could have come to my office in the first place, got the assistance, and not had to pay the constituency fees. In many cases, a person eligible for DTC and the amount she has entitled was $4,800, but the firm took $1,600, so it was left the person with $3,200. If she would have not gone with the firm, she would have received the entire amount. Mr. Speaker, there are some of these firms who will advertise in local newspapers asking people with persons with disabilities to come to them for help, not knowing that they are being charged for their services. If they only came to the office of the MP, they would get all of these services for free. Another constituent who had been getting the DTC was disqualified without any real explanation. You can't talk to a person at CRA. This is just not right for anyone, but especially for elderly or disabled. They want a person to talk to. Some just give up and go home. Mr. Speaker, a lot of Canadians try to contact the CRA, but it is increasingly more difficult. All you get is a message on a telephone and asking you to press 1, press 2, and sorry, you pressed the wrong number, so call back. And this is equally frustrating for people with disabilities and seniors. And this, Mr. Speaker, becomes the real problem for so many folks in trying to access real help from Canada Revenue Agency. In the North, we see cuts to offices with less staff and more frustrated constituents since the decision in 2012 to have direct dealing with people. The 1-800 and Internet services can be extremely frustrating, particularly for people already facing enough barriers in their lives. Sometimes government offices advise people to visit my office, my MP office, for assistance. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, going to a government office and the people who work in the government office, because of all of the cutbacks that this Conservative government has done, they will advise the people in those Service Canada office, you're better off to go to your MP's office. You're going to get better service, better and faster service. So the Government of Canada is missing in action. Imagine the Government of Canada not in the business of serving Canadians, but downloading and offloading on MP offices. The Government of Canada, with cuts from the government, is missing in action in Northern Ontario. We could put missing persons posters up in post offices for the Government of Canada, but what these Conservatives have done to the government services. Another problem is when a doctor refuses to complete the application. We have 3 cases where a person goes to see their doctor and the doctor tells them that they do not qualify or do not complete the form. In one case, the person had the DTC previously, but the doctor refused to complete the form. This person did not feel comfortable going to another doctor. So, Mr. Speaker, let me elaborate a little bit on this particular person. Here's a person who's been collecting DTC for many, many years, but has to reapply and has to get the doctor to re-sign the forms. And this particular gentleman, which I know quite well, is obviously disabled. He's obviously disabled. He's got an arm shorter than the other. He's blind in one eye, but yet the doctor figures he can get a job anyway. So, Mr. Speaker, this is something that has to be done. I don't know why some of these doctors act this way. I think it should be up to the CRC, especially when a person with disability is already collecting disability pension, DTC. 90% of the cases that we had regarding DTC and CRA had to go back to their doctors for more information clarification. Quite a few of the DTT cases that we had went to review level to provide additional information. This process can take up to 1 year before they receive any information. How much time, Mr. Speaker? 30 seconds. Whoa. Okay. I'll jump a few pages here, Mr. Speaker. Madame Carmela Hutchinson.
Ms. Carmela Hutchinson, President of the Disabled Women's Action Network of Canada, the Council of Disabled Canadians, and the Disabled Women's Action Network of Canada support the objective contained in Bill C-462 and contend that people with disabilities are fully entitled to be protected against unfair fees charged by financial promoters. We want real support to go with this program. Better protection against financial abuse, which means imposing limits on the fees charged by promoters who target people with disabilities.
Fix the problem with the DTC. Let's simplify the application process for the DTC to make it more accessible for persons with disabilities. Let's reverse cuts to the CRA and provide it with necessary resources to provide information sessions on the application.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to speak on Bill C-462. And I want to thank my colleague from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, who is a fellow member of the class of 2000, and I know many in the House, my colleague from Brant and colleague from Bruce Grey Owen Sound have remarked a number of occasions that the class of 2000 is probably collectively one of the strongest and most capable collection of members of Parliament to come to the House in generations, so I thank them for that. Her bill is certainly well-intentioned. I want to congratulate her on the intentions of the bill. The bill seeks to restrict the fees that consultants can charge disabled Canadians who need help applying for the disability tax credit. It seems that since 2005, a cottage industry of consultants has sprung up to help Canadians apply for the disability tax credit. Although many of these businesses are legitimate and provide a useful service, there are some charging outrageous fees to help guide people through the application process. I agree with my colleague that it's important to protect persons with disabilities from being taken advantage of like this. So, like many of my colleagues from all parties, I'll be supporting this bill, as I hope my Liberal caucus colleagues will. But I want to spend some time speaking about some of the shortcomings of the bill. It has some flaws that give me concern, and I believe they should be corrected. I'd also like to talk about the reason why this bill is needed in the first place and how additional steps are needed to truly fix the problem. And finally, I'd like to talk about a note of caution that the disability tax credit is central to many support programs for people with disabilities. So we need to make sure these changes do not make it more difficult for people to get help when they need to apply for this credit. My first area of concern is that the bill may be too vague. The bill does not make it clear who exactly would be affected by the new regulations on charging fees. Right now, there may be a risk that legitimate accountants, tax filers, or doctors could accidentally be hurt by this bill. In the submissions to of the Canadian Medical Association, for example, they noted that, and I'll quote, Mr. Speaker, as currently written, Bill C-462 proposes to apply the same requirements to physicians as to third-party companies if physicians apply a fee for form completion, which is a typical practice for uninsured physician services, close quote. As the CMA points out, there are already guidelines for these types of physician fees in provincial and territorial medical regulations. The member says her proposal is targeted at third-party promoters other than normal tax preparers and accountants. In order to make sure the legislation only affects the right people, it needs to be made more clear. On a similar note, although the bill seeks to put a cap on how much consultants can charge to help file for the credit, the bill does not make clear how high that cap will be. The Finance Committee has heard that the CRA will be in charge of setting the level for the fee cap, but the CRA staff were unable to give the committee any idea of how high or how low that level may be. I understand that the member wished to avoid including more specifics so that the CRA can consult with stakeholders before setting an appropriate cap. While I understand and appreciate her concern on this point, it's nonetheless difficult for tax filing professionals to plan ahead if they don't know whether or by how much their fees will have to change. In order to make sure that legitimate businesses aren't hurt by this bill, the text must be more clear about exactly what unfair fee levels are. My second concern is that this bill it does not tackle the real root of the problem and may reduce the ability of persons with disabilities to access programs designed to support them. Although I believe the bill has proposed, although the member has proposed this bill with the very best of intentions, we must be sure that it does not have an unwanted effect of reducing the amount of disability tax credits that Canadians claim. As we know, the amount of money this tax credit costs the Treasury has grown quite a lot in the past few years. Some consultants may be abusing the system, but we must keep in mind that others are clearly being successful at ensuring Canadians with disabilities get access to the money they need and deserve. It makes sense to restrict the fees consultants can charge to help with the tax credit. No one should be taking advantage of people who live with disabilities. But we must be sure that by restricting these fees, we aren't also restricting disabled Canadians' access to this tax credit. The fact that these consultants exist in the first place would suggest that it's hard to file for this tax credit. The Canadian Medical Association noted in its submission that, and again I quote, Mr. Speaker, concern that one of the reasons individuals may be engaging the services of third-party companies is a lack of awareness of the purpose and benefits of the disability tax credit, close quote. I'll open that quote again, Mr. Speaker, because they go on, they say, additional efforts are required to ensure that the tax credit form be more informative and user-friendly for patients, end quote. So I want to call on the government to address this. The process, or at least the member, as it is private member's bill, the process to apply for this tax credit should be made simpler, and the cuts to CRA staff should be reversed so that people struggling with the application process can get the help they need without having to pay through the nose for it. This brings me to my third point. The reason it's so important to make the disability tax credit easy to access is because you have to be eligible for the tax credit in order to qualify for a number of other support programs. As the Council of Canadians with Disabilities said in their submissions, and I quote, the disability tax credit was initially designed as a tax fairness measure, recognizing that people with disabilities have additional disability-related expenses. The tax credit eligibility is now the detriment for accessing other benefits and programs, end quote. Some of these other programs include the Registered Disability Savings Plan, the Disability Tax Credit Benefit, the Working Income Tax Benefit for persons with disabilities, and the Disability Accommodation Benefit. And as we know, Mr. Speaker, it also spills over to a number of provincial programs, certainly in Nova Scotia it does. Because of a number of benefits and the fact that individuals can backfile for up to 10 years, there's a huge amount of money available to people who qualify for this credit. So the disability tax credit really is a gatekeeper for disability benefits, and qualifying for the credit can mean tens of thousands of dollars in relief for a disabled person. We need to make sure that whatever changes we make don't prevent people who need help from filing for the tax credit and getting that help. We don't want to set out to help persons with disabilities only to end up hurting them in the end. This bill seeks to prevent some consultants from taking advantage of persons with disabilities, but there is a risk that this legislation, if not applied properly, could also prevent legitimate consultants from doing their job. That would be like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Let me conclude, Mr. Speaker. It's important to me that we make sure that people with disabilities or disabilities don't get in the way of people living a full and happy life. Disabilities impose extra costs on those involved. Because of this, Canada has a number of programs designed specifically around the disability tax credit. But it's helpful to set up a program to help people that can make it so difficult for the people that can't access it or have to pay ridiculous fees to consultants to help them through the application. This bill absolutely has good intentions. It may not be perfect, but it is a step in the right direction. I'd recommend some parts be updated so that it's sure to target problem areas and don't negatively affect people. I'd also recommend that the government more generally look at simplifying the application process for the tax credit. Mr. Speaker, those are my comments, and I thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I start my comments, I should clarify. I think the member from Cape Breton Council was a little confused. I know that the member of Bruce Grey Owen Sound said that the class of 2000 was rather impressive, but he did say, and there's where the misunderstanding comes, that the class of 2004 was far superior. So I just want to get that on the record, that the class of 2004 was in fact the better of the two. Now, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank you for the chance to outline both the need for and the benefits of this legislation. I actually really relish the opportunity to demonstrate how our government is working to make a real difference in the lives of Canadians with disability, providing them with increased opportunities to participate fully in society. There is no better example of this than the Disability Tax Credit Promoters Restriction Act before us today. In a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, this legislation is about ensuring the fair and equitable treatment of people with disabilities when it comes to applying for the Disability Tax Credit Program. Bill 462, as it's entitled, does so by making sure that a tax credit intended solely for the people facing serious health challenges goes to those individuals and family members that care for them. It restricts the fees charged by private sector promoters that would profit from their circumstances. The Act's objective is comparable to that of the Tax Rebate Discounters Act, which protects all Canadians filing tax returns from unscrupulous business operators. It places limits on how much a discounter can charge for a discounted income tax refund. However, Bill 462 focused specifically on the needs and interests of people with disabilities and their supporting family members who rely on this tax credit. It recognizes the impact of disability-related costs on individuals' ability to pay tax and to lessen their tax burden. Its intent is to curb the practice of charging outrageously high fees for services offered by promoters who help such individuals. The CRA receives an average of about 200,000 applications for tax credit each year. Of this total, it's estimated that as many as 9,000 of these requests are received from taxpayers who use the service of Disability Tax Credit Promoter. Now, you need to appreciate that the Income Tax Act allows someone with a disability who meets the criteria to request a reassessment dating back 10 years when applying for the Disability Tax Credit Program. This means, of course, that if the individual claim is successful, someone with a disability could get an income tax refund as high as $10,000 or $15,000 or even higher. I've seen them higher than that, Mr. Speaker. While this is good news for people who need the financial support to help defray the costs of therapies, medications, and other supports for the basic activities of daily living, not all of this money necessarily ends up in the pockets of the people who have the disability. That's because some promoters charge contingency fees as high as 30 and 40% of the tax refund, even at 30%, Mr. Speaker. That means that a refund going back a decade could yield a promoter a check between $3,000 and $4,500 just for filling out a few lines on an application form. That money is intended for Canadians with disabilities and the family members who care for them, not tax promoters who fill out a simple form that requires little or no effort. As several speakers have already noted, CRA provides a wide array of information and assistance related to the application and adjustment process for the Disability Tax Credit Program. CRA telephone agents can help to demystify the process and explain how the form needs to be filled out. And as mentioned, many members of Parliament's offices also are helpful. Instead, they are often told by promoters that they have insider knowledge. Ironically, these promoters also suggest that only they can assure that people who may be eligible for tax credit will receive all the money to which they are entitled. That's quite a claim, given that the promoters expect to receive such a high percentage of the eventual refund. Mr. Speaker, at the moment, there are no provisions in federal legislation to prevent or restrict such practices. That's why we need Bill C-462. It would put an end to these ethically questionable business practices. At the same time, it would support a functioning marketplace for those with disabilities who choose to use the services of a disability tax credit promoter. Because there certainly are many legitimate businesses that provide a valuable service to the people who want to help in applying for the tax credits, and we don't have a problem with that, Mr. Speaker. But that's not what we are addressing here with this Act. We are not out to stop anyone from providing such services as long as their fees are reasonable. The provisions in this legislation are designed to make sure people with disabilities will not be charged excessive rates. We want to protect them from anyone who tries to capitalize on their tax credit by shortchanging them. Equally important, this bill will assist caregivers by reducing the cost of applying for the tax credit so that they can redirect that money into helping the people in their care. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is a clear demonstration of our government's pledge to ensure the sound use of public finances, as it will put an end to the days of paying out millions to tax promoters instead of providing funds to people with disabilities who really need it. The provisions in Bill C-462 will also serve as a deterrent, since any firm that tries to skirt the new rules will face harsh penalties in the future. These amendments will restrict the fees that can be charged for or accepted by promoters preparing a disability tax credit application on behalf of someone with a disability. A maximum fee will be established under the Disability Tax Credit Promoters Restriction Act, and anyone who fails to respect this fee would face penalties. A minimum penalty of $1,000 would apply when the maximum fee is exceeded. Exactly what the maximum rate should be would only be determined following public consultations, and the discounter and tax preparer industry will definitely be a part of the consultations when the maximum fee is established through the regulatory process. Another important feature of the bill is that it requires promoters to notify the CRA when more than the maximum fee has been charged. Failure to inform the agency when an excess fee is charged would be an offence and result in a $1,000 to $25,000 fine. Mr. Speaker, there's no shortage of sound reasons to back the Disability Tax Credit Restrictions Act, but there are countless good reasons to give it all-party support. None is more important than the fact that we will be looking out for the hundreds of thousands of people with disabilities who apply for the disability tax credit each year, ensuring that their needs and best interests are met. Bill 462 will ensure a fair and equitable treatment of Canadians with disabilities, providing them with the same protection under the Canadians enjoy thanks to the Tax Rebate Discounters Act. This legislation, Mr. Speaker, will provide qualifying Canadians with disabilities the assurance that they receive the full amount of financial support to which they are entitled. How can any parliamentarian not agree with that? Mr. Speaker, in my riding alone, one of my staff, now that I have a few minutes left here, one of my staff, by the way, I'll name her, Sue Dingwall, has been devoted to helping people with the Disability Tax Credit Program. This member of my staff, Mr. Speaker, in the last 4 years has helped people with disabilities receive over $8 million. Close to 2,000 people in my riding have received $8 million as a result of Sue Dingwall's efforts. Mr. Speaker, imagine $8 million if we didn't, with this act, if others, these fly-by-night operators were preparing those tax returns, they would have lost maybe $2.4 million of that. This money belongs in the pockets of those poor people on disability and the people that care for them. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Nilles.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased today to rise to speak to Bill C-462, which is designed to limit or restrict fees charged by promoters for the disability tax credit. Now, this is an important matter for me. An important part of my work as a Member of Parliament involves ensuring that my constituents receive, at the very least, the government services they're entitled to. I'd like to provide some context to explain why we have reached this point. The non-refundable disability tax credit can be as high as $1,380 each year. It targets people with a serious, long-term physical or mental disability. The amount includes a supplement for people under the age of 18. To be eligible, persons with disabilities must have a healthcare professional, such as a doctor, an optometrist, an audiologist, an occupational therapist, a psychologist, or a speech therapist, fill out a form. And the form can be submitted at any time. In 2005, the government modified the eligibility criteria for the disability tax credit and made this tax credit retroactive. And it was at this point that promoters started to offer services to taxpayers to help them maximize their tax credits and their refunds. It was at that point, too, that we realized that some unscrupulous promoters started to take advantage of the system, preparing false statements in order to maximize the fees they could charge their clients. In addition to preparing false statements, we found cases where promoters were charging their clients fees representing 30% of the reimbursement, and I find it shameful to see these people taking advantage of the most needy people's misery. Now, there are two problems with this, essentially, Mr. Speaker: false statements and the high fees charged by promoters to fill out the forms. Bill C-462 attacks the first problem by banning or preventing promoters from charging fees exceeding maximum fees which would be established by the Governor and Council. The bill also targets fraud by stipulating that a promoter providing false or misleading information will be subject to a fine ranging from $1,000 to $25,000. These offenses will be covered by the criminal code and can lead to a criminal record. While I support this bill, which is designed to cap fees that can be charged for the disability tax credit, and while it also attacks fraud, I'd like to underscore the ironic nature of this situation. The question we must ask is this: why do these vulnerable people have to call upon these types of specialists to obtain a tax credit? I think that the application process for this credit is simply too complex. It's not normal for taxpayers, especially ones living below the poverty line, to have to turn to tax experts, accountants, and other third parties, including people who fill out tax forms, in order to obtain sums that they are entitled to from the government. At Parliamentary Committee, Dr. Karen Cohen, who is CEO of the Canadian Psychological Society of Canada, denounced the complex nature of this process. She said, and I quote, "The Canadian Psychological Society supports the bill. However, we need to attack the underlying cause which requires recourse to these promoters. While it's attributable to a lack of clarity in the eyes of taxpayers and healthcare professionals, we need to look at the criteria. End of quote. Gail Beck, from the Board of Directors of the Canadian Medical Association, stated that changes need to be made to the form, and I quote, "We need to change the tax credit form, the disability tax credit form, to make it more informative and user-friendly for patients. Form T2201 should more clearly explain the reason for this tax credit to patients and explain as well that it's not necessarily to use a third party in order to fill it out and submit it to the CRA." End of quote. Carmela Hutchison from the Network of Women with Disability in Canada pointed out that the Canadian government should conduct a broader review of tax measures for persons with disabilities in order to enhance access and equity. She said, and I quote, "Simplifying procedures and strategies would enhance access to these programs, to clear policies, and to online forms. The money saved could be used to enhance benefits for persons with disabilities and programming." She also added that the same form should include disability benefits under the Canada Pension Plan, the disability tax credit, and other federal forms in order to generate savings when they are filled out and processed. It's also important to have other professionals added to the list of those who can sign the form for this tax credit. We need to prevent professionals and for-profit companies from billing beyond a certain amount in exchange for filling out these forms. We need to protect handicapped people to ensure that they are not taken advantage of financially or otherwise by establishing standards for promoters and financial advisors working with these clients. Mr. Speaker, that is quite a big program, but she is right. Instead of simply tinkering with legislative measures that apply to these promoters, the government should conduct a broader-based review of the tax system as it applies to persons with disabilities.
The administrative complexity for accessing the tax credit reminds me of the difficulties with the guaranteed income supplement. Since I have been in the House of Commons, I have been shocked to learn that because the Liberal and Conservative government took so little care to be in touch with people who were eligible, 160,000 people did not receive the guaranteed income supplement. The problem has been known since 2001, but the government has wanted to keep the system as complex as it was. The government has saved some $300 million on the backs of the poorest seniors in Canada. In March 2012, I proposed amendments to the Old Age Security Act to bring in automatic registration for the GIS. My bill would force the federal government to take the necessary steps to reach out to those that are eligible. A few weeks after my bill was introduced, the government finally proposed a proactive mechanism, as they called it, to contact people. I'm very pleased that this problem is finally on the way to being resolved, and I'm glad to have been part of the solution. Similarly, I think that it is time to deal with the problem involving the disability tax credit. We need to make the process easier. We could also review the criteria for the program, because there have been many horror stories, people with disabilities who have not had favorable decisions but who should. In October, my colleagues, the member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel and the member for Burnaby New Westminster, and myself organized 2 information sessions. Some 60 people took part. Everyone we met deplored the complexity and the difficulty of the process. I find it difficult to understand why people cannot receive appropriate assistance from bureaucrats. Increasingly, it seems that the cuts made by the Conservative government at the Canada Revenue Agency and elsewhere in the public service are having a real impact on the services offered to Canadians and in Quebec. The cuts to the public service have had two impacts. First of all, in the field, the cuts to the tasks carried out by the regional advisors in the agency jeopardized the information sessions on the disability tax credit, which are usually offered. Right now, members, the NDP members specifically, have to do this work. This should not be the case. There have been closures as well of Canada Revenue Agency offices across Canada, and this hurts people on disability and the poor. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata des Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today on behalf of the NDP party to Bill C-462. I would like to thank the member for Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke, for introducing this bill. We asked a number of questions at the Finance Committee regarding this bill. We have had questions here this morning. I want to therefore take note of the evidence that was given in the Finance Committee. There are consultants that often ask for fees to help people with disabilities to apply for the tax credit, and yet these people are eligible for it. They provide this assistance, but are charged for it. We had someone who came and who gave his point of view on this, but I think that both the witnesses and the Finance Committee members recognize that not all consultants are as well-intentioned as the one who appeared before the committee. Sometimes these consultants get more than what they should. Sometimes they take up to 30% of the refundable amount. I am in favor of this bill. I will support it, and I encourage my colleagues to do likewise. But I think it is just a symptom of the problem and not a cause of the problem. There are two causes, I think, that justify, if we can put it that way, the need for these consultants. First of all, is that the tax system is so complex. We have these refundable tax credits, but we have these others, like this one, that are non-refundable. People have to find out themselves that they are eligible for these tax credits. So this complexity problems has been brought up by many witnesses, and I want to quote from the Canadian Medical Association that indicated its point of view by asking why these vulnerable people have to have promoters to help them in any case. They feel that the form for this tax credit should be changed to make it more instructive and easier to use. Form T2201 should explain clearly what the tax credit applies to and tell them explicitly that they don't need a third party to help them submit the documentation. There are a number of tax credits for which people don't feel the need to have a promoter or a consultant to have them. They can get access to the tax credit. But here, many people are not even aware of this tax credit. So that's the second cause with respect to this tax credit, and that is the dearth of information available to people. My colleague, the member for Burnaby New Westminster, has made this point. We need a campaign to inform people that they are eligible for the tax credit. In a number of ridings, we have had information sessions where we have 50 or 100 people who learn for the first time that they are eligible. I think we all agree that the Canada Revenue Agency should have, as part of its mandate, to inform people, but the agency has difficulty getting this information out for a number of reasons. First of all, the Conservative government has eliminated a number of the regional councillors who provided these information sessions on various issues, including the disability tax credit. We've also had the closure of a number of offices across Canada. Those were places where people could go directly to ask questions, get information, or even get people to come from the office to provide them with information. So there has really been a drop in the amount of information and help available from the Canada Revenue Agency. We've heard a lot about cuts this morning. Billions of dollars have been cut from the Canada Revenue Agency, and many employees have lost their jobs. So the Canada Revenue Agency is having difficulty playing its role. People with disabilities are paying the price of this. So there's a lot of work to be done on the information side, but also with respect to the simplification of the system as well. We heard from a representative of the national representative of an organization that his organization spent over $1 million to help people the year before. Now, of course, consultants do work and they deserve to be paid. It is legitimate for them to be paid. But when you have an organization that spends $1 million advertising its existence, then you have these people with disabilities who are interested naturally because they wouldn't get anything without the help of these people. We need the government, though, to help people. There's this initiative to provide them with a tax credit, but we need, once again, for people to have access to it. I would like to pay tribute to my colleague, the member for Montcalm, for all the work that she has done. We need to do more to help people with disabilities. The government is not doing its job in providing the information and simplifying the tax system. It has basically delegated its powers to these promoters who take part of the financial gain, but people with disabilities are not necessarily in a position to deal with all the administrative complexities, and therefore they lose a percentage to these promoters of what they should have received. The bill, the process and the form are aimed at getting this money for people. I think that the issue of the tax simplifying the tax system should be the subject of discussions. We could change the act. We could simplify the form. The act is now over 3,000 pages long. It dates back to 1917. There are lawyers and financial advisors that work full-time just on the labyrinth that is this bill, or rather this huge act. So I applaud the initiative of the member. I will support the bill. I know that my colleagues in the official opposition will do so as well. But the bill only deals with one aspect of the problem, which is there are other aspects, and those include, as I said, the lack of information and the complexity of the tax system. And those problems are things that I think that the government should deal with so that we can make sure that people have the tax credits and the information that they need and can deal with the situation they are in. Thank you.
Resuming debate. With her 5-minute right of reply, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, it is my pleasure today to rise and conclude the debate of my private member's bill, Bill 462, an act restricting the fees charged by promoters of the disability tax credit and making consequential changes to the Tax Court of Canada Act. My bill seeks to balance the needs of Canadians with disabilities and promoters alike by also contributing to a fair, functioning marketplace for those who do wish to use the services of a disability tax credit promoter. Bill C-462 is necessary because of changes that were put into place in 2005 that made benefits receivable retroactive. This change created a new incentive for those claiming to be consultants to work with their Canadians on their applications, as the dollar amounts on a 10-year retroactive tax fund can be significant, $10,000 to $15,000. Let me be clear. This is not an attempt to crack down on those legitimately claiming the credit or to deny claims. It's an attempt to make sure that those who do qualify and those who require the tax credit are able to receive it without paying unfair charges. The disability tax credit promoters industry is currently totally unregulated and has produced a system that is increasingly ripe for abuse. In the past, government has determined it appropriate to regulate the tax preparation marketplace. The honourable member for King's Hands, Jean Lebert, and Cape Breton-Canso are concerned that the legislation does not specify what the maximum fees would be or how they would be set. I chose not to set a maximum fee in the legislation because I wanted to allow for consultations with disability groups, medical professionals, and legitimate tax professionals to help inform this decision. I want to ensure that disabled Canadians who do need the help of someone with their applications can get it, and we are not imposing unnecessary red tape on doctors or legitimate tax preparers. The fee level is something which I would be pleased to receive direction from on tax professionals. And I agree with the member from King's Hands that the maximum fee should reflect the complexity of the case in hand. We will ensure that the maximum fee structure will be set in an open and transparent process involving a broad range of stakeholders. Members of the public and tax credit promoters will also be given a chance to share their views once the regulations are drafted, and they will be given plenty of notice so that they can adapt to the new regulations when they come into effect. I know that the honourable members from Montcalm and Abitibi-Temiskaming also raised concerns about this issue in second reading debate. As the Member of Parliament for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, which includes CFB Petawawa, I'm acutely aware of the effect of the disabilities can have on the livelihoods of Canadians. The soldiers of my community are at a greater risk for a number of disabilities because of the unique challenges of their duties. My decision to introduce the legislation is a direct result of aggressive tactics employed by some promoters who objected to my decision to issue consumer alerts. I started issuing consumer alerts in my riding last year when I found out that some individuals were being charged 20, 30, or as much as 40% of the tax credit. And based on the unanimous vote Bill C-462 received to be referred to committees, I know that other members agree with my concerns. These kinds of charges are unfair, especially when we consider that the purpose of the disability tax credit is to support Canadians living with disabilities. I want my constituents, and indeed all Canadians, to know that they can access their federal member of parliament for assistance regarding any federal tax credit without being charged a percentage of the credit. In conclusion, I wish to thank all members for their support of Bill C-462. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. The time for debate has expired, and the question is as follows.
Mrs. Ambler moved that Bill C-462, an act restricting the fees charged by promoters of the disability tax credit and making consequential amendments to the Tax Court of Canada Act, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed. I declare the motion carried. Orders.
Bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate on Bill C-2, respect for Communities Act, and on the amendment of Ms. Davies.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt Fuga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to oppose Bill C-2. What the Conservatives are trying to do in this bill is very clear, despite their pretending to do something quite the opposite. And the consequences of this bill will prove to be very dire for the most vulnerable in our society and very costly for our healthcare system. While this bill pretends to address public health and safety concerns about safe injection sites, in fact, it has three other completely different goals. I believe this bill aims to shut down Insight, the supervised injection site in East Vancouver, and to prevent any other supervised sites from operating. I believe it aims to nullify the 2011 Supreme Court of Canada ruling in favour of safe injection sites, and I believe it constitutes a further attack on the principle of harm reduction. The question of why this government would pretend to facilitate safe injection sites is in some respects easy to answer. Conservatives know that this bill flies in the face of informed public opinion, so it's necessary to create false distractions by manufacturing concern over safe injection sites as threats to public health and safety, when in fact the evidence shows directly the opposite to be true. This bill raises the specter of neighbourhood opposition to safe injection sites when surveys show that 80% of those living and working in Vancouver's downtown east side support Insight, the existing safe injection site. Bill C-2 pretends to implement the 2011 unanimous Supreme Court of Canada ruling in the case of Canada versus PHS Community Services Society, the decision upholding the right of Insight to operate and upholding the charter rights of those who are addicted to get health care services. Yet in its principles, Bill C-2 makes no reference to public health and no reference to any of the principles on which the Supreme Court of Canada decision was based. This indeed is a bill that will result in litigation, as its intent seems to be an end run around the Supreme Court decision on safe injection sites. Cynics might even say the government might welcome endless litigation that would not only delay new safe injection sites, but also consume the scarce resources of organizations that have a different view from the government on how best to address the addiction crisis in our communities. The Conservatives also know that false concerns about public health and safety that C-2 raises will appeal to their narrow base who believe with a near religious fervor and a clear disdain for evidence that being tough on crime will somehow solve addiction problems. Let me talk about a little about each of these three not-so-hidden aims of C2: shutting down safe injection sites, getting around the Supreme Court ruling, and destroying harm reduction programs. C2 pretends to facilitate licensing of safe consumption sites while instead creating a long list of criteria for licensing and setting up a system without any requirement of timely disposition of those applications. This bill lists 26 criteria on which applications will be judged, literally A to Z in that section. It establishes long timelines for public consultation on application, but imposes no timelines on the minister for actually making decisions. Perhaps my greatest concern about this bill is the ultimate discretion granted to the minister. In this bill, the minister may, quote, may grant a permit for a safe injection site which has met all the criteria, when in fact, what I believe the bill should read is that the minister must grant a permit if the criteria are met. As I said, Bill C2 purports to implement the 2011 unanimous Supreme Court of Canada ruling in favor of safe injection sites. In this decision, the Supreme Court of Canada clearly found that safe injection sites save lives, and the court ruled that it should remain, that the existing site should remain open with a Section 56 exemption from the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. The court ruled that in-site users have a charter right to access the service and that similar services elsewhere should be allowed to operate with an exemption. The court did not say we need a new bill and a new process. Finally, C2 pretends to be about public health and safety when it actually aims to dismantle an important harm reduction program. It ignores the very evidence that exists on the positive impacts of insight. More than 300 peer-reviewed scientific studies have demonstrated that safe injection sites effectively reduce the risks of contracting and spreading blood-borne diseases such as HIV and hepatitis C, as well as reducing deaths to zero from overdoses. In a study conducted over a one-year period, there were 273 overdoses at Insight. None of these resulted in fatality. Bill C2 also ignores the real savings to both healthcare and public safety budgets that come from safe injection sites. They ignore the real savings in terms of reduced demand on first responders and emergency rooms with the reductions in overdoses, and they ignore the increased number of clients who actually get into treatment programs as a result of visiting safe injection sites. As my colleague from Vancouver East pointed out, and I quote from her speech on C2 last week, quote, Dr. Evan Woods, a renowned scientist who works for the BC Centre of Excellence in HIV/AIDS, points out that one of the important aspects of a safe injection site is that given that each HIV infection costs an average of approximately $500,000 in medical costs, and Insight has contributed to a 90% reduction in new HIV cases caused by intravenous drug use in British Columbia. This is why the BC government has been such a strong proponent of the program, end quote. So when the evidence is clear, how can we proceed with a bill like this which intends to frustrate the creation of new safe injection sites? Unfortunately, I believe C2 is part of the Conservative agenda to eliminate harm reduction programs. We saw this agenda begin in 2007 when they actually removed the term harm reduction from the list of goals of Canada's national drug strategy. So I'm standing here today because there is a need for action to address the crisis in overdoses in my own community that the Provincial Health Authority, social service agencies, and local police are trying to address. The most recent BC Coroner's report from October 2012 found that there were 44 deaths from illicit drug use on Vancouver Island in 2011, with 16 of those occurring in Greater Victoria. This makes Vancouver Island the region with the highest rate of deaths related to illicit drug use in British Columbia at 7.88 per 100,000 residents, the highest in British Columbia. According to the Centre for Addictions Research at UVic, this makes the local per capita death rate nearly 30% higher than that in the Lower Mainland. And if you need evidence of the positive impact of Insight versus a community like mine, which doesn't have access to a safe injection site, then keep that figure in mind. A 30% higher death rate from overdoses on Vancouver Island than where a safe injection site exists in the Lower Mainland. The need for action in my community is very clear. Yet Bill C-2 would take away the best tool for responding to this health crisis. They would take a safe injection site off the table for my community. So one last question here is, why the rush? It was surprising to see Bill C-2 as the first bill the Conservative government brought forward for debate in the second session of the 41st Parliament. Yes, it helps reestablish their tough-on-crime credentials. But more importantly, I suspect, the Conservatives are in a rush to bring in this new law to head off the opening of new safe injection sites, as there are some applications for Section 56 exemptions that are quite advanced. So what they want to do is change the law and send the applicants back to the drawing board under this new legislation with its long delays and near impossible criteria. The real threat to public health and safety in my community turns out to be the narrow ideological agenda of this Conservative government that ignores the evidence of the real contribution safe injection sites make to public health and safety. They've already done a fundraising letter to their base talking about donating to Conservatives to help them keep drugs out of our backyards. Ironically, of course, that is exactly what safe injection sites do. They move drug use off the streets and out of our backyards into a safer setting, both for those who are injection drug users and for our community as a whole. So we are opposing this bill at second reading, and we are opposing sending this bill to the Standing Committee on Public Safety. It's, I guess I would say, another piece of Conservative propaganda around safe injection sites. Why is this bill not going to the Health Committee, where it belongs? Because this, as the Supreme Court of Canada pointed out, is clearly a health issue and not a public safety issue. We will be calling witnesses in committee to bring the evidence once again to the attention of Conservatives of the very positive role that safe injection sites play in both public health and safety. The very fact that the Conservatives have chosen to send this bill to public safety illustrates to me their intention to distract the public by characterizing safe injection sites as a threat to public safety rather than an important health measure which would save both lives and money. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Melpack.
Mr. Speaker, and I agree with pretty well everything the member for Esquanamo, Juan de Fuga, has said. I have spent some time in downtown East Side Hastings in Vancouver at the injection sites there a number of years ago, and they are there for health and making progress in terms of getting people's lives relatively back in order who have got on drugs for whatever reason. We certainly don't want to see people on drugs, but injection sites don't encourage the use of drugs. They're recognizing the reality of the world and trying to find I think, a reasonable solution to that. I think the member makes a number of good points, Mr. Speaker, and my question to him, especially when the British Columbia government is on side, what is the reason, from your perspective, for the government going this way? Is it they just believe in punishment, just believe in ideology? I mean, these drug injection sites make sense from a health perspective, and I also believe from a crime perspective, in terms of reducing crime and trying to prevent people's lives from being destroyed.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Juan de Fuga.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member from Malpeque for his question. As I said in my speech, I really do suspect the government's motives with Bill C-2. I really believe they are trying to get around the Supreme Court of Canada decision, which found that there was a charter right to access health services that actually save lives. And so my hope is, when we get to committee with this bill and we present them once again with the evidence of the very positive role that safe injection sites play in communities, the very opposite of what they're alleging here, that there's somehow a threat to public safety and as a threat to public health by encouraging drug use. We know what the record is at Insight. We get far more people who are injection drug users into treatment when there is the existence of a safe injection site where they can establish relationships with healthcare workers and counselors and establish the confidence to get the help they actually need to do something about their drug addiction than when we leave people on the street and cause all the various public disorder problems that are associated with injection drug use.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Esquimalt, Juan de Fuca. I think he's given a very excellent overview of not only how Insight operates, but why it's needed in his own community. I'm very curious because I believe that if we canvassed residents in BC generally, you'd be hard-pressed to find people who oppose Insight. They see it as part of the solution, not part of the problem. And I'm thinking, you know, the members of Parliament from Metro Vancouver who are here in this House, whether it's West Vancouver or the North Shore or wherever it might be, I'll bet you that their own constituents also understand and support Insight. So it makes it all the more perplexing and distressing that this government has taken such a rigid, hard line, such a politically motivated line, where it's basically it's politics over medicine, you know. And so I'd like to ask the member what he thinks about local representatives on the Vancouver Island. Because I know in Vancouver you'd be hard-pressed to find any elected representative who would oppose what Insight has done.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Juan de Fuca.
Well, I thank the member for Vancouver East for her question and want to applaud her constant advocacy for safe ejection sites on the downtown east side. And I guess what I would say is I'm a former city councillor, and we had these discussions when I was on council. And the council that I sat on said it's much better for us to actually zone for public health care services like injection sites, have public hearings, get the public out to express where they'd like to see these services located. But my council felt it had a responsibility to take its share of those public health services and to address these problems rather than trying to leave them to the police to address or leave them to neighborhoods where they became a problem with things like needles in parks and needles in school playgrounds. So it would have been hard-pressed to find people in my community who were opposed to this reasonable approach to dealing with injection drug use.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale, who sits right in front of me. As Canadians, we are blessed with safe streets and communities in which to live in our lives and raise our children. Indeed, Canadian families expect and deserve safe and healthy communities to live and work. That is why our government has consistently delivered the tools that are needed for all parties to contribute to keeping our streets and communities safe. This includes legislation that has passed during this Parliament, such as the Safe Streets and Communities Act. Other acts, such as the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act, are important tools in ensuring that our communities remain safe. This act provides the legal framework for the control of dangerous and addictive drugs that can tear families apart, lead to criminal behavior, and destroy lives. What's important to appreciate in framing this whole debate in this bill before us and the NDP's amendment is that the Controlled Drug and Substance Act applies to both substances that can be obtained legally and those that cannot be, both licit and illicit substance. All controlled substances have the potential to be abused. That's why they're called controlled substances. But the risks are increased when those substances are unregulated, untested, and brought on the street as illegal drugs often are. For this reason, our government is recommending amendments to that act through this bill currently before the House, which will strengthen the legislation and better protect Canadian families and communities. Before I get into the substance of my speech, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to mention how disappointed I am with the NDP. I find it completely irresponsible that the NDP, through the member of Vancouver East, has chosen to try and prevent Canadian parents from having a say before drug injection sites open in their communities through the amendment tabled just recently. Now, as highlighted by colleagues earlier, under our current laws, activities involving controlled substances are strictly prohibited. This includes possession, import, export, production, and distribution. However, there is a caveat to the prohibition, which is the minister's ability to issue an exemption under Section 56 of the Act. This section allows the Minister of Health to grant the exceptions for the application of the Act or its regulations for activities that, in the opinion of the Minister, are necessary for a medical or scientific purpose or otherwise in the public interest. Today, we are proposing changes to this section to ensure that Canadian families and communities are shown the respect they deserve in the process. Through the Respect for Communities Act, those who are seeking an exemption to use controlled substances obtained from legal or illicit sources will follow the same process that is set out in Section 56 today. Most of the exemption requests received by Health Canada are for routine activities, such as clinical trials and university research. These trials involve controlled substances obtained through licensed pharmaceuticals, pharmacists, or hospitals. What is being proposed in our bill is a new approach to deal with exemption applications for activities involving dangerous and addictive drugs sold on our streets. Currently, exemption requests for illicit substances are assessed in the same manner as licit ones. The Respect for Communities Act includes a new regime to assess applications for activities involving these illicit substances. This includes a section specific to supervised injection sites that outlines rigorous criteria derived from the 2011 decision of the Supreme Court of Canada. Mr. Speaker, these drugs are inherently dangerous. They are illegal for a reason. We know that proceeds from the sale of these substances contribute to organized crime and make our streets and communities less safe. In the Supreme Court 2011 decision, 5 factors were identified that must be considered by the Minister of Health when assessing any further exemption applications for supervised injection sites. The factors that must be considered include evidence, if any, on the impact of such a site on crime rates, local conditions indicating a need for such a site, the regulatory structure in place to support the site, resources available to support its maintenance, and expressions of community support or opposition. These criteria need to be addressed by an applicant seeking an exemption to undertake activities involving illicit substances at a supervised injection site before the Minister of Health can properly consider the application. Ensuring that families and communities are kept safe has been an important consideration when assessing an application. For example, the applicant will have to provide detailed information on how public safety risks will be mitigated. Applicants will have to address this by providing information on security measures, criminal record checks, record keeping, and the establishment of procedures for the safe disposal of any controlled substances and anything that facilitates their consumption that are left on site. I find that when using catch-all word phrases like substances, consumption, and facilitation, it's easy to lose sight of what we're talking about here. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you from personal experience in my former career as a police officer that heroin is without a doubt one of the most addictive drugs known. It is physically and psychologically addictive. It is one of the, if not the worst drug to come off of. Think about the worst days and times that anyone's had in this place and times it by 100. People addicted to this drug will do anything for their next fix, including but not limited to shoplifting, robbery, break and enter, assault, and many other criminal code offences. This is why the Supreme Court of Canada has ruled that the Minister of Health needs to hear from those who put their lives on the line every day to protect communities from harm as well. This includes local police, social workers, as well as other key stakeholders for the area where the proposed site would be located. The applicant would have to respond to the concerns outlined by local police in their application. Information about crime and public nuisance, public use of illicit drugs, or inappropriately discarded drug-related paraphernalia, such as needles, will also have to be provided. Mr. Speaker, I have highlighted some of the criteria in the new regime that addresses matters related to public safety. The Respect for Community Act considers the issue from multiple perspectives and requests that information be provided on a wide range of relevant topics so that potential threat will be identified and addressed. One of Health Canada's related responsibilities under the current Controlled Drug Substance Act is to monitor the distribution of controlled substances and inspect facilities as needed to verify compliance with the Act and the terms and conditions of the exemption. This is done in order to minimize the risk of diversion and any negative impacts on public safety. Through the Respect for Communities Act, we are making changes to extend these inspection authorities to validate information on any exemption application related to supervised injection sites. These amendments will authorize inspectors to enter any supervised injection site for which an exemption was granted to verify compliance with current laws. Our government also believes the public should have a voice in the process. Every community is different, and public consultation provide a unique window into understanding the public health and safety impacts of that community. Valuable input and local perspectives will be sought from provincial ministers responsible for health and public safety, the head of local police, the lead public health professional in the province, and the licensing bodies for physicians, nurses in that province. All of this information will be needed to be collected as part of the consultation required under this bill. I urge all members of this House to stand in support of the Respect for Communities Act and help give Canadian families safe and healthy communities in which to raise their children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I listened with interest to the member's comments. And I'd like to ask the member, if there is support in the local community, whether it's Montreal, Ottawa, Edmonton, Toronto, Victoria, where we know there's been a lot of consideration given to setting up safer injection facilities, if the community has shown its support, would the member then be supporting those applications? I know the Minister of Health has that decision to make, but he as a member, if it was in his local community and he could see that it had local support, if he could see the statistics from East Vancouver where, for example, the rate of overdose deaths dropped by 35% since Insight opened, would he then be supporting such a facility if it was in his own community, if there was that local support?
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member from Vancouver East for her question. I personally would not support any safe injection sites anywhere in Canada.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that was the essence in terms of what the question I was going to ask, and I appreciate the boldness in terms of the answer. I'm a little bit surprised, given the many different stakeholders that have this caring, compassionate attitude in terms of wanting to deal with many of our social issues surrounding the abuse that is out there, that's very real, it's tangible, it's destroying lives, it's destroying families, it's a cancer from within the community, and there is a fairly significant group of people that believe that, no, this isn't the be-it-all answer, it's not going to resolve all the issues, but it is a step in the right direction. The safe injection sites, Mr. Speaker, and for some communities that they want to see this happen. I now know what the individual member's position is. Can he indicate whether his position is the same as the government's position.
The honourable member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't speak for the Minister of Health or any other member of Parliament in this place, but I do know from personal experience as a police officer for 20 years and as well as for 3 years in drug enforcement that heroin is, if not the worst drug, one of the worst drugs that you can ingest into your body. It is a dangerous drug, and as far as I'm concerned, it has no useful purpose in society.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments, Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. We sat together on the Health Committee. My question is this. In an article on the Conservatives' website, the government asks for assistance in keeping heroin off the streets. How do they propose to do so when this bill will bring users of these drugs onto the streets and into our neighborhoods?
The honourable member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for her question. The fact of the matter is that heroin is illegal, and whether we have safe injection sites or not, it's still purchased illegally and taken to that safe injection site illegally because it's an illegal substance. We're not going to stop anything with safe injection sites.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable.
Questions and comments, Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix-Côte-Nord. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative member perhaps worked with young people, but I don't think he's alone. I too worked with people who are on the street, with groups to help them. And there was unanimity in Quebec. The best way, in fact, to help these people is to provide them with places where they can meet with people who can help them to get out of the hell they're living in. So if they don't have an appropriate place, well, they'll be in parks, barns, other places where we don't want these people to be. This is a comment I'm making. I find it quite deplorable to see the member's attitude.
Member Kootenay-Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his question. I think there's a difference between providing a place to go for recovery and providing an area where they can safely inject an illegal substance.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to stand here today and address Bill C-2. Canadian families expect safe and healthy communities in which to raise their children. That's why our government is moving forward with the Respect for Communities Act to ensure that parents have a say before any drug injection sites open in their communities and that the most rigorous criteria apply. Why is this necessary? Mr. Speaker, it stems from the Supreme Court of Canada decision in 2011 that rendered that any application for a supervised injection site must, among other factors, be considered with an understanding of the circumstances in the community that have led for the need for the site, as well as the opinions of the community in which it will operate. However, Mr. Speaker, the Court was also clear in its ruling that it was not an invitation for anyone who so chose to open a facility for drug use under the banner of a safe injection facility. I quote, "That's why this government is acting on this Supreme Court ruling. Given the inherent risks in using dangerous and addictive drugs obtained on the street, exemptions to use them at a supervised injection site should be granted only in exceptional circumstances once rigorous criteria have been addressed by an applicant. Specifically, this bill amends the existing Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the federal statute that restricts the usage of dangerous and addictive drugs. Under this act, activities involving controlled substances, including possession, import, export, production, and distribution, are prohibited, except as authorized through an exemption obtained through Section 56. Mr. Speaker, as I just said, we believe exemptions should be granted only in exceptional circumstances and subject to rigorous criteria. That's why this bill, the Respect for Communities Act, divides Section 56 into two distinct categories. Street drugs or illicit substances will have a section specific to supervised injection sites. Applications to use illicit substances at such a site will need to address rigorous criteria before such an application would even be considered by the Minister of Health. One of the criteria an applicant would have to address relates to the treatments for the proposed site's users. The applicant would have to provide a letter from the provincial minister responsible for health describing their opinion on the proposed activities, how the activities would be integrated into the provincial health care system, and any treatment services that are available in the province for individuals who would use the site. An application would not be considered by the Minister of Health without this information. In addition, an applicant would have to provide a description of the drug treatment services available at the site, if any, for persons who would use the site, and the information that would be made available to them in relation to drug treatment services available elsewhere. These criteria demonstrate, Mr. Speaker, that our government takes the harm caused by dangerous and addictive drugs very seriously. We need to support those in need with treatment and recovery programs. Drug treatment and recovery programs must be focused on ending drug use.
Hear, hear.
That said, I'd like to take this opportunity to inform the House of other actions the Government of Canada is taking to address dangerous and addictive drug use. In 2007, we launched the National Anti-Drug Strategy. The strategy's goal is to contribute to safer and healthier communities by reducing and eliminating illicit drug use in Canada. Like the bill before us today, the National Anti-Drug Strategy is designed to protect public health and maintain public safety. That's why 3 pillars are prevention, treatment, and enforcement. Today, I'd like to focus specifically on the treatment aspect of the National Anti-Drug Strategy and outline some of the services that are part of it. The strategy supports innovative approaches to treating and rehabilitating those with illicit drug addiction who pose a risk to themselves and the community. Health Canada also works to increase access to and improve the quality and effectiveness of addiction services for First Nations and Inuit youth and their families. Specifically, it aims to enhance treatment and support for First Nations and Inuit people, support treatment programs for young offenders with drug-related problems, enable the RCMP to refer youth with drug-related problems to treatment programs, and support research on new treatment models. While responsibility for the delivery of most treatment and rehabilitation services remains with provincial and territorial governments, the Government of Canada recognizes the importance of continued investments in drug treatment programming and works closely with the provincial and territorial governments and other key stakeholders. And once again, Mr. Speaker, our end goal is always to help treat and end the scourge of drug addiction that plagues communities and families. The Drug Treatment Funding Program is one such example of this multilateral approach. This program supports provincial and territorial governments as well as other stakeholders in making strategic investments in 3 key areas. The first area is through the implementation of evidence-informed practice. Health Canada supports the uptake of best practices such as continuous knowledge development and information sharing to improve service delivery. The second is in strengthening evaluation and performance measurement capacity and activities. While all jurisdictions collect performance information pertaining to their treatment services and programs, the type and nature of the data collected, as well as the approach to data collection and analysis, vary considerably. With the funding in this area, projects are in place to identify and standardize best practices in evaluation and performance measurement. Thirdly, the program supports linkages and exchange among the funded projects. This is an essential element of the work undertaken in the first 2 investment areas and includes enhancing knowledge sharing and disseminating lessons learned. For example, in some of these projects, work is underway to implement knowledge exchange mechanisms for concurrent mental health and substance use best practices. Other tools are also being developed to improve linkages between the specialized addiction sector and other health and community service providers. Since 2007, this program has provided over $100 million in funding to provinces, territories, and key stakeholders. To highlight one particular project in Alberta, community agencies that serve youth were supported by providing a manual and curriculum to improve staff skills around basic addiction and counseling and screening practices, as well as mental health knowledge. The results of this project demonstrated that community service providers improved their skills and confidence in evidence-based addiction practice. In addition, at-risk youth have greater access to addiction information and basic services through the community agencies that they frequent. Another approach has been taken by Saskatchewan. A project enabled services directed at youth by building upon a strong pre-existing framework. Through these services, individual assessment plans are developed, followed by brief interventions and referral to more formal services. Through community partnerships, the program is tracking the impact of its services and moving youth into recovery programs. The program provides between 30 and 50 brief interventions every month with between 200 and 335 participants. Additionally, as part of the National Anti-Drug Strategy, our government provides almost $10 million annually to improve access to quality addiction treatment services for Aboriginals. These investments are targeted in 4 key areas, Mr. Speaker: improving the quality of services by increasing access to certified training and supporting treatment centres to become accredited, increasing the effectiveness and relevancy of services by supporting these centres to reprofile or strengthen services in response to recognized service gaps, improving access to services by piloting community-based multidisciplinary teams to provide comprehensive addictions and mental health services to Aboriginal communities, and a comprehensive renewal process for First Nations addiction services carried out in partnership with First Nations communities and leadership. Mr. Speaker, our government remains committed to addressing dangerous and addictive drug use through the National Anti-Drug Strategy and will continue to invest in prevention and treatment. The Respect for Communities Act is consistent with this strategy, and what's more, it takes action in the wake of the Supreme Court decision, ensuring that parents have a say before drug injection sites open in their communities. Mr. Speaker, to me, this is an important point of this bill. It gives local law enforcement, municipal leaders, and local residents a voice before a permit is granted for supervised drug consumption sites. Communities must have a say. All told, this bill provides the Minister of Health with information necessary to balance public health and public safety considerations, including how the proposed site would fit within a province's overall approach to treatment services. Mr. Speaker, why the NDP, through the member of Vancouver East motion, is seeking to kill this bill is somehow beyond me. What the NDP are saying through their motion is that they are against giving parents a say before drug injection sites open in their communities, that they're against Supreme Court's ruling on this matter, and that they're against ensuring that addicts are provided the treatment and support they need at these sites. I urge all members of this House to vote in favour of the Respect for Communities Act and give the Minister of Health the tools she needs to do her job. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for La Salle-les-Mares. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague from the Conservative Party how this bill, when we read the bill, generally we expect a bill to achieve some kind of balance. He talks about public safety and the needs of people being the medical needs being in balance, but he seems to be putting more emphasis on the public safety side. We've got Insight in Canada, but there are other sites around the world that are safe, but take into account the importance of the health aspect. So I would like to ask my colleague to elaborate a bit on the importance of health in this type of bill.
The honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Well, thank you very much to my colleague for the question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to be able to respond to it. Since she referenced the bill, I have the bill in my hand here, and I'm on page 8, Mr. Speaker, and I'm just trying to figure out what criteria they feel is too onerous. Here's how the bill begins, that as far as the criteria is concerned. Scientific evidence is one of them. I'm wondering if they're okay with us obtaining scientific evidence. Number 2, provincial minister. Are they okay if the provincial minister weighs in on a safe injection site? Local government. I think municipal governments, and I'm certain that my councillors would want to have a say in what goes on as far as a supervised injection site. The police force. I'm certain that my police chief wants to have a say. And the list goes on. I'm reading directly from the bill here, Mr. Speaker, and I'm just wondering which criteria they would like to remove. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, I have to tell you that virtually there was no framework at all for these sites before. And if you go out to the average person, certainly my neighbours in the community and say that there was no framework for this, no legislative criteria that you had to meet, they would be appalled. Finally, we're getting a job done as the Supreme Court asked us to do.
Great. Questions and comments? Question incommandée. L'honorable député.
Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to the speech by my colleague on the other side when he says that the NDP is opposed to this bill, that the NDP is against controlling drugs. The NDP feels that this bill, Bill C2, goes directly against the ruling in 2011 by the Supreme Court. The NDP believes that harm reduction, including supervised injection sites, have shown that they improve community health and save lives and are not just an ideological issue. So my question is as follows. If we are talking about supervised sites which will prevent the spread of infectious diseases like hepatitis A, B, and C, and AIDS, HIV, how can people who use injection drugs be able to manage without these sites?
Westdale.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that people that go to these sites do an illegal act to purchase the drug first. Then they go to the site and they're injected, and then they leave the site and they're jacked up on drugs. And Mr. Speaker, I just tell my colleagues that in the past I've been attacked by a person who is jacked up on drugs with a razor knife. It's not a fun proposition. And that's what we have to deal with, along with all the other issues within communities. And the fact that the member says that this bill somehow doesn't meet the criteria of the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court specifically said that we have to address things like the impact on crime rates wherever it's going to be cited, local conditions indicating a need for such a site, the regulatory structure in place to support such a site, and I already mentioned, Mr. Speaker, that this is finally putting some structure there, resources available to support its maintenance, and expressions of community support or opposition. If you look at this bill, Mr. Speaker, it does all of that.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to stand in the House today to speak against Bill C2 and to support the amendment proposed by my colleague, the member for Vancouver East. Before getting into my presentation, I want to mention that I will be sharing my time with the member for La Salle-et-Mar. The amendment introduced by my colleague, the member for Vancouver East, is very important, and I would like to thank her for her amendment, as well as for all the work she does on a day-to-day basis for the people that she represents in Vancouver East, who are among the most vulnerable in our society. We see, as my colleague knows these issues very well, we see that because there is a major problem with illegal drug use in her riding. The Minister of Health and others have talked about this issue, but my colleague does her work very well in her riding. I'm disappointed to have to speak to this bill. We do have the 2011 Supreme Court ruling that was very clear in saying that supervised injection sites like InSite in Vancouver are a way of ensuring better community health and more public safety, and it helps those people that do benefit from the services. We have another attempt, a pernicious one, by this Conservative government to go against the 2011 Supreme Court ruling and achieve their real objective, which is to close the InSite initiative in Vancouver. I have a psychology degree from Laval University, and in my studies, I looked, among other things, at drug use by young people, dependence on alcohol and drugs, and various approaches. One of the best approaches, scientifically researched, supported by the medical and scientific communities, is the supervised injection site. InSight in Vancouver is a practical and effective demonstration of this approach. It was set up in 2007 it was set up earlier, but in 2007, the Conservative government came up with a new national drug strategy, and despite the utility and the good results of InSight, they want to close it. I'm extremely disappointed to see the Conservatives ignore scientific research and want to close initiatives like InSight. If this bill is adopted as it stands today, there will be a long and difficult list of criteria that supervised injection sites will have to meet under the Controlled Drugs Act. Under those criteria, it will be extremely difficult to open new supervised injection sites, even though there is a demand in municipalities across the country. There is research into the possible establishment of sites out of compassion and the need to put resources into the initiative to help those that use sites like InSight. Peer-reviewed research has shown that in studies such as in literature like the New England Journal of Science and other journals, that InSight is a very successful initiative. It is the only one that exists of its type in Canada. There are 70 such sites in Europe and in Australia that have demonstrated good results as well. They have shown that supervised injection sites are a breakthrough in public health. They have concrete benefits and should continue to exist to be used under appropriate supervision. I think the worst argument that I've heard from the Conservatives so far on this is that they want to protect children and families by closing supervised injection sites that help people with drug use problems who are able to use the drugs they are dependent on in a supervised setting. They want to send people with drug problems out into the streets rather than having them use drugs in behind closed doors, far from where people would be around them near grocery stores and so on. Overdose deaths between 2007 and 2013, there was a decrease of 35% in the number of these deaths with InSight. So there has been a decrease in the number of deaths because people were not reusing syringes, and we've also had a decrease in the spread of diseases among drug users because they were reusing needles. We've had a decrease in hepatitis A, B, and C, and in AIDS cases. when we look at the economic side of it, we have a huge decrease in the health costs as a result. I heard the parliamentary secretary tell us last week say that we have emergency services to deal with these people. I was on the Public Safety Committee for a few weeks, and we were looking at how we could reduce the need for health services, police services, while being more effective in their use. We heard from a number of chiefs of police across the country. We heard that social services and other groups are cooperating, and that the supervised sites help people avoid needing these emergency services. So when there are care services available in the community that actually help people with drug dependency, then this is a good approach. But the Conservatives are trying to sidestep the ruling of the Supreme Court by not only not helping people with drug problems, but they are not helping people who have members of their family who are dependent on drugs. We need to provide appropriate help, and initiatives like Insight provide such help. Just a few hours after this bill was introduced, then they were out there fundraising among the Conservative supporters to try to get more donations. They're saying we're protecting public safety, but in fact, if this goes ahead, people with drug problems will be out using in the streets instead of being able to use a supervised site. There are not enough detox and other rehab services to help them. And now the Conservatives want to close the door on these people, not allow them to use except out in the street. It is not a useful approach, and it really shows the backward anti-drug approach of this government. They want to I would like to thank my colleague again for her amendment. This bill should never have been brought to second reading.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think if you look closely at this bill, the real objective of this bill is to give the health minister the basic information that he or she needs to make an informed decision, to protect the public. And also in her speech, my colleague commented that there's many communities that want to open these sites. Well, Mr. Speaker, the bill allows for those communities to have hearings, to have a say, to give parents input into those communications. So my question is, why would this member not agree to have parents at least have a say into whether or not an injection site opens down the street from them? Why would she deny parents that right? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Portneuf, Jacques-Cartier. Thank you very much. To answer my colleague's question, no one in the NDP is trying to restrict consultation in the community. I find it lamentable that the Conservatives would say so. They abuse the system by introducing omnibus legislation. They have everything in there, natural resources and exploitation and everything else, and they are accusing us of not wanting to consult. But what the government is trying to do and is not telling us is that if there are organizations that want to open new supervised injection sites, meeting all of these criteria would be very difficult. And even if the provincial governments support them, they will not be able to do so. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague, the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, made a very good speech on what the Conservatives are trying to hide from us. She talked about the economy. We know that the Conservatives take an ideological approach to the economy and are not really helping the economy. The Conservative member said that he was attacked by someone who was high on drugs. It may well be that if that person had had access to a supervised site, that would not have happened. So what he is suggesting goes against public safety. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. I want to thank my colleague for his question. What I described in my speech shows that it is quite probable that people with drug problems, mental health problems, do not have access to, as they should, to social workers, to health care, and so on. So these people do end up on the street, and it is on the street that people with drug problems may well get into problem situations. So to avoid that kind of situation, supervised injection sites like Insight are helpful. There are a number of communities across the country, Montreal, Quebec City, have looked at the possibility of open supervised injection site, and the provincial health departments were in favor. But I think communities may be restricted by the dogmatic ideological approach of this government. The most vulnerable people in our society will thus be harmed, and they're just catering to their conservative base.
The honourable member for La Salle-et-Marne. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-2, which would amend the Controlled Substances Act, and I'll surprise you, is against public security, despite what the Honourable Minister of Health said. If you take a close look at this bill, you will realize that it will prevent supervised injection sites from operating. The Minister of Health wants to strengthen criteria which govern these sites, but under the new rules, anyone wanting to open such a site will have to take into consideration communities affected and police forces, and receive the support of provincial and municipal authorities. Conservatives say they care about their fellow citizens, but they have not consulted with those directly affected. People who are addicted to drugs and other substances also belong to our society in Canada. So these sites will not allow or encourage these people to indulge in their habits, but will provide a safe and clean place where they can use in a safe, clean place. And Insight in Vancouver has been doing this for the last 10 years. It's a safe place. It focuses on people's health, where people can inject themselves and where they also have access to health services to treat infections and disease. They can also get advice on drug addiction and advice on treatment as well. They can be directed towards housing and community support. The Vancouver Coastal Health Authority has said that Insight is trying to minimize the harm caused to society and the community by drug addiction. But with its bill, the government will limit the good things that are done by these supervised injection sites. Let's remember again that this issue went all the way to the Supreme Court, which concluded that Insight is a very important player in our healthcare system, and I would like to quote part of that decision, since the bill we are studying today is supposedly based on the Supreme Court decision. So this is what the Supreme Court of Canada has said. In the case where we hope the existence of a supervised injection site will decrease the likelihood of disease and death, and where there is no or hardly any proof of a negative impact on public health, the minister should grant an exemption. The court then said that InSite should remain open under the exemption contained in Section 53 of the Act regulating certain controlled substances. It's important that any new legislation which would affect the site take into account the decision of the Supreme Court of Canada, and in view of its conclusions, injection sites reduce social harm associated with illicit drug use and should therefore be subject to an exemption. In the light of such solid evidence, why do Conservatives still refuse to take the facts into account which have been presented to them? In fact, the bill reduces the possibility of creating new centers because the bill imposes so many requirements and documentary evidence, including the financial viability of a site, its impact on the community, and on public safety. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-2 would in fact attack the very public safety it claims to uphold. InSite decreases the littering of syringes, and it is a medical facility. It is a supervised facility. In other words, there is competent staff on site. The argument by the Minister of Health does not hold water, and again is the pretense of trying to reduce harm, but it simply endangers even further a certain part of the population.
This argument, the Canadian HIV/AIDS Legal Network, the Canadian Drug Policy Coalition, and PIVO Legal Society criticized the bill negative impacts. On a statement published in June when the government tabled C-57, they mentioned this bill aims to make it even more difficult for health authorities and community agencies to offer supervised drug consumption services to Canadians who are among those most at risk of HIV infection and fatal overdose. End of quotation. The official opposition considers this government initiative a deeply flawed bill based on an anti-drug ideology and false fears for public safety. This is another attempt to rally the Conservative base, as evidenced by the Keep Heroin Out of Our Backyards fundraising drive that started hours after Bill C-2 was introduced in Parliament. But this bill will actually put heroin back in. But this bill, by endangering supervised site, will actually put heroin back in our neighborhoods. This is why this bill has been described by the Canadian Drug Policy Coalition as, and I quote, an irresponsible initiative that ignores both the extensive evidence that such health services are needed and effective, and the human rights of Canadians with addictions. End of quotation. Mr. Speaker, the evidence has demonstrated that safe injection sites effectively reduce the risk of contracting and spreading blood-borne diseases such as HIV and hepatitis C, and death from overdose. They have also shown that they do not undermine public safety, and in some instances have proven to promote it by reducing public drug injecting, reducing violence associated to it, as well as reducing drug-related litter. Safe injection sites, therefore, strike the balance between public health and public safety. The government and all the members of this House have the public responsibility to see Canadians with drug addiction problems as citizens in need of medical treatment and not as criminals. We have the responsibility of offering them assistance, primary health services, and addiction treatment. There's evidence that allows us to say that supervised injection sites have promoted entry into treatment for drug dependence. One study published in 2006 mentioned that those who use in-site services at least once a week were 1.7 times more likely to enroll in a detox program than those who visited infrequently. And only in 2010, 5,268 people were referred by Insight to other social and health services. The vast majority of them were for detox and drug dependence treatment. And as the Canadian Medical Association said, supervised injection programs are an important harm reduction strategy. Harm reduction is a central pillar in a comprehensive public health approach to disease prevention and health promotion.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, for some people, supervised injection sites might cause problems because they feel that it simply feeds the habits of addicts. But to see the issue from only that angle would be tantamount to misinformation. I've presented many points which the government must take into consideration before amending any legislation affecting supervised injection sites. And it is for all of these reasons for all of these reasons that the official opposition is opposed to Bill C-2, which seeks to put a stop to centres which not only provide medical and social help to certain people in the population, but which also protects our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Speaker, and I listened intently to the member's speech, and she mentioned in part of her speech that heroin is already in our neighborhoods. And it would, with the Insight program, would go back into the neighborhoods. May I remind the member that heroin is illegal and is bought on the streets. It's not bought at Insight. You buy it on the street, bring it to Insight, and inject. So I guess what I'm asking here is that if we're looking at the perspective of heroin as an illegal drug and Insight as a place where heroin can be injected, and it's not injected legally, it's injected in a safe place. Would you agree with me that Insight, from the perspective of heroin use, is a safe haven for them to inject, as opposed to a place where we could try and get treatment for these people and get them off the drug, because some of these people have no intent of leaving the heroin drug trade?
The member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question. I would like to clarify the following. A place like Insight is a place which is safe, but which also provides services to help. And I mentioned this before, I just want to clarify and repeat this. These are places which will provide services, detox services, and as I said in my conclusion, unfortunately, there are people who are addicted to hard drugs, and they regularly go to supervised injection sites, and so there's a greater likelihood that these people who use injection sites, they have a higher likelihood of wanting to get off drugs, and when they go to these sites, that likelihood is higher. These sites provide many services, and they are very numerous. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I did want to pick up on the point, and I've made reference to this earlier in terms of how injection sites can be of great benefit for many different communities where there's serious issues dealing with crime and safety that comes as a direct result of illegal drugs, and how sites of this nature can in fact have a positive impact on the communities in many of our communities, and would ask the member in regards to that aspect, making our communities a safer place to be, that in fact if done right it can actually complement a community. You find less needles, less situations or environments where there are individuals injecting around kids in communities, some of our communities, and so forth. That there are many social benefits by having a safe facility, let alone being able to assist the individual in possibly getting off drugs in the first place.
L'honorable député de La Salle-et-Mar.
The member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague who once again mentioned the positive impact of a supervised injection site. I'd like to add to that. These sites will often reach out to vulnerable groups, the most vulnerable groups, and they will help improve the health of users. Often, as I said, people who use these sites regularly are more likely to use other services such as detox services eventually. When that happens, there is a lower likelihood of the transmission of disease. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the outset, I will indicate to you that I will share my time with the energetic member for Newton North Delta. Mr. Speaker, this debate affects all of us, but perhaps more particularly those of us who have who are familiar with addictions. I myself represent a fairly densely populated urban riding. There are many children who play in public parks, who play with their neighbors' children, and so one concern that parents have is that the kids might pick up a discarded syringe, and so parents are afraid that a child picking up a syringe might accidentally prick themselves and catch a disease. So what can the government do to make sure that our streets and alleys and parks are safe for everyone, and especially for our kids? And often kids just don't know where dangers lurk. A place like Insight in Vancouver is a great example of how we can all work together to make public spaces more safe while working on improving public health. People will go there together, and I would much rather have a user go to a safe place rather than inject in an unsafe place. There are risks of violence, and there are risks of syringes and other drug paraphernalia being littered on the ground. So you might think that a place which caters to people who are addicts, you might think this is counterintuitive. Somebody who uses illegal drugs will obviously negatively affect their own health, and so it might be counterintuitive to think that a supervised injection site is a good thing. However, when you do scientific tests, when you study the facts, when you go on the ground, you realize that what was counterintuitive, in fact, works. For instance, there are many counterintuitive things that work. For instance, building a boat out of metal. You'd think it would sink, but it doesn't. The Earth is round. Well, that might be counterintuitive, but as it turns out, it is round. So, when it comes to public health, You need to use evidence and facts and reality when making decisions, and this applies to supervised injection sites like Insight in Vancouver. And other municipalities want to build such sites to fight addictions and to improve public safety. In fact, over 30 studies have been published by important scientific journals such as the New England Journal of Medicine, the British Medical Journal, or the Lancet. All of these studies have said that insight is a good thing, and in other studies have looked at the positive effects of over 70 supervised injection sites, which are similar and located in Europe and Australia. So, Mr. Speaker, why don't we turn to best practices, good models? Why don't we realize that this reduces the number of syringes littering the ground, it reduces violence, and it reduces the number of people who die of overdose? This is very important because what we're talking about at the end of the day is the lives of people. Before Insight was built in Vancouver, the number of people who died of overdose between 87 and 93 was 12 times higher than it is now. And we're talking about dozens of people who died because of their addictions. But since Insight was built, the number of deaths by overdose has fallen by 37%. So the facts speak for themselves. So these sites save lives. Unfortunately, however, to satisfy their electoral base, because of their ideology, because of their prejudice and fear, the Conservatives have decided to block these positive experiences to ensure that there will be no future sites across the country. So they're depriving Canadians of a tool that works. Why are they doing this? They simply want to please some of their voters. A few hours after having tabled this bill, Bill C-2, the Conservative government launched a campaign entitled Let's Keep Addicts Away from Home. They want people to believe that preventing the construction of these sites will improve public safety, but in fact, it's the opposite. And I find this unfortunate that they are trying to score political points in the polls by playing with people's lives. As well, with C2, the Conservatives are going against a 2011 ruling handed down by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has asked the minister to create an exception for these sites for reasons of public safety and public health. So in our opinion, we must respect the spirit of that decision and move forward with that decision. In 2011,
Monsieur le Président, la décision du ministre de fermer Insight violait les droits de ses clients garantis par la Charte et que la décision du ministre...
The minister's decision, they said, ran counter to the objectives of the legislation. It didn't respect public health either. Now, they were dealing with Section 7 of the Charter, which says that everyone has the right to security of the person, to life, etc., and this right cannot be violated. Now, the court at the time had deplored the situation and said that it would jeopardize the lives of people who are in the same situation. We cannot ignore the consequences that may stem from the expiration of an exemption. Applicants have put forth an application, and in fact, it is necessary to protect people who are suffering from these addictions. We need to help them, push them towards programs where they can overcome their addictions. Now, there are some inevitable facts. I'd like to refer to some of them because it's important to base our remarks not on fear, but on facts. In a year, the Insight site sent for drug addiction counseling and other support over 200,000 drug users. 2,000 rather. 2,000 people who were sent and put in a process where they will have an opportunity to overcome the problems they currently find themselves in. The people who use Insight once a week, at least, are twice as likely to register in an addictions program than people who do not use the site. So we can see that it is an incentive. Professional health workers can provide assistance. There's been a significant a decrease in the number of syringes that have been discarded or people using drugs on the streets after the opening of Insight. So why prevent other municipalities in Quebec or from across Canada from using this kind of a tool? It has stood the test of time here and in Europe and Australia as well. Unless they're simply trying to please the Conservative electoral base. In wanting to do that, well, they're preventing us from moving forward on this issue. We're all opposed to the use of hard drugs. But we need to understand that these people need assistance. We can't simply have a vision based on repression. That's not how we'll be able to improve public health, nor is that how we can improve the safety on our streets, as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to underscore that the NDP is not alone. Others share this vision. Many groups of doctors, nurses support us and our position. They've said, look, there's something here that has stood the test of time. It's improving public safety, enhancing public health. So, Mr. Speaker, I would urge the members of the Conservative Party to take off their blinders, to look at the facts, to read the studies, and to change Bill C2 so that we can live in safer communities. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his speech. He mentioned in his speech that this is in a form reducing public safety, but the reality is that that drug is bought on the street by a dealer and then taken to the safe injection site to be injected illegally, and then the person goes back onto the street. I'd just like to understand what his definition of public safety is and how he thinks that it's reduced anything. It hasn't done anything.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite, my Conservative colleague, for his question. But unfortunately, I think that he listened to my remarks somewhat distractedly based on what he just said, because that was the very essence of my remarks. We don't want to see people injecting drugs in the parks where our children play or on the streets where they play with their friends and their neighborhood friends. And that is precisely why we need this tool. It's what the community is calling for. It works. That's what the medical profession is asking for as well. So in order to make sure that our children are safe, to enhance public safety, we need resources like this that will be able to help people who are struggling with these addictions.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if my colleague can provide comment in regards to the member from Kootenay, Columbia, has on numerous occasions stood up and tried to address this issue, but the bottom line is that the Conservative Party does not want to be confused by the facts. They don't want to listen to what the professionals have to say. The many different stakeholders from a wide grouping of individuals and groups, Mr. Speaker, have to say about why it is that safe injection sites could prove to be a very valuable asset in terms of fighting, whether it's crime, fighting the abusers themselves, assisting abusers. There's many, many different things that lead to the conclusion that they are something that is very real and in need, and they can be substantiated. All that being said, no matter what sort of factual information you provide to the Conservatives, they seem to say it's not good enough, it doesn't matter, we have it our way. And our way means no injection sites. And I'm wondering if the member might want to provide some comment on how frustrating it can be when the Conservatives just don't want to listen to scientific facts or just, put those blinders on and feel they have to go this way.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. In fact, since the start of the Conservatives' majority mandate, we have seen that we're facing a blind ideological government that has trouble dealing with reality. When they look at reality, when it doesn't fit with their ideology, then they simply ignore the facts, ignore the studies, push science aside, because they simply want to move in the direction they want to go in. Whereas we need a government that needs to base its decisions on scientific findings, facts, evidence with a view to improving society. But that is unfortunately not the case for the Conservatives opposite. I'd like to tell them that the Flintstones isn't a documentary.
Speaker, I'd like to compliment my colleague for bringing in the very important element of public health. That's what this debate is about. It's about protecting public health and the health of the community. And I think it's really quite astounding that we've heard from one Conservative member, the member from Kootenay, Columbia, that even if there was support in the local community, in his local community, he would still say no. And I think this is very illuminating, because it really tells us where this Conservative government is at, that they actually don't want to look at the evidence, they don't want to look at public health. In fact, public health is even one of the principles that the minister has to consider when she's looking at applications. So I'd like to ask the member, if in his community, if the community supported it, would he expect the elected representatives to then agree that yes, a facility should go ahead?
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It's a simple one. In a democracy, should elected officials listen to what the people are saying? Yes, absolutely. But, unfortunately, the government isn't listening, not listening to scientists nor to the people. The scientists are muzzled on an ongoing basis. And I think that what we need to listen to what the private legal society has said. The Canadian Coalition for Drugs, they put forth a statement that says this bill is an irresponsible initiative. It doesn't take into account irrefutable proof that with respect to efficiency, nor the situation of people with addictions. It is unconstitutional. It's detrimental to public health. It's not a good idea to proceed this way. Will they listen to this at some point?
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to start off by really appreciating the work done by my honourable colleague from Vancouver East. When it has come to this file of working on public health and representing her community, I think we could have no better role model for the service she provides. And case in point, and she has spoken on this issue today, and just as even the question she asked was about looking at what is best for our communities, for public health. And, we have a government right now that really just wants to start throwing darts and arrows if you take a position that goes contrary to what they say. Let me start off by saying and making it perfectly clear that as a mother, a grandmother, and a lifelong teacher, I do not support people going out doing drugs, whatever form they are in. And as a teacher and a counsellor, I have seen firsthand the impacts of drug addictions on our youth and on the families. And as a teacher and a mother and a grandmother, I want our communities to be safe. But we cannot have our communities being safe just by turning the other way. To take on the drug issue in our communities, drug addictions, drug abuse, we need a comprehensive policies. We need a comprehensive approach that takes science, evidence, opinions of the professionals into account when we make policy or legislative decisions. Ideology is fine. But ideology does not fix things around you when things are broken. We have to know that in our communities, and I come from a community where drug abuse is a serious problem in parts of my community, and parents, grandparents, community members are very, very concerned. But I also know that it's not an issue that's going to be dealt with by denying oversight and a comprehensive approach. And, you know, what we're talking about with Insight specifically is something that has a proven track record. First of all, let me tell you that 80% of the people in East Vancouver support the Insight operations. Let me assure you, 80% of the people in East Vancouver do not go into the Insight to inject themselves with heroin. But what they have seen with the operation of this centre over the last number of years is what a huge impact it's made to public health and public safety in that area. What it has seen are people who go in, get counselling, and you know what? They get rehabilitation. They get put into rehab programs and drug treatment programs. But what it also does is takes the needles off our streets. Not 100%, but at least those who are going into that centre. So not only do we have evidence that it works in East Vancouver, but safe injection sites operate in, well, they operated, this was in 2004, and they are far more now, over 70 cities in 6 European countries and Australia. And there was a study done in 2004 that showed that supervised injection sites reach out to vulnerable groups and are accepted by communities, B, help improve the health status of their users and reduce high-risk behaviour, C, reduce overdose deaths, and 4, reduce drug use in open spaces. And at the Insight Centre in East Vancouver, which I actually have visited a number of times, long before I became an MP, when I was a teacher and a high school counsellor, there are very strict guidelines in place. There are very strict guidelines in place. And the centre opens for a lengthy number of hours, and it has absolutely outstanding counselling and support services. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, as I look at this whole issue, and I'm sure that the parents who are in the House will appreciate this, sometimes when things go wrong and our children do something, we sort of say, I told you not to do it. Well, Mr. Speaker, if telling people not to do things that are not good for them stopped them, we wouldn't have some of the issues around drug abuse and drug addiction that we do. But it doesn't work like that. So, once again, I am led to this same conclusion over and over again, that we have a government that are ideologues and are not listening to science or evidence, nor do they pay attention to the professionals who work firsthand. You know, there are not too many people in this House, I don't think, who will have spent all night travelling through some of the safe houses around Vancouver, or spent a couple of evenings and actually going through the night in East Vancouver. And I did as a councillor. And one thing I learned is that we need to provide every bit of support we can for public health and for public safety of not only those who use and abuse drugs, but also for the communities around them. And, you know, you've got the Canadian Nurses Association criticising this government. Remember, the nurses are the first-hand service providers. And this is what they said. Evidence demonstrates that supervised injection sites and other harm reduction programs bring critical health and social services to vulnerable populations, especially those experiencing poverty, mental illness and homelessness. A government truly committed to public health and safety would work to enhance access to prevention and treatment services, instead of building more barriers. And the Canadian Medical Association also had the following to say. Supervised injection programs are an important harm reduction strategy. That's what we're talking about here, folks. We're talking about harm reduction. Nobody is saying this is the total answer to taking on the issues of drug addictions and drug abuse. The Canadian Medical Association then goes on to say harm reduction is a central pillar in a comprehensive public health approach to disease prevention and health promotion. So you've got the Medical Association, you've got the nurses, we've got research, you've got endless evidence, sound evidence out of the only operating site in Canada right now, in East Van, Insight. All of that evidence is there. And everybody admits there isn't a sort of simple answer to this whole issue, and yet this government is determined to proceed and go forward with a piece of legislation that will actually prevent people from getting supervised health that they need. And once again, it shows that this government has some kind of an allergy. And it's allergic to fact and evidence-based decision-making. I don't know why that is so. And I also find it hard to believe, well, maybe not, that this particular government is trying to use fear to push forward an agenda that is actually going to make communities more unsafe. They say this is about public safety and public health, but they're actually taking us in the wrong direction. We also have a Supreme Court decision. For a government that's all about law and order and our court systems, once the Supreme Court made a ruling, they don't like that ruling. They don't like that ruling. They don't like science. They don't like evidence. They don't like what the frontline evidence providers are saying. So what they're going to do now is come into this House and to try to circumvent a decision made by the Supreme Court. And once again, a government that is not willing to listen. Mr. Speaker, I am pleading with my colleagues on both sides of the House. Let's address this issue in a comprehensive way, and let's not have blinders on and have ideology lead to greater public unsafety. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Western Diversification.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues for her speech, because I think if there's one thing we all can agree on in this House is that addictions and drug usage is something that we all should be paying attention to as legislators and figuring out ways to deal with this major problem, because it affects not only the person who's in the situation but their families, their employers, and it is an issue of great sensitivity. Now, my colleague talked about our government not being willing to listen, and she also mentioned the Supreme Court ruling. The Supreme Court ruling stated that the federal health minister can block a safe injection site after considering the impact of such a facility on crime rates, the local conditions indicating a need for such a supervised injection site, the regulatory structure in place to support the facility, the resources available to support its maintenance, and expressions of community support or opposition. So when she's talking about listening, an evidence-based decision, does she not think that it is, given the Supreme Court ruling in this matter, appropriate that we consult with a community on an important issue like this, which is at the heart of what this bill is about?
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her question. And whenever she stands up, I always enjoy listening to her lead up to the question, because up to the lead up, there's very little I disagree with, but then when she asks the question, I will respond to that now. The Supreme Court ruling that came out did indicate a number of factors that had to be taken into consideration. Absolutely. But this bill is a deliberate attempt to circumvent that particular ruling. And I do agree that we do need a multifaceted approach, but we don't need more and more power in the hands of the ministers. Look, we have proven evidence that the insight operations like that work. And where communities are willing, and that has to be taken into consideration, community safety, but we've had MPs from the other side saying even if their constituents wanted this, they would oppose it. So really, let's hear what they really want.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What the member makes reference to what we need is what we really do need is a government, a Conservative government, with an open mind on the issue. It's very clear from one of the speakers from the Conservatives that, in fact, even if the evidence was there, and we know that the evidence is there, Mr. Speaker, that it just does not matter. There are those within the Reform/Conservative government that just do not support the concept of having safe injection sites. So what is needed here is, in fact, an open mind in recognition in terms of the issues surrounding addiction and drug use. And I'm wondering if my colleague might want to just add to the importance of approaching things with an open mind and listening to what the stakeholders and the professionals are, in fact, saying. Science does make sense.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
I want to thank my colleague for his question. Really, when you look at this bill actually goes contrary to what science evidence tells us. It also sort of presumes and tries to impose the government's ideology and does not look at the science and the medical support that is required to deal with addictions. Addictions are very, very serious. And when we're dealing with heroin addictions, and the cost to society is very, very high. And yet here we have one way we can look at harm reduction and a transition into rehabilitation and into treatment centres. And we would not be doing the right thing by the Canadian taxpayers if we were to turn our back to this kind of an option.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will say from the start that we unequivocally are opposed to Bill C-2. Absolutely, there is no argument, there is no reason for this bill. And because what this bill seeks to do, and the effect of this bill, will be to deny access to a high-risk group of patients to proven life-saving health care services. That is what it is going to do. And that alone is unconscionable. So the point is that we're looking at a bill here that is trying to refute all of the evidence that has been gathered with regard to safe consumption sites, which is what Insight in Vancouver is. It's the only one in Canada. But I would like this House to know that there are 19 safe consumption sites around the world, in Switzerland, the Netherlands, Germany, Spain, Luxembourg, Norway, Denmark, Australia. And in fact, since 1986, Switzerland began safe injection sites as a public health harm reduction model. And since 1986, the evidence is mounting and is absolutely shows clearly that this achieves exactly what safe injection sites are meant to achieve. They reduce harm to the patient. They decrease the number of deaths in the patient. They decrease the number of new diseases like HIV, AIDS, and any kind of needle abuse that is caused hepatitis C. Many of these are reduced. And in fact, so health, reduction of morbidity, those are the two things. But they also found in Switzerland since 1986, and the other countries in Europe that have done this, have shown that the reduction of public harm, in other words, there's order, There is less criminality. In other words, break-ins and any sort of criminal activity to get money to buy drugs was reduced. This has been proven since 1986. This is not something that just sort of was dragged up by somebody last year and decided that this is what they want to do because they think it's a good idea. This has been proven. It was because of that kind of evidence in 90 countries around the world that we decided in British Columbia to have a trial, a clinical trial. We didn't say, oh my gosh, look at it, let's do it. It was a clinical trial. And Mr. Speaker, I want you to know that I was there when this began. And I want to give credit to the mayor of Vancouver, Philip Owen, who was so sick and tired of what was going on in his city and the number of deaths and the increase in break-ins, increase in petty crime, the increase in muggings that went on just to feed a habit, that he decided he was going to go to Europe himself and see what was going on. He visited it, he came back, and we used to have something called a city caucus at the time, in which the members of the provincial legislature, government, non-government, the members of Parliament, government or non-government, and city councils came together to discuss problems that were actually common to the city of Vancouver. And this one came up and he said, we have got to work together. I was designated the minister responsible for the downtown east side at the time by Prime Minister Chrétien. We had the NDP Minister for Communities, who was designated to be in charge of that file, and the mayor. And together, the three levels of government did extensive public consultation with community groups, with the police, with the RCMP, with businesses in that area, in order to get together and form what we did in 2000, which was called the Vancouver Agreement. And one of the parts of the Vancouver Agreement was to deal with this particular public nuisance at the time in terms of crime and public health problem. Now, Mr. Speaker, what I want to tell you is that we're not really talking about criminal activity alone here. We're talking about addiction. And addiction is a chronic, relapsing health condition that is best served and treated by evidence-based public health. This is what this is all about, evidence-based. In other words, since 1986, 90 safe injection sites in many countries around the world had given us that evidence that prompted us in 2000 in the Vancouver Agreement to suggest that this was what was going to happen. I came back to the federal government and brought this forward. There was a great deal of agreement around the table that the evidence was compelling, and then there was an election, and when we came back in 2003, the federal government, under Section 56 of the Illicit Substances Act, actually went ahead and agreed for a pilot project run by University of British Columbia and by clinicians in that area who were proven from the UBC Centre of Excellence for HIV/AIDS to look at this and to put forward this trial. At the end of the day, as I said, evidence was at the heart of what we were doing. We didn't want to translate things from Australia and Europe into Canada. We didn't know if it was going to work. So we said, let's do our own pilot project. And this was funded, and this was put together. And the pilot project, at the end of the day, proved without a doubt that Insight not only saved lives, but that Insight reduces mortality, reduces the spread of HIV/AIDS, hepatitis C, and also Insight increased people's desirability from a very high-risk group of users who were people who never went to doctors, didn't want to go to nurses, didn't want to go to any institutions. It was found that they sought detox. It was found that they wanted to be helped. And we replicated everything that was shown in Europe and everything that was shown in Australia. In other words, we found that it worked in British Columbia, without a doubt. But not only that, it wasn't just a British Columbia study that we're talking about. What happened was that peer groups, peer scientific groups around the world checked the evidence from Insight. They looked at it, they analyzed it, and they all agreed that it was authentic. I just want to put you on a little bit of a scan here about the reality of this problem. In 1988, Mr. Speaker, there were 39 overdose deaths from intravenous drug use in Canada. In 1993, there were 357. Now, I know some people may decide that those 357 deaths were okay, because they happen to be drug users, because they happen to be the people who were the most vulnerable, because they happen to live on the street, because they happen to commit petty crime. So that must have been okay in some people's minds. It was not okay in the minds of the federal government of the day, the provincial government of the day in British Columbia, and the municipal government of the day in British Columbia, and the Vancouver Police in British Columbia. So it was interesting to note that of those overdose deaths, 50% of them occurred in Vancouver. When Vancouver and British Columbia actually only carried about 14% of the population, but 50% of those deaths were in British Columbia, most notably Vancouver. Now, in 1997, as a result of this, escalating deaths and escalating disease, the Chief Public Health Officer of Vancouver, John Blatherwick, decided to call a public health emergency in the city of Vancouver. I just wanted to talk about HIV for a sec, because I wanted to paint you a picture of what was then and why people felt it was essential to move forward in this issue. In 1989, there were 120 new cases out of 100,000 in British Columbia. Sorry, in Canada. After Insight, in Vancouver alone, this had dropped to 30, while in the rest of Canada, the number of new cases remained the same. Now, that's evidence, folks. You don't have to be a scientist to figure out that that's evidence. When you bring down deaths, and when you look at the number of deaths that were brought down, when you look at the number of diseases such as HIV/AIDS that were actually prevented in this area. So I'm talking about what we saw and what happened as a result of Insight. Insight was so successful that eventually, within a year and a half, the people who were running Insight formed a facility above Insight called Onsite, where 25 beds were there for immediate detox. If anyone here knows about addictions, they know that when somebody wants to quit or they feel moved to quit, if you don't get them somewhere then and there, they go right back, drift back in 2 days' time, because this is the truth about people who are addicted. And so Onsite was there to say, right on, up you go. And this is what has been shown with this. And if anybody in this House, Mr. Speaker, can stand up and say that that is not an important piece of evidence in terms of deaths, in terms of morbidity, in terms of the spread of HIV/AIDS, and if anyone thinks it's funny and hilarious that people should die and that no one should care, and that this was not an absolutely essential thing to do, given that the Chief Public Health Officer felt it was an emergency, then those people are callous. Mr. Speaker, I am hearing laughter on the opposite side of the House, and I don't think this is funny at all. I had many addict patients who were addicts. Their lives were ruined. And I have seen those people begin to have hope and to begin to live new lives again. This is evidence, Mr. Speaker, and this is what a government is supposed to do. Care about all of its citizens, not just the ones they like. Or the ones, well, I won't go there. But you know what, Mr. Speaker, what I want to say is that this is not something that I stand up here and say because I happen to have been the Minister for the Downtown East Side and the Minister for the Vancouver Agreement. What I'm saying is that across the country, we know that many municipalities want to have safe injection sites because they have the problem. They have seen the evidence. The evidence was agreed on by international peers. Scientific communities around the world agreed on this. This is going on. There are 90 safe injection sites around the world. And I'm repeating this, Mr. Speaker, because I'm trying to say this is not some little glitch that's going on that this government is trying to stop. They are denying people the right to life. All of those 395 people who died of overdose deaths in that year, I think most of us believe that their lives are worth saving and the lives of subsequent people were worth saving. And when those overdose deaths went down so dramatically after Insight, in fact, this is something that this government should be considering. Now, this government, when they came in, fought Insight on moral grounds, on ideological grounds, certainly not on evidence, because they didn't have a leg to stand on if they look at the evidence. If they looked at the evidence was compelling. But they didn't. They had an idea that this was morally wrong, that all of these people shooting up heroin, and we're letting them shoot up heroin, and all this kind of judgmental attitude to citizens of Canada who are vulnerable, Mr. Speaker. They are vulnerable. They're in need of help by the government. They're in need of good, solid public health response to addiction. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this is about public health, and yet this government, this bill brought in by the Minister of Health, is going to be going to Public Safety Committee, not to health, but to public safety. And when we've seen that the whole issue of public safety was served, not only here, but in the 90 safe injection site countries of the world, it showed the most important thing, that law and order was prevailed. The number of petty crimes went down. The number of people shooting up in the streets went down. The number of people who were begging and being a public nuisance went down. Law and order was served, Mr. Speaker. This is an important piece as well. If all this government thinks about is law and order and not about people, and not about compassion, and not about public health. So this bill, in the face of what the Supreme Court, because this government spent millions and millions of dollars to take this case when the British Columbia courts had agreed that this should happen, that this is evidence-based and the evidence is compelling. When the Supreme Court of BC agreed that the evidence is compelling, they took it straight to the Supreme Court of Canada, Mr. Speaker. And the Supreme Court of Canada said the evidence that they listened to was compelling. And they said that while the federal government had it in its power to deny access, that in fact it was something that they shouldn't do, because ethically this would deny Section 7 of the Charter, which is a right to life, liberty, and security of the person. And that, if you're going to die and something will help you, that's security of the person. That's life. This is a government that likes to talk about how they care about life. And they don't care about certain lives. Some lives are not worth it, as far as they're concerned. Now they're building a case beyond what the Supreme Court asked about. The Supreme Court said, yes, you should consult. This is not consultation. This is legislation. Consultation is to go around and talk. When we started Insight in Vancouver, the city, the province, the federal government, a lot of the police, the communities, they all agreed to do so. 65% of people at the time supported Insight in Vancouver because they saw the harm that was being done. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say finally, before I finish, that my colleague in the NDP suggested or brought forward a motion that this bill be not brought to second reading. And I want to say I support that motion, because this bill is not in the best interest of public health, and it is not in the best interest of the most vulnerable Canadians. Thank you very much.
I hope the member from Vancouver Centre didn't misunderstand. She still has 5 minutes remaining. However, the time for government orders has expired. Therefore, she'll have 5 minutes remaining in questions and comments following question period. Déclaration de député.
Member statements.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Ukrainians who live in my riding of Don Valley East, I acknowledge that the Ukrainians have made a huge contribution in the establishment and development of Canada. During the past 100 years, successors to the first wave of Ukrainian immigrants have made contributions at different levels of Canada's industries, from building and creating new cities, advancing the agricultural endeavours, to working at all levels of government. Today it's time to make hard decisions for many states, including the Ukraine. And I stand here to request the support of Canada in nudging Ukraine towards the EU. The Ukrainian diaspora supports it. Canada has the second largest diaspora that feel responsible for the destiny of Ukraine. I have had the pleasure of hosting one in my office for the last 2 months, one of the Ukrainian interns who has worked very hard and gained much knowledge that he will take back to the Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. October 21st to 27th marked Waste Reduction Week in Canada, which is when I hosted my 4th annual Litterless Lunch Challenge. Every year, more and more schools across my riding join the challenge to do their part to reduce waste by packing litter-free lunches. Mr. Speaker, this year's winning class went 90% litter-free, and they come from Harborview Elementary. Wow. And Mr. Speaker, if I could get a drum roll, the winning class is Mr. Barry's grade 2, grade 3 class. Hey. Congratulations, they are this year's Litterless Lunch champions. Way to go. I'd like to acknowledge the special efforts of the entire school for going litter-free, not just during Waste Reduction Week, but all year round. Thank you to Madame Thibodeau and the Zero Waste Initiative team for coordinating Harborview's efforts. And thank you to all students, teachers, and parents who made this year's Litterless Lunch Challenge another success. You did a great job. I encourage you to continue building healthy, sustainable communities. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Binière-Sud de la Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, today, the day after the municipal elections in Quebec, I'd like to congratulate all elected mayors of Quebec and city councillors, and in particular, I'd like to congratulate those elected in my riding with whom I'll have the pleasure of working. The people from La Binière-Sud de la Chaudière are people of vision, and they've got a lot of talent and leadership. Our municipal representatives will bring about the aspirations and unifying projects which our citizens care about. As you know, municipal actors are very important since they operate in essential areas such as infrastructure, the economy, our communities, and the cultural sector. As for me, I believe that the key to advancement lies in a real desire for all governments to work together to build strong communities in Quebec within a united Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for York West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians across our country started their celebration of Diwali this weekend, and on behalf of the Liberal caucus, I'd like to extend my best wishes for peace and enlightenment to all. Yesterday, the Liberal leader visited Kursik Sabai in Scarborough and Vishnu Mandir in Richmond Hill. As our leader pointed out then, Diwali is an important celebration not only for those of Hindu, Sikh and Jain religions, but indeed Diwali is an important celebration for all Canadians. At its core, Diwali marks the triumph of good over evil, and it represents the power of love, light, and the knowledge to dispel ignorance. As legislators working to make Canada a better place, working to promote literacy, peace, prosperity, and social justice, the sentiments underscoring Diwali are worth of emulation. On behalf of the Liberal caucus, I wish all of those celebrating Diwali a happy Festival of Lights.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton East.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize 34 youthful delegates representing the Canada-Ukraine Parliamentary Program who have visited with us for the past 7 weeks. They're here in members' offices to gain valuable perspectives of Canada's most important democratic institution, the Parliament of Canada. Last week I met with these young people, the future leaders of Ukraine, who embody the highest ideals of achievement and community service. Young people like Andriy Sorohan from my office. We had an intriguing discussion on the role of religion in the political life of Ukraine. Ukraine holds a special place in the hearts of Canadians. Fully 1 in 30 Canadians are of Ukrainian descent, including my wife, daughters, and granddaughters. Canada was the first country in the Western world to accord diplomatic recognition in 1991 to an independent Ukraine. As the young emissaries depart, we wish them well and say to them, Mnai Hailita.
Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year marks the 25th anniversary of Burns Bog, a beloved conservation society in my riding of Newton North Delta. Locals call Burns Bog the lungs of the Lower Mainland because the society does much to maintain air quality throughout our region. Burns Bog is home to many species at risk, including the sandhill crane and the Pacific water shrew, and it is a key rearing ground for Fraser River salmon, including sockeye, pink, and chum. Without the bog, my riding and the Lower Mainland would be a very different place. So I want to take this opportunity here in the House of Commons to thank Eliza Olson and the entire Burns Bog team for their activism, hard work, and dedication. And Mr. Speaker, in closing, after a weekend of celebrating with my constituents, I would be remiss not to wish all members of this House, fellow Canadians, and all who mark the occasion around the world a very happy Diwali.
The Honourable Member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured today to recognize the Hastings and Prince Edward Regiment as they celebrate 150 years of service to King, Queen, and country. On October the 26th, I had the honour to join serving and retired members of the famed Hasty Peas at their special anniversary event. The Prince Edward Regiment was authorized on February the 6th, 1863. The regiment won an unprecedented 32 battle honours in World War II, making it the most decorated Canadian regiment of the entire Second World War. Since then, HDPs have served in harm's way in Bosnia and Afghanistan, to name but a few. The spirit of the regiment, made by a toast from a regimental officer, sums it up to me when he said, "I love my country, and I serve it in the regiment. Duty, honor, and discipline give life meaning, and there's no greater honor I'd rather have than to be called a HDP." As a former cadet with that regiment, I say congratulations to the HDPs. And as we approach Remembrance Day, let us all here be eternally thankful, lest we forget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, today we Conservatives returned from Alberta, where we had our best convention ever. We addressed topics that matter to Canadians, including fiscal accountability and the topic of my address today, health. It's no secret, Mr. Speaker, this country is facing a health crisis. Over half of Canadians aged 18 to 79 are either overweight or obese. At the core of this problem, less than 15% of our young people achieve even the minimum guidelines for physical activity each week. Each year, treating obesity-related cardiovascular and diabetes costs $7 billion. Conservatives are committed to sound fiscal management and improving the health of Canadians. Once again, this Saturday, our party walked the talk. Conservative delegates and MPs, including members for Burlington and Kitchener-Costanova, followed the lead of our Minister of Health on a 5-kilometer walk to put fitness front and center in Calgary.
I invite MPs from other parties to do the same at their future conventions.
Canada, the fittest nation on earth.
Honourable Deputy to Compton Stansted.
The member for Compton Stansted.
With Remembrance Day just around the corner, I'd like to take this opportunity to honor all Canadians who have served our country over the years. These brave men and women have given up so much, many of them paying the ultimate price of their life for peace and freedom. Special thanks to the veterans of our community and to their families for their contribution. We must ensure they are always taken care of in service and retirement.
But I would in particular like to point out the contribution of members of the Canadian Legion Branch 46 of Bury, who recently celebrated their 80th anniversary. Per capita, the women and men of this community had the highest participation rate in both World Wars. There's also the Army, Navy, Air Force Unit 318 of Lennoxville, one of the last in Quebec, which celebrated its 60th anniversary. It was an honor to be part of their celebration, since their work is still ongoing today, to not only help the veterans of recent battles, but also the community in which they are located.
46, long live HoC 318, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as members of Parliament, we're often focusing on the issues that divide us. So it's nice to be reminded of some of the issues that unite us as Canadians. And as someone who grew up in hockey rinks, I can think of no better example than the good old hockey game. But like many sports, hockey comes with its own risks, even when both sides are going head-to-head honorably. And that's why I was pleased to see our Minister of Health today deliver on our government's commitment to reduce injuries, with a specific commitment to focus on concussions in youth. Sports like hockey are a really great way to spend an afternoon and make new friends, but injuries that can result are no laughing matter. Concussions and head injuries are serious matters that parents and families rightfully dread when they're watching our kids play our favorite game. So I congratulate the Minister of Health for her announcement today to work with partners to support the recovery and long-term health of Canadians who suffer from these serious injuries.
The member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this, the week before Remembrance Day, let us remember the thousands of men and women who responded to the call of the nation to defend our values, our freedoms, and our democracy. We can't begin to imagine what the men and women were feeling when they were deployed. Sadness at leaving their loved ones behind, fear of future combat, worry at potentially being wounded, or even the possibility of death. We salute their courage in the face of adversity. Canadians have always stepped up to the plate when it comes to supporting our troops. Our support to our troops is unwavering. For instance, when we learn that a soldier has died too soon, Canadians come together to pay a final, heartfelt tribute. We are, to a man and woman, proud of the everyday, exemplary work carried out by the members of the Canadian Forces to protect us. On November 11th, when we will gather around monuments across the country, we will remember their sacrifices for us. We will remember those who were injured and those who made the ultimate sacrifice, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is proud to welcome 5 distinguished representatives from Italy. These dignitaries who are visiting Ottawa include Ms. Deborah Serracchiani, President of the Regione Friuli Venezia Giulia, Mr. Primo Di Luca, Honorary Canadian Consul to the Regione Friuli Venezia Giulia, Mr. Alberto Di Toni, President of the University of Udine, Mr. Giovanni Da Pozzo, President of the Chamber of Commerce of Udine, and Mr. Matteo Tonon, President Finindustria of Italy. On behalf of the Minister of Veterans Affairs, and indeed all parliamentarians, benvenuti a tutti and welcome to Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, our congratulations go to all participants in the municipal elections of Quebec, which unfolded yesterday. Montrealers have a new mayor, the Honourable Denis Coderre. Team Coderre fought a good fight and won in the face of a strong opposition, especially in the ward of Saint-Jacques.
The candidate deserves our gratitude and congratulations. Their commitment to democracy bodes well for a prosperous and ethical future for Quebec's metropolis. Les défis de Montréal.
The challenges facing Montreal are huge: social, environmental, economic, and financial. But what really matters is that Montreal has to have an open and transparent administration, which it is entitled to. In this chamber, we are familiar with the former Bourassa MP's determination, his work ethic, his ability to shake things up, the fact that he's a man of action and a straight shooter. The Government of Canada must work with the new administration. It should start with committing to the construction of a new, beautiful Champlain Bridge, which lives up to a city beloved by all Canadians and visitors from around the world. Good luck, Denis.
Honourable member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Special interest anti-free trade groups with ties to the NDP are today spreading the same falsehoods that they were spreading during NAFTA negotiations. These groups say that free trade was bad for Canada. Well, Mr. Speaker, they were wrong then, and they're wrong now. The Canada-Europe trade agreement will make Canada the only major developed country to have preferential access to the world's 2 largest markets, the European Union and the United States. This deal will add $12 billion to our economy annually. It's equivalent of 80,000 new Canadian jobs. Sadly, the NDP remains beholden, both financially and organizationally, to the big union bosses and these special interest anti-trade activist groups. The NDP's position on denouncing free trade is well known, given their record of voting against almost every single trade deal put forward by our government. Their shameful position on opposing Canada's European trade deal is not very surprising.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives showed us this weekend they are more right-wing than ever. Conservatives voted for a less progressive tax system. They voted to attack collective bargaining and reduce public pensions. They rejected any form of any gun control. They even want to reopen the abortion debate by restricting a woman's right to choose. The same proposal was rejected by this House. But while Conservatives were showing Canadians how right-wing they are, missing from the convention was anyone taking any responsibility for any part of the Senate expense scandal. Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister is losing the credibility war to Mike Duffy and the contrition war to Mayor Rob Ford, you know he has serious problems. Fortunately, in 2015, Canadians will have a real choice to elect an NDP government to finally clean up Conservative and Liberal corruption once and for all.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government is committed to keeping our streets and communities safe. Recently, the Canada Border Services Agency apprehended the 48th individual from the wanted by the CBSA list and removed the 40th. Our government was proud to create this tool for ordinary Canadians to provide assistance to law enforcement. Canada will not be a safe haven for foreign criminals. Our government has zero tolerance for those who disregard Canadian law and abuse our generous immigration system. Absolutely. Under the leadership of our Conservative government, we have removed over 115,000 illegal immigrants since 2006. I would like to congratulate the Canada Border Services Agency for the great work they do every day in keeping Canadians safe.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Halifax.
Conservatives like Irving Gerstein were making up new versions of events around the Senate expense scandal and the PMO cover-up. Nigel Wright's attorney said that Mr. Wright has, quote, no comment at this time to the latest characterization of events. So for Monday, November 4th, what is the Prime Minister's official version of the events surrounding his cash for cover-up scheme hatched in his office?
Very good. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on February 13th, Senator Duffy approached the Prime Minister with respect to his inappropriate expenses. The Prime Minister told him that he had to repay those inappropriate expenses. Senator Duffy then went on TV to tell all Canadians that he had actually repaid those by taking out a loan at the Royal Bank. We subsequently learned that that was not true, that Nigel Wright had paid for that. That was inappropriate. Mr. Wright has also acknowledged that that was inappropriate and is prepared to accept the consequences. At the same time, we have a motion. The Senate has a motion in front of it that will suspend these senators and without pay, and we think that's the right course of action for taxpayers.
Honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, what we'd like to see from that side of the House is some sense of contrition, some sign that they understand that they made mistakes with these senators, some signal that the Prime Minister understands the serious problems with his office. But what we did see, Mr. Speaker, we saw Senator Gerstein producing yet another version of events. So, Mr. Speaker, can the Parliamentary Secretary tell us when was the first time that the Prime Minister spoke with Senator Gerstein about the Senate expense controversy? The first time.
Very good. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, on February 13th, the Prime Minister spoke to the entire caucus, both the Senate and the members of the House of Commons, and explained to them that if they had any inappropriate expenses, that they should repay those inappropriate expenses. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, that's when Senator Duffy came and tried to justify his inappropriate expenses, and he was told that he needed to repay those expenses. The Prime Minister learned that on May 15th, when it was reported, that, in fact, Senator Duffy had not paid that back, that Nigel Wright did, and the Prime Minister was also very clear that had he known that such a plan existed, he would have no way allowed it to go forward, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, Nigel Wright told the RCMP that the Conservative Party initially offered to repay the expenses of Mike Duffy.
That's right.
This weekend, Irving Gerstein claimed that this wasn't the case. So which version of this story does the Prime Minister believe? Which version of this story does the Parliamentary Secretary believe? Wright's story or Gerstein's story? Which is it?
Very good. And the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's quite clear that the Conservative Party did not pay the expenses of Senator Duffy. Mr. Wright himself has said that he paid those expenses. He understands and knows that that was not appropriate, and he's prepared to be accountable for that decision, Mr. Speaker. That's the version that I believe, and that's the version that Canadians also understand. At the same time, there's a motion in front of the Senate. There's a motion in front of the Senate which would suspend these senators without pay. That's also something Canadians want, Mr. Speaker, and I'm hoping that the Senate will get to it and suspend these 3 senators as soon as possible.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, last Saturday, Senator Irving Gerstein confirmed that he was not only aware of the $90,000 that Mike Duffy had to repay, but also for the request to use Conservative Party funds to repay the questionable expenses by Duffy. When was the Prime Minister made aware of that request? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Senator Gerstein, the party did not pay the expenses of Senator Duffy. Nigel Wright repaid those expenses. The Prime Minister learned of that, along with most of us, on May the 15th. that was inappropriate, that Nigel Wright would repay those expenses. The Prime Minister has also been very clear that had he known, he would have in no way endorsed such a scheme. Nigel Wright is prepared to accept responsibility for what he has for his inappropriate actions. And right now there's a motion in front of the Senate that would suspend these 3 senators without pay, and that's the accountability that the Canadian taxpayers are waiting for, and we hope that the Senate will get back to that as soon as possible.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. 75% of our questions are put in French and answered in English. We know that the Parliamentary Secretary can speak French. He should either speak French or they should find someone else to do it. Mr. Speaker, if Senator Gerstein admitted that he was aware of the scheme to repay Duffy's expenses and he didn't inform the Prime Minister of that, why then isn't he too facing sanctions in the Senate? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me just say this. I know how much people don't like to hear stories, but my parents came to this country in the late 50s. They came to this country in the late 50s, and until they both died, they were both extraordinarily nervous about speaking English. Although they could speak it very well, they spoke it with an accent. And they were always nervous about that right to the end. On this side of the House, me included, I'm learning French, I'm doing the best that I can, but at the same time, when we're being asked important questions, it's very important that we remain consistent and that the translation doesn't get mixed up or that they don't get a wrong answer because I'm responding incorrectly. I don't apologize for the fact that I'm trying my best to learn French, but for all those people who are trying to learn another language, have a little respect.
Order. The Honourable Member for Wascana now has the floor. The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, Senator Gerstein has confirmed publicly that he knew there was a conspiracy in the Prime Minister's office to pay wrongfully more than $90,000 to Mike Duffy. Senator Gerstein meets regularly with the Prime Minister, with full knowledge that a cover-up was being implemented by the PMO for 3 full months, including hush money of $90,000. Did Senator Gerstein fail to alert the Prime Minister? And is Senator Gerstein, therefore, an integral part of the deception organized by Nigel Wright?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think Nigel Wright has been very clear in affidavits that have been filed in front of the courts who he brought into his confidence with respect to this scheme, which the Prime Minister has said that had he known, he would have in no way allowed to happen. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, there is a motion in front of the Senate right now. It is a motion that would suspend these 3 senators without pay. That's what Canadians want us to do. They want the Senate to get on with it, to suspend these three senators who accepted funds that they were not entitled to. The Senate needs to get on with this, Mr. Speaker. Senate Liberals need to get out of the way, and we need to suspend these 3 senators without pay.
Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister says he couldn't care less, but Canadians care. This is an issue that goes to the heart of government administration, directly touching the PMO. Nigel Wright told police the Conservative Party was going to pay Duffy's expenses, but only up to about $30,000. $90,000 was far too much. But Senator Gerstein claims the party was never going to pay anything, period. Which is it for this government? A question of principle or a question of cost? And who is lying, Gerstein or Wright?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what it is always, on this side of the House, a question of principle. When it comes to Canadian taxpayers, we always, on this side of the House, put the taxpayer first. It is only the Liberals who get in the way of that and are fighting so hard to protect the status quo in the Senate, Mr. Speaker. There is a motion in front of the Senate right now that would suspend these 3 senators without pay. That's what Canadians want us to do. It's only the Liberals in the House and in the Senate who are standing in the way of that level of accountability. They're fighting so hard for the status quo. If only they would fight as hard for the taxpayers as we are, Mr. Speaker, then these 3 senators would be out, they wouldn't be paid, and Canadian taxpayers could have that accountability.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, well, here's just part of the list. Duffy, Wright, Gerstein, Perrin, Hamilton, Woodcock, Byrne, Rogers, Novak, Van Hemmen, LeBreton, Tkachuk, Stewart-Olson, and on it goes. The Prime Minister's most senior entourage, all of them installed by him and accountable only to him, and all of them involved in the Duffy cover-up. Is it the Prime Minister's testimony that none of these people told him about the corruption unfolding in the PMO, or is that because they knew he couldn't care less?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what is very clear that it's only the Liberals in the House and in the Senate and, of course, the NDP who want to make victims out of these three senators and former disgraced Liberal Senator Matt Carb, the senator for Ottawa who pretended he lived 102 kilometres away so he could collect a subsidy. They're the only ones who are standing up for these people, Mr. Speaker. We're standing up for the taxpayer. When the Prime Minister says he couldn't care less, he couldn't care less that they're going to stand in the way. He's going to make sure that taxpayers get the accountability that they want, whether they're in the way or not. And that's the same with every member of this caucus, Mr. Speaker. We stand up for the taxpayers now, tomorrow, and always will.
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Prime Minister tried to avoid answering straightforward questions.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay has the floor.
En français, je préfère le député dise la vérité. Last week, the Prime Minister told us to read the RCMP documents, which highlight the role of Senator Gerstein. But on Saturday, Senator Gerstein essentially said that the RCMP witness testimony of Nigel Wright was a lie. So someone's not telling the truth here. What does the Prime Minister believe this week? Nigel Wright or Senator Gerstein?
What we believe on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, is that when somebody puts an expense claim which they are not entitled to, they need to pay that back, Mr. Speaker. That's very, very clear. These three senators, along with disgraced Liberal Senator Matt Carb, took money which they were not entitled to. They need to pay that back. At the same time, there's a motion in front of the Senate which would bring this level of accountability for the Canadian taxpayers right now. That's what we need to have passed. It's the Liberals in the Senate and the NDP and the Liberals in this House who are making victims out of these senators, Mr. Speaker. They're making victims out of these senators. Stand up for the taxpayers and bring accountability.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, even Rob Ford understands the importance of a little bit of contrition. You see, their problem is they can't get their story straight. Now, when the Prime Minister found out about Nigel Wright's deal, he said that he'd done an honourable thing. And then last week, he threw them under the bus, saying that it was a deceitful scheme. And then on the weekend, his ministers were actually trying to pull Nigel out from under the bus. So, given the amount of trouble that Nigel Wright's caused his caucus, when was the last time anyone in the Prime Minister's office or the Cabinet spoke to Nigel Wright? How long after Nigel jumped ship, and what was it about?
And the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, honestly, we have Canadians across this country who are looking for work still. We have an economy that, despite the fact that it has grown by 2%, is still struggling, and we're trying to make a lot of gains in a lot of different areas. We have the Minister of Social Development seeking to bring a new jobs grant program, and he wants to know, the NDP member wants to know, when the last time a few people talked on the telephone was. Forget about European free trade. Forget about our troops in the field. Forget about the equipment that they need, Mr. Speaker. When's the last time we talked on the phone with someone? This is the best they have between Merrill.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, one thing we know is that Quebecers and Canadians want to know the truth because they deserve the truth from the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice, who's well-placed to comment on the actions of players in the Senate scandal, said, and I quote, "I've known Nigel for a long time. He's very principled. He's someone who is honest." Do the Prime Minister or his parliamentary secretary agree with that statement?
Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
President,
Mr. Speaker, as I said on Thursday, there are members in this House who are proud to be Canadians, proud to be Quebecers, but at the same time, they're all working for a stronger Canada. It's unfortunate that that member opposite doesn't have the same views.
help us build a bigger, better, stronger Canada community by community. Now, what does that look like? It looks like the member for Brantford, whose hockey night in Brantford raised over $100,000 for local charity. The member for Yukon, who ran and raised $100,000 for juvenile diabetes. That's what building a.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
This Prime Minister is so tough on Mike Duffy that he asked the Conservative members to pay for his lawyers.
Yeah.
That's not right. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, is the Prime Minister aware of other checks issued from his office or the Conservative Party sent to Mr. Duffy? Were there other checks? Is the Prime Minister aware of that?
Talking about writing checks, how about the fact that his leader not only accepted repayment for over $100,000 worth of repayment for his legal fees, but also accepted the repayment of the judgment against him, Mr. Speaker, for libel. But it goes even further. This is a member, his leader, who's so tough that he forgot about 17 years worth of bribes that he was offered. Imagine what the people of Quebec could have avoided had he only opened his mouth 17 years ago. The great prosecutor forgot to mention that 17 years ago. But while I'm on my feet, let's talk about the member for Beauce who raised over $100,000 for his local chair.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, I'm fascinated by the ridiculous nature of these answers from the Conservatives. Does the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, can he in fact tell us precisely that all expenditures by Carolyn Stewart-Olson were justifiable, justified and appropriate? Yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
What's ridiculous is that this member gets elected as a federalist. At the same time, he's making donations to a party that wants to remove Quebec from Canada. That's what's really ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. And while I agree with nothing the Bloc says, at least they're honest. At least they're honest in the fact that what they go in front of their people and they're honest. Mr. Speaker, what is clearly ridiculous is that this member thinks it's funny to donate to a party that wants to break up Canada. There's nothing funny about that, and we'll work to a bigger, better, stronger, more prosperous Canada, even with him in the House.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, it was Conservatives who appointed these senators and Conservatives who tried to cover it up afterwards. And Mr. Speaker, in his statement to the Senate, Mike Duffy claimed that he received direction and coaching from the Prime Minister's office about his RBC loan. Did Chris Woodcock tell Mike Duffy to use a fake story about a bank loan when he spoke to the media?
Mr. Speaker, what's clear is that Senator Duffy went in front of Canadians and said that he repaid back the money, the inappropriate expenses. We know that he didn't do that, Mr. Speaker. And as I said the other day, Senator Duffy, the guy who calls himself the Duffinator, somehow the kids in short pants terrified the Duffinator. Had I known that kids in short pants terrified the press gallery so much, I'd be walking like this all the time, Mr. Speaker. Because you know what? Kids in short pants to Mike Duffy apparently is like garlic to a vampire. He can't take it. Give me a break.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
So let's review, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives show no contrition, take no responsibility, and everything bad that happened is someone else's fault.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister once believed in Senate reform. But now even Preston Manning says the Conservatives have become an embarrassment.
Hear, hear.
Why does the Prime Minister now say it's simply a case of the Senate reforming itself?
Speaker, again, here they go trying to defend these three senators and disgrace Liberal Senator Matt Carr. They're not the victim here, Mr. Speaker. These senators are not the victim. It's the Canadian taxpayer that's the victim here, and there's a motion in front of the Senate that would suspend these three senators, Mr. Speaker, yet they come in the House day after day and try to defend these three senators, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to reform of the Senate, Mr. Speaker, we want to reform the Senate. We have a motion, we have some motions in front of the Supreme Court of Canada, which will give us a roadmap to doing that, Mr. Speaker. We want a reform Senate, and we're going to fight for a reform Senate because that's what.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Public Works, but in her capacity as the Receiver General of Canada, can she tell us in the House today if the repayment of Mike Duffy's expenses in the amount of $90,172 was received by the Office of the Receiver General, and if so, when specifically did that repayment arrive?
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we learned on February 13th, the Prime Minister was very clear with respect to everybody, including Senator Duffy. If you have inappropriate expenses, you should repay those inappropriate expenses. Senator Duffy then went on TV and said he took out a loan at the Royal Bank. We know that that wasn't true. We learned that Nigel Wright actually paid that back. Nigel Wright has said that that was inappropriate. At the same time, the Prime Minister said had he known anything about this, he would have in no way endorsed such a scheme. Nigel Wright is accepting accountability for what he's done. He knows what he's done is wrong, Mr. Speaker. There's a motion in front of the Senate which would suspend these three senators and bring accountability to taxpayers. We hope that they'll support us in that, Mr. Speaker, and that the Senate will actually pass.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Speaker, I know that the Minister of Public Works is fully capable of answering such a simple question in her capacity as the Receiver General of Canada. The Receiver General is responsible for accepting all payments to the government. Now, the Prime Minister said on May the 9th, and I quote, Senator Duffy some months ago repaid all the money. That means a check went through her office. Will the Minister of Public Works table in this House today a true copy of the cancelled check that the Prime Minister claims he received on May the 9th or before May the 9th? The Prime Minister's credibility stands on line based on her answer.
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, we have a bill that which would open up accountability of our unions, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the payments that they make. Now, of course, we learned that this member here, and I guess that's the problem here, Mr. Speaker, if it was the unions actually making this repayment back, they probably have no problem with it, because we know how excited they are about accepting illegal union donations on that side of the House, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, what we said is this. If you have inappropriate expenses, you have to repay it. There's a motion in front of the Senate right now which would suspend these three senators. We want the Senate to deal with it. On this side of the House, we're fighting for the taxpayers. We're going to continue to do that, Mr. Speaker.
Here. Honourable member for Random, Buren, St. George.
Speaker, the latest PMO story is that the $13,000 in legal fees the Conservatives gave to Mike Duffy was because of the audit and not the secret deal. It should be easy to say exactly what the fees were for because the PMO has the invoice. Senator Gerstein says the fees were paid because Nigel Wright requested it in his role as Chief of Staff. Did Nigel Wright also ask the party to pay Wallen and Brazeau's legal fees, or was the payoff only for those covering up PMO fraud? And will the government release the invoice, or do we have to wait for Senator Duffy to do it?
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as we said last week in the House, that the party, and we're not unusual in this, that we do offer our members of caucus who are in good standing legal assistance if it's required, Mr. Speaker. At the same token, we learned on May 15th that Senator Duffy did not actually pay back those expenses, that it was done by Nigel Wright. That was inappropriate. Mr. Wright is accepting the consequences of that decision. At the same time, there is a motion in the Senate. There's a motion in the Senate that would suspend these three senators without pay. That's the level of accountability we want. The Liberals in the Senate need to get out of the way and let Canadians have that level of accountability, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, I can assure our colleague that he is constant and consistent in his answers. They're just as pathetic in French as they are in English. Let's try again. On June 5th, the Prime Minister wrongly stated in this House that only Nigel Wright was aware of the $90,000 check that had been given to Mike Duffy. But Senator Gerstein, top fundraiser for the Conservative Party, admitted on the weekend that he was aware of that, so contradicting, therefore, the version of the Prime Minister. Did he inform the Prime Minister of that last spring? If not, why not? The question is simple in French. Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, forgive me if I won't take any lessons in being a successful politician from the member who just asked that question, Mr. Speaker. This is what the debate has come down to. This is what the debate has come down to in this House, Mr. Speaker. They know that they're not on the side of Canadians. They know they're not on the side of Canadians who want these senators suspended without pay. So now they're going to start insulting me. If that makes them feel better to insult me because I don't speak great French, oh well, go ahead. In the final analysis, what we want is accountability, and they need to get out of the way in the Senate so the Senate can pass this motion. If I could say it as good in French, I would, but I can't. But soon I'll be able to because I'm taking lessons.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my colleague that no one is doing more damage to his reputation than he is himself today, Mr. Speaker. Who's telling the truth, Mr. Speaker? The Conservative Party's top fundraiser, Senator Gerstein, who said that he told Nigel Wright the party would never pay Mike Duffy's expenditures, or Nigel Wright, who told the RCMP that the Conservative Party was prepared to pay if the expenditures didn't exceed $32,000. These two versions of the facts are contradictory. Which is the right one? Who is lying? Gerstein or Wright? Or will the colleague once again not answer? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm going to quote the Prime Minister. I could care less what this gentleman thinks about how I answer questions in the House, because I'll always answer the questions that are put to me in the way that protects the Canadian taxpayer. Unlike the Liberals and this particular leader, former leader, who was surrounded by individuals who have illegal campaign debts, not so worried about that, is he, Mr. Speaker? Perhaps he would have that same level of aggression with those people who have those illegal debts, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we're going to stand up for the taxpayer. Over there, they're going to try to protect the status quo, Mr. Speaker. They have an option. Protect the taxpayer. Pass this motion in the House. That's what they need to do.
The Honourable Member for Welland.
Speaker, Canadians have been hoping to see some sense of contrition from Conservatives. Some sense they understand these were Conservative senators who ripped off the taxpayer, and Conservatives who hatched this cover-up. But instead we see no sign. It's the Prime Minister. Does the Prime Minister realize that when you change your story from one day to the next, that people have questions? So a simple question, Mr. Speaker. Did Nigel Wright resign, or did he quit?
The Honourable Prime Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, this coming from a member who stands behind a leader who for 17 years didn't say a word about the fact that he was offered a bribe, and we know what the consequences to the people of Quebec were for that decision over 17 years. This coming from a party who accepted illegal union donations. All 103 of them are responsible for that decision, Mr. Speaker. Here's the reality. Nigel Wright did something that was wrong. He's prepared to accept the consequences of those actions, and it doesn't matter what party you're in, don't accept payments that you're not entitled to. It's pretty simple.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents in Thunder Bay, Rainy River are asking questions about an expense scandal and attempted cover-up. They're wondering why the Prime Minister hasn't shown any contrition. He won't even acknowledge his story has changed. He won't acknowledge it wasn't just one person in his office. It wasn't even a few. It was many. So, can Conservatives tell us how many people, in addition to those mentioned in RCMP documents, were aware of the cover-up scheme between Mike Duffy and Nigel Wright?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Again, Yeah, Mr. Speaker, this coming from a party whose leader waited on 17 years. He was offered a bribe 17 years ago, and then when he had the option, all of those years, not 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 10, 15 years, he couldn't remember, maybe he did, I'm not sure. Then he remembered 17 years later, oh yes, I was offered a bribe for the mayor of Laval. No big deal, though. No big deal. I think the people of Quebec would disagree with his assertion that it wasn't a big deal. Imagine what the people of Quebec could have accomplished had only he come clean 17 years ago, Mr. Speaker. They could have accomplished a lot. We have a motion in front of the Senate right now to bring accountability.
The Honourable Member for Algoma-Kapuskasing. Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you a good story. While people in Northern Ontario have a hard time finding health care and a family doctor, the Conservatives want to ensure that Mike Duffy doesn't lose his Senate health care coverage. That shows where their priorities lie. Mr. Speaker, on June 5th, the Prime Minister said that only Nigel Wright was aware of the $90,000 payment to Duffy. Was that statement false? Yes or no? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Part of that question was actually right. The people of the North actually care about health care. They care about the economy. They care about free trade with the European Union. But when's the last time that minister or that member asked the Minister of Health? When's the last time that member asked the Minister of Health a question? When's the last time that member asked the Minister of Finance a question? When's the last time any of them asked a question on the economy, on community safety, on jobs, on trade, on natural resources, on the environment, on defense? They don't, Mr. Speaker, because they know that we're on the right track and they're afraid to ask those questions.
The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst.
Get up in this House and say the truth to all Canadians. We will continue to raise those questions.
I have urged colleagues over the past couple of weeks to avoid. I have urged colleagues over the past couple of weeks to avoid using phrases or words that have implications that a member or minister might not have been telling the truth. I'll ask the Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst to keep that in mind as he finishes his question.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I just owe the Prime Minister only one story.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents want to have access to employment insurance when they need it. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister's office issues checks for thousands of dollars to buy the silence of senators and cover up their backroom dealings. Would it be too much to ask to put the money toward improving the quality of life of Canadians instead of covering up for the Prime Minister and his senators? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
People in his riding want employment, but yet they don't ask any questions about that, Mr. Speaker. The economy grew by 2% annually. We heard that last week, Mr. Speaker, but they're ignoring that. They don't want to talk about the fact that jobs and job creation is on the rise, Mr. Speaker. I was in Calgary this weekend, and I had the opportunity to meet with delegates from Nova Scotia who talked about Canada's national shipbuilding strategy and the incredible benefits that would have to people in that region of the country, Mr. Speaker. Who's against it? They're against it, Mr. Speaker. You want jobs for the people in your community? Then vote for the things that will give them jobs.
I remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to address his comments to the Chair and not directly at other members. The Honourable Member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, our Canadian Armed Forces are contributing to international peace and security by breaking up major drug operations. In October, the HMCS Toronto discovered and destroyed 154 bags of heroin, weighing more than 180 kilograms. Now we are learning that our armed forces have made another significant contribution by working with our allies in Operation Carib. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of National Defence update the House on the important work being done by our men and women in uniform during this recent mission?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to working with our allies to combat crime at home and abroad and to enhancing international security. Mr. Speaker, the HMCS Edmonton, along with the Royal Canadian Air Force Aurora, was involved with the seizure of more than 1 ton of cocaine over 2 days in the eastern Pacific Ocean. just like the work done by the HMCS Toronto, this is a great example of the Canadian Armed Forces demonstrating leadership abroad and ensuring our security at home by keeping illicit drugs from entering our country. I'm sure all honourable members will join me in extending a bravo Zulu to our men and women in uniform.
The honourable member for Châteauguay Central Constant. Mr. Speaker, it is almost Remembrance Day, and it is important to take time in the days leading up to it to honour those who have served and who are still serving our country. But it is my duty, in order to honour these men and women, to ask the Minister for an explanation. Why are some military staff discharged before being ready to leave, and why is the assistance for funerals so restricted that less than 30% of the fund has been spent?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Parliamentary Budget Officer for highlighting how our government doubled the financial limits of the funeral and burial program. And, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with veterans groups to ensure the Canadian funeral and burial program remains one of the most generous of our allies, even though the party opposite has chosen to not support us in these particular enhancements to our veterans.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
That's just not good enough, Mr. Speaker. Months ago, the Minister of Defence stood in a Legion in my riding and promised Legion members that injured soldiers would no longer be cut loose. But the practice continues. 2 injured soldiers in my riding, Corporal David Hawkins and Corporal Andrew Knisley, are being pressured to leave the military just before qualifying for their pensions. This is callous. It's disgraceful. Will the Minister put an immediate halt to this practice and stand up for those soldiers?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Absolutely not the practice, Mr. Speaker. We stand behind those men and women who serve us in uniform, Mr. Speaker. We make sure that they get the physical, mental, occupational therapy services that they need for their eventual transition to civilian life, Mr. Speaker. Members are not released until they are prepared, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for St. John's East.
More weak excuses, but still no apologies for their treatment of these soldiers, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Forces Ombudsman has revealed huge problems with the Joint Personnel Support Units, the people who are supposed to help wounded soldiers. He found that they're understaffed, that they lack experience, and that they can't properly assist soldiers. Conservatives are asking our soldiers to come home from fighting for their country only to have to fight with their own government to get the support that they need. What is this minister doing to immediately rectify this disgraceful situation?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, there wouldn't be a Joint Personnel Support Unit without the support of this government, Mr. Speaker. This was opposed all the way through by the NDP, Mr. Speaker. Yes, it was, Mr. Speaker. If they are so interested, Mr. Speaker, in supporting veterans and supporting the men and women in uniform, Mr. Speaker, why don't they get on board with all the efforts that are made on this side of the House? That's not what they did now, and when they supported the Liberals who did nothing for the men and women in uniform. He should explain that.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Carpentier. The Conservatives talk a lot, but they don't do much. They are plainly letting down Canadian soldiers injured in the line of duty. The Joint Personnel Support Unit is the government's major program to help wounded Canadian Forces members, but the Ombudsman found serious problems with the program in terms of staff and training. Our soldiers deserve better. Will the Minister immediately implement the Ombudsman's recommendations to ensure that injured soldiers get all of the help they need?
Honourable Minister of
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the Joint Personnel Support Unit didn't even exist, Mr. Speaker, before this government took office, Mr. Speaker. We have made it a priority, Mr. Speaker. That is something very, very different from when the Liberals were in office, cheered on and supported by the NDP, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud of the fact that we have made this a priority, and we are going to continue to do so, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt.
It's clear, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives couldn't care less about our injured veterans just before they were to be released from the armed forces and qualify for their pension. Last week, we asked the Minister about Corporal David Hawkins. He couldn't care less. That's right. Today, Corporal Hawkins wants to know, and I quote, what are the Minister's intentions in terms of retaining injured soldiers to allow them to get their 10-year pension? Answer the Corporal.
Order. I'll allow the Honourable Minister of National Defence to answer the question. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we thank Corporal Hawkins for his service and sacrifice to this country. Before being released, members of the Canadian Armed Forces work with the military on a transition plan. Mr. Speaker, I wish he would answer the question. He's so interested in the affairs of the men and women in uniform. Why didn't he speak up all those years during the decade of darkness when the Liberals did nothing to help these people? Why? Let's get him to speak. Answer that.
Order. The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, only $18.4 million of the $65 million in the last budget for the last post fund will ever actually be spent to help veterans with their funeral costs, while the vast majority of veterans don't qualify for help because of the Conservatives. So what's the real reason for putting a fake number in the budget for veterans' funerals? Is it to free up funds for the propaganda budget within the PMO? Or is it that the Prime Minister couldn't care less about honouring veterans?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's utter rubbish indeed. Assuming that the member actually read the budget officer's report, I invite him to take a read of his quote. In addition to the increased reimbursement for Canadian veterans' families for funeral expenses under the new program, rules additional expenses like ceremonial services and transportation costs are now eligible. And Mr. Speaker, the truth be known, we have one of the best programs available to veterans and their families, and that member and his party, Mr. Speaker, have consistently not supported us.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the Fisheries Act is to protect fish habitat from destruction. But after the Conservatives gutted the Act, the only species covered are the ones humans eat. 80% of freshwater fish species are no longer protected, Mr. Speaker. Why are the Conservatives ignoring Canadians' concerns? Why are they putting our environment at risk for future generations?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite the opposition's claims, our changes to the Fisheries Act actually strengthens the protection for fish. We're focusing more of our time and resources on projects that could have an impact on commercial, recreation, or Aboriginal fisheries, which are so important to so many of our rural communities, Mr. Speaker. Our changes also make penalties tougher to punish those people who actually break the law by causing serious harm to fisheries.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Île-de-Madeleine. This is obviously both bad faith. Mr. Speaker, with the new version of the Fisheries Act, the Conservatives have shown that they have no interest in protecting marine ecosystems and marine life. Only fish species that people eat are protected. The rest, the Conservatives could care less. I've got some news for them. That's not how an ecosystem works. Will they restore the Act so that all fish species are protected? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, these changes are another step in our government's commitment to cut red tape and to protect Canadian fisheries, Mr. Speaker. Our changes make penalties tougher for those who break the law, and we're going to focus our time and resources on those that projects that could have an impact on the fisheries that are important to the rural areas of Canada and whose people livelihoods depend upon them.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With Remembrance Day only a week away, I'm sure we've all reflected on those who made the ultimate sacrifice in service to Canada. From the War of 1812 to the present day in Afghanistan, men and women in uniform have stood up to defend the values that, as Canadians, we continue to hold so very dear. I just wish that honourable member agreed. Would the Minister of Veterans Affairs please update this House on any activities he has planned to remember those who gave their lives so that we may live ours in peace and security? Good question. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
I thank the honourable member not only for his service to Canada, but also being an honourable veteran as he is. This Remembrance Day, I stand shoulder to shoulder with every member in this place to pay tribute and to remember those who gave their lives in the service of Canada. All members are invited to a parliamentary remembrance ceremony tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. at the National War Memorial, and I hope many of you will attend. Canadians know one thing for sure. Canadian veterans helped shape our great country, and those who lost their lives deserve our absolute respect and must always be remembered. Lest we forget, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the weekend, the Prime Minister said that he couldn't care less what Canadians think of him or his government. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this also applies to Canadian...
Order. 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 The honourable member for Labrador has the floor. Well, order. We need a little bit of order. The honourable member for Labrador.
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this also applies to Canadian correctional officers who are also being ignored by the Prime Minister. Even though violent episodes in our prisons has increased by 33% since 2010, putting the lives of our correctional officers in danger. I ask, Mr. Speaker, why is the Prime Minister, why could he not care less about protecting our correctional officers in this country?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the excellent work done by the staff at Corrections Canada. They have the people who threaten our society behind bars, and they will continue to do their work. Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the current Infrastructure Investment Fund expires at the end of the year. Although the government announced the creation of a new fund in the last budget, that is 7 months ago, the details have still not been provided. When will the minister finalize the umbrella agreement so that the application process can finally start? Honourable Minister. We announced this in the last budget. It is a very important infrastructure, in fact, the largest in the history of the country. Of course, the parameters are being established. They're including the reimbursement of the gas tax. The provinces and territories have been met with, and in the next few weeks and months, we will continue to work with them.
The Honourable Member from Desneth, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past few years, head injuries have dominated the sports headlines. Concussions suffered by a young athlete or a child's accident while playing hockey can take an emotional toll on families and communities. As a hockey dad to a son named Kobe that plays goal, I know firsthand that safety is a priority for our children when playing sports. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health please inform this House what our government is doing to prevent and treat these serious injuries for children and youth?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I'd like to thank that hardworking dad and member of Parliament for Mississippi Churchill River for that important question. As the mom to a young and active boy who has suffered a serious concussion, I know that head injuries are something that many parents are concerned about. And that's why I'm pleased to report that today our government announced $4.3 million for 19 new research projects across Canada. These projects will focus on preventing, diagnosing, and treating concussions. And these research projects will focus on kids.
Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. A well-integrated Montreal family, the Gasparics, received a deportation notice from Canada for today. Their young son is seriously ill, and according to his doctor, it is inconceivable that he should be made to take the plane to go back to Hungary. What is more disturbing is that no doctor at Immigration Canada took the time to examine this young boy. Will the minister, does he know about this case, and will he overturn the decision? The Honourable Minister. Speaker, I want to reassure the member that we have professionals and working in an immigration system that works well. 250,000 immigrants come to Canada every year. Obviously, people who come to Canada and do not comply with our laws, well, everybody has to obey the law. Our professionals have to make sure that people here who come here are well treated, but if they don't comply with the law, they have to go back to their countries. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Lamethis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the official languages Commissioner has been clear. The closing of the library at the Maurice Lamontagne Institute. This is the only Francophone library of its kind in Canada, goes against the government's obligations. Despite this decision, the minister has still not deigned to respond to written requests about complying with the law. I'm asking her now, will she comply with the Commissioner's decision and order a stop to the move? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Our users were asking for digital information, so we are accommodating that demand by expanding our digital access, Mr. Speaker, and reducing paper where possible. Our libraries will continue to deliver services in both official languages. The Commissioner has recognized that the model for DFO scientific libraries will not affect the service to the public nor the language of work for staff. The Commissioner himself says that the new organizational chart proposed by DFO shows that 3 of the 4 positions at the BIO library will be bilingual. And, Mr. Speaker, the national team's 4 positions will continue to be bilingual.
Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Lamethis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, I would invite the Minister to reread the Commissioner's decision. The government is once again using employment insurance for partisan purposes. It has robbed billions of dollars from the fund to help reduce corporate taxes, but it is doing nothing to help seasonal workers across Quebec. The Conservatives have even found a way to legalize their scheme by abolishing the Employment Insurance Financing Board, which was supposed to be there to see that premiums were properly set. When will the government stop misusing this money? Mr. Speaker, I don't really think that I heard a question, so perhaps the member could come up with something a bit more coherent, and I will try to answer it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A week from today, the 19th Conference of the Parties on Climate will open in Warsaw. 2 months ago, I wrote the Minister of Environment to inquire if she intended to return to the traditional practice of having our delegation represent Canada and not just the Conservative Party. This close to the opening date, I assume the answer to that question is no. So I want to ask her, will Canada remain committed to the targets the Prime Minister adopted in 2009 in Copenhagen? Will we still remain committed to 607 megatons by 2020 and financing for mitigation and adaptation to developing countries?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to working with our international partners to address climate change. We've contributed $1.2 billion to developing countries so that they can reduce emission and adapt to changes. We're also a founding member of an international coalition taking actions to reduce pollutants like black carbon. I look forward to meeting with my international counterparts to continue to take action to addressing climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That concludes question period for today. I would like to draw the attention of honourable members to the presence in the gallery of Mr. Yokuya Amano, Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency. Tabling of documents, dépôt des documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports of interparliamentary delegations.
Introduction of private members' bills. Premier lecture du projet de loi d'intérêt public éminent.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The honourable member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to present a petition from my constituents of beautiful Langley. They highlight that CBC revealed that ultrasounds are being used in Canada to tell the sex of the unborn child so that if it's a girl, the pregnancy will end. 92% of Canadians believe that sex-selective pregnancy termination should be made illegal. Mr. Speaker, they're calling on all members of Parliament to condemn this practice. They've also highlighted that the Conservative Party's policy is that this be condemned. Encourage the members opposite to also condemn this practice. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Like Canadians from coast to coast to coast, my constituents on Hamilton Mountain are profoundly worried about the Senate expense scandal, and they're also worried about the fact that there is no place for an unelected, unaccountable Senate in our democracy. They believe that the $92.5 million per year that it costs to run this archaic institution would be better spent elsewhere, and that appointed senators, especially those who abuse their privileges, do not represent the interests or values of Canadians. As a result, Mr. Speaker, this petition, signed by hundreds of people in my riding, call on the Government of Canada to abolish the unelected, unaccountable Senate once and for all.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to table 3 petitions from constituents in Guelph and other concerned Canadians on the ratification of the UN Migrant Workers Convention. The petition recognizes the important role that thousands of temporary foreign and seasonal labourers play every year in Canada's workforce, performing necessary work, consuming local goods and services, and paying taxes. Petitioners are concerned that the workers are vulnerable to exploitation, abuse, and unsafe or substandard working conditions. They state that the United Nations developed a Migrant Workers Convention to address these vulnerabilities, entitled the International Convention on the Protection of the Rights of All Migrant Workers and Members of their Families, and that it entered into force on July 1, 2003. The petitioners call on the Government of Canada to ratify the International Convention on the Protection of the Rights of All Migrant Workers and Members of their Families, which they have failed to do for the last 10 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition from a number of people from across this country who are concerned with Lyme disease in Canada. They are concerned with a number of things, Mr. Speaker, one of which is that numerous peer-reviewed scientific studies have warned that a warming climate will expand the geographic range of Lyme disease, carrying ticks further into Canada, including a 2012 paper by Leighton et al., which states that over 80% of the population in eastern and central Canada could be living in areas of risk of Lyme disease by the year 2020. They're asking the government, Mr. Speaker, to convene a national conference with provincial and territorial health ministers, representatives of the medical community, and patients groups for the purpose of developing a national strategy that work towards ensuring the recognition, timely diagnosis, and effective treatment of Lyme disease in Canada.
The honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition signed by thousands of Canadians who call the practice of shark finning, and the results estimate 73 million. In fact, it's now upwards of 100 million sharks a year are being killed for their fins alone, and over 1/3 of all shark species are threatened with extinction as a result of shark finning. And they call that measures must be taken to stop the global practice of shark finning and to ensure the responsible conservation management of all sharks. And they call on the Government of Canada to immediately legislate a ban on the importation of shark fin to Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 petitions today. One is from constituents of Kingston and the Islands who are concerned about the risk posed by genetically modified alfalfa, and they call upon Parliament to impose a moratorium on the release of genetically modified alfalfa in order to allow a proper review of the impact on farmers in Canada. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from constituents, again, from Kingston and the Islands, who call upon the Government of Canada to refrain from all further tax-supported advertising by the federal government that goes beyond providing factual information for compliance or access to government programs, and to reduce the expenditure on communications to the level it was when this government took over in 2006, and finally to redirect all that extra money being put towards communications, to redirect that towards frontline service for Canadians, which has been cut. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Constituents of Etobicoke Centre and Ukrainian diaspora in Canada widely, who are grateful to the Government of Canada for, of course, recognizing the Holodomor as a great famine in the world and as a crime against the Ukrainian people and crime against humanity, and of course are recognizing the internment operations against the Ukrainian community during the First World War, and of course our funding for the Museum of Human Rights in Winnipeg. And they call upon Parliament to support that the Holodomor and the first internment operations are prominently displayed at the Canadian Museum for Human Rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Every Canadian has a right to a good night's sleep. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, as you know, many communities in Canada, unfortunately, railway operations, shunting, coupling, decoupling, idling at high speeds mean in many places in this country, residents are unable to get a good night's sleep. That's the case in the Westminster Quay area of New Westminster, Mr. Speaker, and I'm tabling a petition today which is from nearly 100 residents of that area, Westminster Quay and New Westminster, who are saying to the government, look, there needs to be amendments brought in to ensure that railways cannot operate simply with any operations they want at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, particularly in railway yards that are in areas of high urban density. So, Mr. Speaker, those petitioners from New Westminster, BC, call on the Government of Canada to support the NDP Bill C-393, the Railway Noise and Vibration Control Act, which would prohibit railway companies from engaging in extremely noisy rail yard activities in high-density residential areas between the hours of 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. Monday to Friday and on weekends, Mr. Speaker. And we hope certainly that the government will support these residents and all Canadians who want a good night's sleep.
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Je prends la parole aujourd'hui de présenter deux pétitions.
It is my honor today to present two petitions. The first has to do with pipelines, especially with regard to Enbridge's proposal.
Nelson and Parksville, and they call on the current government to cease and desist from promoting the project and allow for a full investigation. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, relates to issues of the criminal justice system. It's primarily signed by residents of Saanich Gulf Islands, from Saanachton and from the islands of Saturna and Main Island. And they particularly point out that we're lacking facilities that we critically need. For instance, on Vancouver Island, there is no remand facility. There is no correctional facility for women while they wait for trials. And this poses a huge burden on families. So in asking for this government, these petitioners ask for special attention to ensure that correctional facilities are reviewed right across Canada, particularly in light of the additional burden created by mandatory minimum sentences.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
I would like to present two petitions. The first one pertains to support for a national urban worker strategy. This petition in particular is signed by many university students concerned about graduating into a job market where jobs that come with a pension, benefits, and job security are all but scarce for young people. In fact, many young people are ending up working for free for much too long. This petition urges the government to support my national urban worker strategy. The second petition I have, Mr. Speaker, flows from our initiative to get this government to weigh in and stop the extra fees that customers are being charged when they get their bill in the mail, their paper bill. We were pleased to hear the throne speech that said that the government was going to end pay-to-pay fees. This petition demands that this happen, and we look forward to hearing when that happens.
The honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I have here a petition. The petitioners are calling upon Parliament to impose a moratorium on the release of genetically modified alfalfa.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Wanafuca.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm tabling two of the many petitions circulating in my riding, which now have approximately 1,800 signatures, that call on the government to reopen the Centre of the Universe at the Astrophysical Observatory in Saanich. The petitioners cite the many years that the Centre of the Universe has provided students, families, and amateur astronomers opportunities to explore space, and the role the facility and staff have played in inspiring the next generation of Vancouver Island scientists. The petitioners call on the Government of Canada through the National Research Council to restore the funding for the operations of the Centre of the Universe Interpretive Centre that closed in August after 100% of its funding was cut. Residents in my riding of Esquimalt-Wanafuca know that if the Centre of the Universe remains closed, public education, space science, and astrophysical research will be profoundly impacted. They are waiting for a response from the government on this petition.
The honourable member for Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are many petitions here calling on the government to play its role, respecting its jurisdiction over fracking, hydraulic fracking, with respect to the disclosure, the mandatory disclosure of chemical products contained therein. That's the role of the federal government. At present, there are studies that have been conducted, the federal government has commissioned, but they have not come in, and nothing is being done with respect to mandatory disclosure. Companies are prepared to do so. It's time for the government to play the role that it is supposed to be playing with respect to fracking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
That agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-3. Safeguarding Canada's Seas and Skies Act.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to finish off my comments on the Bill C-3. That's an act to enact the Aviation Industry Indemnity Act, to amend the Aeronautics Act, the Canadian Marine Act, and the Marine Liability Act, and the Canada Shipping Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Just to put the context for this debate going ahead, Speaker, in my last period of time speaking on this, I talked about the fact that, well, the Marine Liability Act amendments are important. They're really not what we're looking for from this government in terms of protection of marine areas. We're looking, liability implies problems. It implies accidents. What we're looking for are regulations, enforcement. We're looking for investment in Coast Guard around this country to prevent and to alleviate accidents before they happen, to ensure that what we're doing in our marine areas are the very safest for Canadians, for protection of the environment, protection of people, protection of property. Those are things that come first. Liability is important, but it simply does not give the protections that we're looking for. And this government, in its past budgets, has cut Coast Guard stations, including the Coast Guard station in my riding in Inuvik, where the station that was in place for many, many years has now been removed. We don't have a Coast Guard response capability in Inuvik. We have companies looking at investing hundreds of millions of dollars in offshore oil and gas drilling in this region. We have the same thing occurring in the Alaska region. We have no capacity for oil spill remediation. That doesn't exist for us in the Arctic to any degree. And in fact, the scientific ability of anyone to extract oil from ice-covered waters has not been proven yet to the satisfaction of those that look into these matters. So what we have is a situation where, in fact, we're making the area more hazardous by less investment in infrastructure in that region. And that is a problem moving forward. This Conservative government has said over and over again, we're interested in exploiting the resources of the Arctic. We want to move ahead with economic development in the Arctic. We want to see the wealth of the Arctic being exploited. Well, let's start with taking care of the Arctic, making sure that the regulations for shipping are in place, make sure that we're conducting ourselves by investing in infrastructure that can deal with the issues that come forward in the future. Surely, Mr. Speaker, as we increase the risk for companies working in an area, we should respond with the kind of protection that can reduce the liability that people are going to suffer from accidents, because we have some way of dealing with the accidents. That's not the case now. We've got cruise ships moving through the Arctic, where if we have a problem in the Arctic with a cruise ship, we have no way to deal with it. We have increased traffic through the Northwest Passage, through a passage that has never been charted properly, that we don't know where the rocks are, and we're putting ships through there now. So when are the accidents going to happen? Soon enough. What is liability going to do to protect the environment? What is liability going to mean to the people of the Arctic? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de la Salle.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks here in the House, especially because he is very knowledgeable. He knows the area he's speaking about. He knows it intrinsically. And what he's reminded us is that it's better to prevent accidents than to have to respond to them. Now, I'd like him to elaborate on the changes that are being proposed, or in fact the changes that are occurring in the North. I'd like him to tell us just how essential it is for Canada to have in place significant measures for prevention, to prevent accidents, instead of simply talking about what we need to do after the fact.
Certain Arctic. Well, certainly in the Arctic today, there is a pressure for development. There's no doubt about that. And that development has been encouraged by this government through the granting of offshore leases over very large areas of the Beaufort Sea. Drilling and exploration is taking place in other areas of the Arctic as well. And we can look off the coast of Greenland, where we deal with our neighbors in Greenland who are also permitting drilling in very, very hazardous waters. What we need in the Arctic, right across the whole circumpolar Arctic, are agreements about how to proceed with this type of work, so that ahead of time we've got agreements in place, we've got international arrangements for, and we've moved through the Scandinavians working on the Arctic Council, we've moved forward with emergency measures coordination. We also need to coordinate on regulation that can deal with how we develop offshore resources, if we're going to go in that direction. And this government seems to be very bent to make that happen. So we've got a situation where we've got a government that's pushing ahead with development, but is not taking proper care of the intrinsic nature of protection of the environment that is required to make that development safe.
Questions and comments, questions and commentary. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the point that the member from the Western Arctic was just making, that the government should be investing its time and energy right now in making sure that it does a proper job at protecting the environment, protecting the coastline in the north and the oceans and the lakes and so on. And he'll know, because I was up to visit him this summer, and we learned from some of the co-management boards that the Department of Fisheries and Oceans now, as a result of changes to the Fisheries Act, no longer are involved in vetting development applications. It's now the proponents that do the science and provide the evidence as to whether or not a particular development is going to have an adverse effect. The Department of Fisheries and Oceans is no longer there. So the government is really tying its hands behind its back because of these changes in terms of their ability to protect the environment. I wondered if the member could again speak a bit to his concerns about this happening.
The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question because it really gets to the nub of it. We can't simply use liability as the way to deal with companies working in these conditions offshore and in the marine conditions around Canada, for that matter, as well. We need to provide a network of regulation, infrastructure, policy that can ensure that what's happening in our marine waters is happening in the best possible fashion. And that will also require international cooperation. We need to put that together. In the Arctic, we have the opportunity now with the Arctic Council to do that, and I certainly hope that the minister who is sitting as chair of the Arctic Council will push forward with safe shipping practices for the Arctic. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Gaspésie,
The honourable member for Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleagues. I'm pleased to have an opportunity to make a short speech. Today I'll be sharing my time with the member for Charlevoix, Montmorency, Côte-Nord. The legislation we're debating today is the Act entitled Safeguarding Canada's Seas and Skies Act, and it will amend 5 different pieces of legislation. The Aviation Industry Indemnity Act, the Aeronautics Act, the Canada Marine Act, the Marine Liability Act, and the 2001 Canada Shipping Act. If I may, I'd like to focus on the maritime aspects in my remarks. Now let's start with the name of the Act, Safeguarding Canada's Seas and Skies Act. It focused on protecting the seas and the skies, but we need to focus more clearly. I think that they've missed the boat, if I may put it that way, in this case. On our side of the House, we're prepared to support this bill at second reading, just so that we can have a good debate when it goes to committee. We had already proposed a debate in special committee before second reading, because we wanted to have legislation that really would, in fact, protect coastal communities and marine environments. However, in the way the bill is currently worded, it contains a number of flaws. Now, I'd like to point out something that is of great concern to the people in my area, in the Lower St. Lawrence. It talks about responsibility for shippers if there's an oil spill of the order of 10,000 tons or more. Well, 10,000 tons. Well, normally people talk in terms of barrels. There are other ways of measuring amounts, but here there's talk of 10,000 tons. Well, 10,000 tons represents, for people who are interested, 75,000 barrels. 10,000 tons represents a fraction, a very small amount, of the oil that oil companies that oil tankers that transport oil in the St. Lawrence. They have 150,000 tons on board, not 10,000. So 150,000 tons, a spill of that magnitude, would be devastating to the Lower St. Lawrence area, and I'd like to come back to that in a few minutes. But 10,000 tons is insufficient. The bill must take into account the fact that in no way, shape, or form does it go far enough to protect maritime zones and coastal communities that depend on those regions. With 10,000 tons, well, let me give you an example. We had an example in 1970. An Irving tanker, the Irving Whale, went down. It sunk off the coast of the Magdalen Islands. The Irving Whale had 800 tons rather on it, compared to one today, which would be carrying 150,000 tons. Today, 33 years later, or 43 years later rather, we are still seeing oil show up on the beaches of the Magdalen Islands. Every year, we have to clean up the oil. We're constantly cleaning up oil from the spill with only 800 tons. Now, the Exxon Valdez, which still hasn't been cleaned up, represented a 40,000-ton spill. 40,000. That was in '89, and it was considered a huge amount. Today, we're only talking about protection for 10,000 tons. And I need to point out that the Exxon Valdez still hasn't been cleaned up completely, the damage and the spill. So it's simply insufficient to talk about 10,000 tons. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to focus on some other aspects of the Act and other proposals that we'd like to make. Now, responsibility or liability would only be taken into account for 10,000 tons. They would be, these oil companies would be, or the transportation companies would have to clean up or place money into a fund. Now, I'd like to highlight something quite interesting with respect to the indemnification fund for oil spills. In '93, the fund represented $400 million. $400 million in the fund. When the Gulf of Mexico had, there was a spill in the Gulf of Mexico, it took $40 billion to clean it up. Today, we've got a $400 million fund. The legislation is simply telling oil transportation companies that if they spill 10,000 tons, if they've got money to put into the fund, they can simply deposit it there, and someone else will clean up the mess. Well, that's all fine and well, but the Commissioner of the Environment, at the start of the year, in the last report, prior to the elimination of the position by the Conservatives, in their race to eliminate environmental protection in this country, pointed out the fact that the Coast Guard doesn't have the capacity to clean up a spill if one were to occur. Now, as my colleague said recently, in the Arctic, we have no ability to clean it up. There's some capacity on the west coast, a little bit, but on the east coast, according to the Commissioner of the Environment, the capacity is lacking. On the east and west coasts, in the north and in the east primarily, but in the west as well, to some degree, winter is an issue. If there's an oil spill in the winter when there is ice, well, I'm not even sure what kind of technology could be used to clean up the spill. I hope that the Conservatives are going to be talking about some technology for cleanups of that nature when this bill goes to committee, because I'm very interested in learning about that. Because to date we don't have the technology, or the capacity rather, to clean it up. The Commissioner of the Environment warned us about the fact that the government isn't in a position to clean up a major spill. Now, this area will simply grow in Canada, transportation of hydrocarbons, but can we use best practices? Can we clean up a major spill? We can't jeopardize the industries that already exist in that area. In the Lower St. Lawrence, for example, there's the tourism industry, the fisheries industry, and it's been suffering considerably, in fact, since the late 90s. Now, we can't allow an oil spill to take place, especially if we can't clean it up, if we don't have the capabilities to do so. Even if the transportation company can pay money into the fund, the question remains, what will we do with the oil that's in the sea? It has to be cleaned up. The legislation talks about, well, in fact, it talks about inviting other organizations to come in if the Coast Guard can't do the cleanup. non-governmental organizations.
What organizations are we talking about? These NGOs. Where is that capacity? Once again, we can't just throw money at a problem. It has to give results. We have to be able to clean up the oil, and we don't have that capability. We need to take the time to look at this realistically. What do we do in a worst-case scenario? Mr. Speaker, it is entirely foreseeable that there will be an accident. Eventually, it will happen. It's not just a theoretical problem. It will eventually happen. It is foreseeable, and right now we can't do the cleanup. I would invite all members here to think about it, because people along our coast depend on the marine ecosystems. What will they do if the beach is covered with oil? What will they do for a living if the species that they deal with are covered in oil? The geese in places where there is an oil slick are often at risk because people don't have the ability to clean them properly. So we have species at risk. We need to think about if the maritime areas deserve the protection of the government, then we have major improvements to do to this bill.
Then comments, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for going through some of the history that we've had and the large liability issues. I just want to ask if he wouldn't agree with me that this bill, which is being referred to as Safeguarding Canada's Seas and Skies Act, is fundamentally not about any kind. It was referred to in the media as having a new tanker regime. It's none of those things. It's the Part 4, that's the only part that actually deals with anything operational, merely brings into legal effect the International Convention on Liability and Compensation for Damage in connection with the carriage of hazardous and noxious substances by sea, 2010. In other words, the current administration signed a treaty, and it's waited till almost 4 years later to make the statutory changes that make the treaty work. I agree with him that there's much more that can be done, but this has got to be one of the most overblown titles for any act. The skies part isn't about pollution. It's about technical changes to the Aeronautics Act. So I ask my colleague for his comments.
The honourable member for Gaspésie-Île-de-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I quite agree with my colleague. This government has a great deal of difficulty complying with international agreements, and we can at least be happy that they are putting this into legislation. It has taken them far too long, 4 years, and I quite agree with my colleague, the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. This bill can certainly be improved in major ways. Protecting the government does not seem to be a priority for this government. Their concern seems to be, how can we transport hydrocarbons without having environmental regulations interfere? This is what has happened in other cases. We're not protecting 98% of our rivers and other waterways. We should perhaps have a fund to help with cleanup, but we still don't have the ability to do it properly. Questions and comments, the honourable member for Abitibi James Nunavik EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, the member for Gaspésie-Île-de-Madeleine, for his remarks. Like him, I have a huge riding that has a lot of coastline along the James Bay, Hudson Bay, Ungava Bay regions, and my constituents are quite concerned about the risks of pollution. There are also social impacts. Perhaps more importantly, still is the survival of coastal communities. The economic survival might well be threatened by an oil spill, as my colleague has mentioned. Does he feel that the provisions in this bill are too weak? I would like him to elaborate a little bit about the aspects for the economy of communities along the coast. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Île-de-Madeleine. I would like to thank my colleague. I know he works very hard in his riding, and he certainly has probably heard the same thing as I have, that is, that people along the coast are very concerned about the protection of marine species, of the coastline, and this bill does nothing to reassure us. In our region, tourism is a very important part of the economy. The region depends on the shared resource represented by the Gulf of St. Lawrence, the islands, the Appalachian Mountains in the Gaspé Peninsula, and these are resources that are at risk every time we talk about shipping more oil. Clearly, oil tankers exist. We can't do without them, but we have to have better regulations. We need to make sure that we protect our coastline better. Communities along the coast that have talked to my office have been very clear in saying that they want increased protection. Unfortunately, the Conservative government keeps going in the other direction. It is withdrawing from the whole area of regulation, and people expect better. Resuming debate. If the Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if I understood correctly. Did my colleague say that the Conservative government is concerned about the costs to businesses of regulations, but not concerned about the social aspects? We can think about the needs of francophones and about fisheries and oceans and so on. I find that a bit difficult to hear. I would also like to speak to Bill C-3, which is the act to amend the aviation industry. This is the Aviation Industry Indemnity Act and amends other acts. This brings some changes that are improved compared with what the government did last session. We think that the bill needs to be broadened in its scope. We are prepared to make real changes that will improve provisions. Unfortunately, we made that proposal and the government rejected our proposal. It is sad to see that the legislators that are responsible for Canadians' safety and well-being are only here on this side of the House and not on the government side. If there are any, they are muzzled on the Conservative side. Why? It's because of the party fundraisers. Part 5, and this is the part that I'm going to concentrate on in the bill, there are 5 major bills that are changing. Amends the Canada Shipping Act 2001, and it deals with changes to shipping and the need to provide plans to the minister. The government, rather the NDP, is prepared to commit to not having oil spills, and the government is not prepared to do that. The government will not implement the regulations that we would need to do so. It is increasingly difficult to think that Canadians' concerns are being taken into account seriously. The government is not taking air or maritime safety seriously. The Canadian Coast Guard has been cut back, as well as environmental emergency plans. It is one thing to increase requirements, but we have to take our responsibilities as well. The Conservatives closed the St. John Center, and they still want to close the Quebec City Maritime Center. It's the only francophone body in Eastern Canada. We've got other stations being closed, Rivière-au-Renard, for example. Bill C-3 is an attempt to cut down on the safety standards. The standards are relatively weak when we look at the risks that would be involved in any closure because of an oil spill. The St. Lawrence Gulf is one of the most dangerous areas, and on the river as well, we've got increasing traffic, we've got less service, in French in particular. Before, there were various call centers where people knew the area very well, but if the Quebec City Center is closed, then we will not have the services that we need, and it will be the government's responsibility. There is a study underway to look into the increase in tanker traffic. The Americans are undertaking this study, and they take their responsibilities seriously. But this government is doing the opposite. They are saying everything is fine, despite the predicted increases in tanker traffic. There would be a loss of thousands of jobs if there were ever to be an oil spill. And this was said by an American senator. What the NDP wants is for Bill C-3 to really improve tanker safety. The government should have taken the opportunity to stop the cuts and restore the funding that was recently cut. Among the measures that the NDP would like to see in a Marine Safety Act would be to reverse the closure of the Coast Guard services, including the Kitsilano Coast Guard Station, and to reestablish the communication services, including in Vancouver and St. John's, reverse the closing of the BC emergency services, reduce the cuts in funding to research, to cancel the cuts to the environmental emergency services for oil spills in Newfoundland and BC, restore the capacity to deal with oil spills as was recommended by the Environment Commissioner. We need to have domestic expertise to deal with major oil spills and the regulations that would help with this. I'm a little lost in my text here. We need an independent regulatory agency to deal with these matters. We need to work in cooperation with the Americans. We can look at what can be done with our American counterparts. What do the super tankers need to be as safe as possible? The Coast Guard should conduct a study in cooperation with the United States, to see what would be the impact of increased hacker traffic. We need also to examine the pollution created by oil tankers rather than just have reduced measures for following these, for monitoring. There has been reduced ability in BC to monitor. There is no written agreement. We need to have First Nations communities, regions, tourism, and fisheries and other organizations involved. 75% of British Columbians are in favor of increased safety measures. I would add, Mr. Speaker, that everything we are asking for is of concern to First Nations. They are very concerned by what is happening at the Coast Guard, at Fisheries and Oceans, in Quebec, the Gaspé region, the Maritimes, and the far north. The impact of an oil tanker spill in the St. Lawrence River, in the Gulf, given the particular characteristics of the estuary, would be disastrous. There would be rapid spread of the oil, and there would be a huge impact on fisheries, tourism, and other industries. The Conservatives should think about this. They should look at what has happened and what could happen. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pointe-de-L'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would first like to point out to the Conservatives that people watching us today might note that the Conservatives are not asking any questions about legislation that their own government has introduced, so people can realize how the Conservatives act. They refuse to debate their own legislation. This is what we have to deal with almost every day here in the House of Commons. I have a question for my colleague. After destroying the regulations, doing away with consultation, having closed the Quebec Maritime Center and reduced other funding, what are people in Quebec, in his constituency, telling him about this government's conduct and approach? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My riding has 350 kilometers of coastline in Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. So this affects many people in my constituents. When I meet people from the Coast Guard and fisheries, then there was a shifting of the funding in some cases to an auxiliary service, an emergency service, but in some cases they can't go out unless the tide is high because the dock at the wharf at low tide does not permit them to use their ships. There are a lot of pleasure craft. There are a lot of rivers that flow into the St. Lawrence that are particularly difficult to navigate. So there are a lot of calls that come in. People visiting Quebec, maybe from elsewhere, they can't, they speak French and they need the help. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Les Aliments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I'm quite familiar with his riding. As he mentioned, the riding is located along the St. Lawrence River, and it's a very beautiful part of Quebec, but maybe not as nice as the riding of La Salle-Mare, but nevertheless, it's a beautiful region. So I would like him to speak to the importance of the St. Lawrence River in his riding, not only for the beauty of this riverway, but I would like him to speak to the importance of the river for the regional economy, and as it relates to the bill we are studying now. The member for Montmorency, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the St. Lawrence River is first and foremost a heritage river. It lies at the basis of the development of our communities. That's where communities establish themselves along the river. Even today, it plays an important role in the community. Fishing is an important activity in my riding, and it's also a great tourist draw. The landscape, the mountains are so beautiful. The estuary of the river, it attracts many people. A lot of whale watchers go to Tadoussac, which in fact has an international reputation. So again, it's a huge tourist draw. And this would come to an end if ever there was an oil spill. It would greatly affect the environment as well. Where the Saguenay flows into the St. Lawrence is a major feeding ground for marine mammals, and there is an exceptional flora as well in that area. So imagine if there was an oil spill either in the Gulf or in the estuary. These regions would be affected by an oil spill, so we need very good regulation to protect both that economy but also the land. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand and speak for a few moments on Bill C-3. I want to commend my colleague, the member from Shefford, for his comments. He and I have worked together on the fisheries, on the oceans. I know that he is deeply concerned about these issues as they impact his constituents, and has worked very hard and continues to work very hard in their interests. Let me speak for a few moments. It's interesting, the title of Bill C-3, Protecting Our Seas and Skies. Let me just say that, once again, the Conservatives are all talk and very little action. While members have indicated we will be supporting this bill, moving it to second reading, it's only because it makes very, very modest improvements. I want to speak for a few moments during my time about the need for us to do a better job of protecting our oceans, Mr. Speaker. Jacques-Yves Cousteau once said, and I quote, "For most of history, man has had to fight nature to survive. In this century, he is beginning to realize that in order to survive, he must protect it." Unquote. Mr. Speaker, today that means protecting our oceans from ourselves. Before I go any further, I want to indicate that I'll be sharing my time from the member from Quebec. Canada, Mr. Speaker, is the steward of more than 7.1 million square kilometres of ocean and the world's longest coastline, stretching over 244,000 kilometres across 3 oceans, and yet we remain grossly unprepared for disasters off our shores. This bill, as I said, contains only modest improvements in marine security at best and does very little to respond to Canada's lack of preparedness for oil or chemical spills. My NDP colleagues and I take the protection of our oceans very seriously, and that's why we propose to broaden the scope of this bill to make real comprehensive changes to protect our coasts. Not surprisingly, the members opposite the Conservative government rejected our proposal. You know, fair to say that Canada in many ways has been lucky to date that we have not had a significant spill off our coasts, because over 20 years of reports have told us that we are simply not ready. In 1990, the Brandon Smith report came out regarding tanker safety and marine spills response capabilities following the 1989 Exxon Valdez disaster. Mr. Speaker, this report had three major findings. Number one, Canada did not have the capability to respond effectively to a spill regardless of where in the country it was. Number two, based on tanker traffic, Canada could expect over 100 spills of various degrees every year, with a significant spill once every 15 years. In reality, this number was greatly underestimated, because between 2007 and 2009 alone, a total of 4,160 spills of oil, chemicals, and other pollutants were reported. And number three, the risk of spills was highest in eastern Canada. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? These findings are nearly the same as those identified in the 2010 report of the Commission of the Environment and Sustainable Development. The Commissioner in this report found that while Transport Canada and DFO have carried out risk assessments related to oil spills, they can provide no assurance that the federal government is ready to respond effectively to a spill. He also identified that eastern Canada remains most vulnerable for a spill. The Deepwater Horizon incident in 2010 resulted in an estimated 4.9 million barrels of oil being spilled into the Gulf of Mexico, Mr. Speaker, and it's estimated to cost $40 billion to clean up over an unknown number of years. This disaster needs to remind us of how quickly an oil disaster can occur and how costly the cleanup can be. In Canada, we currently only have, listen to this, a liability cap of $40 million. Now, while the Conservatives have committed, back in June they committed to increase this cap to only $1 billion, or to $1 billion. We've yet to see any action on that. And frankly, you can appreciate the fact that $1 billion, if we had a spill like they did in the Gulf of Mexico, would be, frankly, a fraction of the money needed to deal with the disaster. Mr. Speaker, we need real action to protect our oceans, and we need it now. Canada should be a world leader when it comes to oil spill preparedness, not a reluctant follower of international requirements. We have too much at stake. Surely we all recognize that. And too much to lose when it comes to protecting our oceans and their resources. Many of our coastal communities depend on a healthy ocean for their livelihoods. And we understand clearly that Canada's economy benefits from clean coastal resources. Mr. Speaker, I'm a member of Parliament from Nova Scotia, Dartmouth, Cole Harbour. We have a couple of big companies moving to develop resources off of our coast. There's been billions of dollars already put on the table by Shell and by BP just for the right to go out and to begin to dig. That's how confident they are of what they're going to find. We've been asking, the province of Nova Scotia has extended the moratorium on George's Banks against development, against exploration and development there. The federal government has failed to respond. All of these things are indications of the fact that this government is failing to act. It's failing to act quickly enough. I talked earlier today in question period about the changes this government has made to the Fisheries Act, the gutting to the Fisheries Act, which is putting development of natural resources over protection of our oceans and our marine life, Mr. Speaker. Members opposite know this only too well. It's going to take a disaster of the kind that I'm talking about here to bring it to their attention once and for all. I have to ask you, though, and I ask members opposite, Mr. Speaker, when we consider the reports that have been written, when we consider the science that's already been presented, that indicate to us very clearly the dangers that lie on our coasts, our 3 coasts, do they not agree that now is the time to move forward? Let's not wait for another report. Let's not wait for a disaster to bring to our attention the fact that we had the opportunity, but we didn't move quickly enough. Let's not do that, Mr. Speaker. Let's be a leader. Let's, take the opportunity at committee as we move this bill forward. Let's take the opportunity at committee to bring the expert advice in and to make the kind of changes that we advocated for before when this bill was before the House. To give it teeth, to give it a real commitment, to recognize the fact that we have to do so much more to protect our coastlines if we're going to be developing our natural resources, Mr. Speaker. Let's not wait for another disaster or a disaster. Let's not wait for another example of why it is that we need to act, whether that's in the north, as the member from the Western Arctic talked about, or my colleague from Shefford, who talked about the problem in the St. Lawrence. If we have a spill, let's move now, Mr. Speaker. I urge the government opposite, when this bill goes forward, passes second reading, goes to committee, let's make sure we take some activity to expand it, to make it more encompassing, so we can really protect our oceans once and for all. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would sincerely like to thank my colleague from Nova Scotia for his speech, because he clearly demonstrated the importance of our shorelines and our ocean for Canada. In fact, our motto is from sea to sea. And so, as my colleague said, we have to be the guardians of our coastlines and oceans. I would like him to elaborate a little more on the economic importance of our shores, including in Nova Scotia, a province which is surrounded by coasts and oceans, and to the importance, and rather to the economic importance of waters, and how protecting the environment does not go against the responsible development of our natural resources.
Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
I thank my colleague very much for the question, and I mean, she's absolutely right. It's not an either-or situation in terms of our coastline, of our environment versus natural resources, but we have to recognize the impact that developing our natural resources can have on our oceans, on our ecosystem. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we damage our ecosystem, it's going to take hundreds of years in order to get it back. We know that. That's a concern that I've raised before about the changes this government is making to the Fisheries Act. Its ability to protect fish habitat. Fish habitat is such an important part of the ecosystem. We have a major spill on either one of our coasts. It would be devastating. And unfortunately, this government is taking away the tools that it has at its disposal by the changes it's made to the Fisheries Act. It's not taking an opportunity to beef up the tools that it has through bills like Bill C3 in order to make sure that we're able to protect our coastlines, to protect our environment, to protect our ecosystem, our fish habitat, that sustained so many thousands of communities from one end of this country to the other on all three coasts, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River Marquette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the record is very clear that under this government, Canada's environmental indicators, when you look at the math opposed to as compared to the hyperbole from the other side, Canada's environment is getting better under this government's watch. I was talking to an Ontario farmer recently, and he was telling me a story that prior to the changes to our Fisheries Act, a neighbour of his was trying to clean out a drainage ditch. And of course, the DFO people in the area got wind of this, and 12 uniformed officers with flak jackets and firearms showed up in this poor farmer's field. That is what this member and this party want to bring back. Wasting money, wasting staff on non-existent problems when staff and DFO resources should be directed to areas and fisheries that people actually care about. The fish that people use recreationally, commercially, and by our Aboriginal community, that is what is important, and that is what the new Fisheries Act is focused on. Now, we know, Mr. Speaker, that the NDP opposite wants to see all natural resources development stopped, and their plan is to increase process so much that natural resource development will be stopped. My question to him is, doesn't he care about his constituents who depend on natural resource development in our country? And if he does not care, why not?
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is an indication why it is that the ecosystem, why it is our environment is in trouble at the hands of this Conservative government. Because that drainage ditch is part of the ecosystem. It's part of a watershed, Mr. Speaker, that feeds nutrients and that is very much a part of keeping our environment alive. But what's most important is the changes that this government has made to the Fisheries Act, for example, that focuses on fish that we eat or fish that we play with, means that 80% of freshwater fish species in this country are no longer protected. How can that member stand up with any kind of confidence and say that he and his government are doing a better job protecting fish, protecting the environment, protecting the ecosystem in this country?
Resuming debate. The member for Quebec City. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. After listening to my colleague, it will be difficult to top that because I think he very clearly exposed what we should know about Bill C-3. An act to enact the Aviation Industry Indemnity Act, an act to amend the Aeronautics Act, the Canada Marine Act, the Marine Liability Act, and the Canada Shipping Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. As you know, there's a lot of confusion right now between Bills C-3 and C-57. Well, we know why this is. It's because the Conservatives prorogued Parliament, and so today we have to debate bills which we had debated at the end of the previous parliamentary session. These bills have received a new number. They are back before us, and that's why there's a little bit of confusion. And I say this for our constituents who may have a bit of trouble following our work here. So the NDP has decided to support at second reading this bill because it is a modest improvement to our marine safety. Now, of course, you cannot be against virtue, so if there is a little improvement, well, we will move forward because the improvement is there and we have to move in the direction of progress, yet it is far beneath what we would want lawmakers to do and what we actually need. So, before supporting Bill C-3 at second reading, the NDP had asked for the scope to be widened by sending the bill in committee for a study which would help pinpoint how we can better protect our coastlines and how we can neutralize and even reverse bad previous decisions taken by Conservatives to close certain important marine or coastline protection offices. And this leads me to think of a bill which I care about very much, to since 2011, I had asked the government to retract its decision to close the Quebec City Marine Safety Office, the Marine Search and Rescue Office, the only bilingual search and rescue office not only in Canada but in North America. This isn't insignificant, it's very important. I also cannot help myself from saying that this center in Quebec, which was created over 35 years ago, it was created to defend the geographic knowledge, or rather to defend the people who have a great deal of knowledge about the St. Lawrence River and its shorelines. These people have a lot of expertise, which is significant. I know that for Conservatives, well, they believe that expertise is only a matter, or rather costs money, so it should be cut. However, expertise is a value added, and that's why I am concerned again that cuts are being made and we are not investing to protect our citizens, both on land and on water.
Now, when the center in Quebec was created, it was created to provide services in French, essential services as well. And those services today are threatened by this majority Conservative government, who believes they can do anything they wish. Now, in Quebec City, we also know that perfectly bilingual staff members aren't in the center. Now, when they closed the center, they split it between Halifax and Trenton from Cap Alegre. From that point, they decided to transfer those calls to Trenton from Cap Alegre. To the east, calls coming in from that point on went east. Now, the decision was made in 2011, and based on all of the logistical costs and whatnot, the attempts to find bilingual people, well, it's quite crazy because when you try to recruit people, now, you can't find experts in a Cracker Jack box. They're very difficult to find because they need years of experience. They need certain qualifications, diplomas, they need specific expertise. And at the Quebec Center, they wanted to transfer the services and they want to transfer to Trenton. They reduced or diminished, in fact, loosened the recruitment criteria. And even in Trenton, based on the most recent information I have, they still don't have the staff they need to answer the calls. Now, in Halifax, people still aren't qualified enough. And in Halifax, they had a simulation. It was last February they simulated a search and rescue, and I held a press a scrum on it, in fact, as I did. And it was deemed a regular one, and it was a failure on all fronts. Because staff was increased, however, the bilingual staff was inundated. People who thought they could provide service in both in English and French were unable to do so during the exercise, and they couldn't meet the requirements. They didn't know the St. Lawrence well enough. Even under Jacques Cartier, they had trouble navigating the St. Lawrence because the current is very strong in certain areas, but also because there are certain places that haven't been mapped yet. Some are known by people who use the St. Lawrence, but not necessarily by used or not known elsewhere. And so that's why we need the expertise of our people to have those details, because they're not always integrated into some of the navigational tools. So the failure that we saw last February on that front, despite all of that, the Conservatives have decided to go ahead. Even if we've seen one failure after another, they've still decided to transfer the services to Trenton and Halifax, even if it's no longer working after such a long period of time. We told them about this. There were no consultations either, I'd point out. No impact study before the decision was made. No minister went to the centre to provide information, to look at the situation and to see the work that's actually done on site. And I'm always surprised, despite the bill that we discuss here, be it something dealing with transportation or health or employment insurance, they don't do any impact studies. They don't consult people. They don't consult the provinces, the municipalities, and the experts in the field. No, no, no. They think that they know, and they simply go ahead with their decisions. At some point, that's very regrettable, because that's really what leads to bad decisions being made. When someone thinks that they're an expert and they can do things on their own without consultation. But there were hundreds of resolutions adopted across the country to keep the Quebec City Maritime Search and Rescue Centre open, from all kinds of first-line responders, shippers, pleasure craft operators, etc. Many municipalities, the Quebec City, in fact, the city of Quebec, outside of Quebec, in the east as well. They wanted the service and the centre to be maintained. But despite all of that, the government turned a deaf ear to all of them. Now, you can't simply, cut services and claim at the same time that you're going to be maintaining those services and say that nothing will change, because that's not true. That's not true at all. And each time I hear the Conservatives say that, it makes me mad, because it makes me realize they didn't understand a thing. Now, with respect to the Coast Guard, be it veterans, the Coast Guard, there isn't an app for that. You can't say, well, we'll just set up a website and people will use the website and everything will be done that way. No, it's not the case. We need experts. We need people who can respond, people who know the field and know the area. And I think that's what's really important, and that's what the government needs to understand. Now, in this bill, Bill C3, that's what needs to be taken into account, as within all other bills, the necessary knowledge. In conclusion, I'd like to say that clearly this bill is part of a conservative concerted effort to try to focus on transportation, but we know that transportation safety is not something the Conservatives are experts on. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty at this point to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for Quebec on ethics. Questions and comments?
Minister of State for Western Diversification.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague opposite closed talking about the need to ensure that we have a very strong regulatory framework for transportation of goods in Canada. But that's exactly what this bill does. It seeks to strengthen the regulatory framework that we had. Some of the measures that, I'm quite interested in is the fact that this bill will require oil handling facilities to notify the minister of their operations, submit their pollution and prevention emergency plans, submit notices of proposed major expansions or conversions of their facilities. These are all very good things. And they will also allow monetary penalty provisions to be expanded to Section 8 of the Canada Shipping Act, which will hopefully also allow that strengthening of the regulatory regime to happen. So I'm just wondering, I'm just wondering why my colleague opposite would not support this bill. She talks about sort of vague generalities, but with regard to these measures, these are really good things to help strengthen our regulatory framework. I'm just wondering, why specifically she would not support allowing monetary penalty provisions to be expanded to Section 8 of the Canada Shipping Act, as I didn't hear a good argument in her speech.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Well, in the NDP, what we're saying is that we need to stop cutting services to the Coast Guard, stop cutting and reducing, to have simple regulations. That's not what is working. We need to take things farther. Now, there is an increased risk of oil spills in Canadian waters, but despite that, the federal government has reduced services for communications, for maritime service, environmental services, etc., even though, according to forecasts, and this is what we'd like them to understand on the opposite side, traffic of oil tankers has tripled. It's going to triple again between now and 2016. There are projects to expand oil pipelines, and so we'll be looking at 300 to 700,000 barrels per day. That's why we need better regulations based on the pace of expansion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for her excellent speech because it shows the situation in the government. They prepare legislation without taking into account other initiatives underway. In other words, we don't have a comprehensive vision of what they're doing because, of course, the research center that they're simply closing down would be very helpful for scientists in other areas as regards safety for oil tankers that are traveling down the St. Lawrence. So I'd like my colleague to explain to us why the Conservative government has no vision and simply puts together piecemeal bills to satisfy the elite and the business community. The Honourable Member for Quebec. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. The problem, for example, with the research center in Quebec City that will be closed because the Conservatives still haven't understood that it's a bad decision that they need to reverse. Well, the problem is that they don't talk to the people involved. They're not able to listen. They can't listen to the municipalities, to the people. I'm sure they can't even listen to the members of their own party because the association, the Conservative Association from Lévis-Bellechasse, had asked them and told them to step back and reverse their decision on Quebec City. So if they can't even listen to the people in their own party, well, that means that people are really narrow-minded. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
No? Is the House ready for the question? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is my privilege now to rise and speak on this motion. And I've been following the debate as I've stood here. And the motion we're speaking on right now is C3, enact the Aviation Industry Indemnity Act, etc., etc. I'm not going to bother to read all of it. And, you know, we are actually supporting this piece of legislation, but very, very reluctantly. But, you know, as a teacher, I learned a long time ago that you absolutely have to recognize when baby steps are taken. And this is definitely a baby step on behalf of this government to do the right thing. And the reason I'm in favor of supporting this is because it is a baby step in the right direction, and I'm hoping that with positive reinforcement, we will get lots of other baby steps which will lead to good legislation. It was also, as you know, address the major concerns we have around what this government has been doing around environmental protections and protecting our pristine coastlines. As you know, Mr. Speaker, I come from the most beautiful province in Canada, British Columbia. And when I used to live in Quebec many, many years ago, La Belle Province, I used to say that was the most beautiful province. But I will say, you know, let me take a minute to say that we live in a country that has amazing geography. We are so privileged to be able to live here, those of us who were born here, and many of us, like me, who chose Canada to be my home. And I decided to raise my children here not only because of the geography, but because I just fell in love with Canada and all it had to offer. But let me assure you that one of the key factors was our amazing geography. It was our lakes, it was our rivers, it was our seaways, it was our coastlines, it was our mountains. And believe it or not, it was even our beautiful prairies, which I thought were just amazing when I drove across Canada for the very first time. But I have this fear recently, not recently, for many, many years, and that's one of the reasons I am a member of Parliament today, because I did not like the way Canada was being taken by consecutive governments, and especially over the last number of years. And one of the key concerns I have is stewardship of our beautiful nation. And right now I'm going to talk specifically about our waterways. And as I said, you know, this piece of legislation does take a baby step in the right direction and does put into practice, and this always amazes me, this government over and over again, when they actually follow a UN convention that they're actually signatories to and have been for a number of years, when they decide to implement it, they make it sound as if they are doing a huge new revolutionary move. And some of the speeches made on this issue by the minister at the time, when he talked about double-hulled vessels. Well, you know, Minister, that already exists. Mr. Speaker, I meant. So, but at the same time, we're very, very pleased that our government has come to realize, yes, we did sign onto some agreements at the United Nations, and it behooves us as a member of the United Nations, still in good standing, that we, so that we actually implement those agreements that we sign. And we, as the NDP, are very, very committed, as I'm sure many of my colleagues are across the other way, and they really want to agree with us, especially the ones from the coastlines, from the coastal communities, to protecting our beautiful waterways, our coastlines. And specifically, Mr. Speaker, we've all seen the terrible damage that oil spills can do. I've actually had I wouldn't say the privilege, actually had the chance to visit a cleanup. And when you see the birds and the kind of cleanup that has to occur after an oil spill, and especially to the environment around it, we've all seen TV images, but to actually go and see something like that, it is so scary. And I don't use that word lightly, because we just don't even appreciate the kind of damage that can be done. So we want to make sure that we absolutely mitigate, minimize, and put into place extra protections to make sure our coastlines are protected. Because when we're talking about oil spills, we're not just talking about the oil that's lost to the oil producers, we're actually talking about impact on our environment. We're talking about the impact on communities. We're actually even talking about our food supply, because everything around it does get damaged. But at the same time, you know, we have to say that the last budget bill, not the current one, the previous one, just took away so many protections, from environmental protections, from our waterways. And that is quite scary when you really think about it. This is the time when we know more about our environment than we have ever known before, when we should be putting in protections. But under this government, they have taken away the protections. And what I'm urging them to do is, now that we're rewarding them by supporting this baby step, that they will actually go back and take a look and see if they can undo the damage that they have done in previous legislation. It's never too late to learn, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, as a teacher, one thing I learned is I never quit. You know, it's always possible. It's always possible for the other person to learn. And we are willing to provide them with the evidence, with the science, with whatever they need to convince them. But there is no answer for blind commitment to ideology or blind commitment to doing damage to our environment in the so-called name of economic gain. Because let me assure you, there is no economic gain when our environment gets damaged. Our job is not only about responsible resource development right now with the right environmental protections, but we're also the stewards of this province, of this country, for future generations. And I would urge all my colleagues across the way to remember that. And, you know, the NDP has called on an oil tanker traffic, a ban on oil tanker traffic through the corridor of the British Columbia coastline for a very, very long time. As a matter of fact, 75% of BC residents support that, actually support that. It's supported by First Nations communities, local and regional and provincial politicians, environmental groups, tourism, recreation, fishing, and other potentially affected industries. So, you know, if we're really talking about listening to people, both local governments, environmental groups, as well as everyday Canadians, the evidence is right here, and the commitment to looking after our coastline is here. Also, when you look at the United States Coast Guard and the current study that they are doing on the rising number of tankers on the West Coast, as well as their size, that is proactive. And we should be joining them in that study to decrease the risks of a spill. Now, the United States is taking these risks seriously, and the Minister of Natural Resources is taking the opposite approach, because he keeps telling everybody everything is safe, even with projected increases in tanker traffic. And yet here is a U.S. Senator, Maria Cantwell, saying a supertanker oil spill near our shores would threaten the thriving coastal economy and thousands of jobs. You know, we really do have to start paying attention. And, you know, another very close supporter of this government, as you know, in BC, we have a so-called Liberal government, which is really a Liberal-Conservative coalition government. This is what the Premier there actually sounded the alarm bells. This is, can I name it? Premier Christy Clark sounded the alarm bells on October the 2nd, 2013, not so long ago after her election. She sounded the alarm over Canada's inability to handle a major coastal oil spill now, let alone in the future, should new pipelines be approved, stating that we are woefully under-resourced. A quote, Mr. Speaker, we are woefully under-resourced. Yet the Minister of Natural Resources has told CBC News that the system in place now can handle a fairly large spill off the BC coast. Well, maybe he knows something we as British Columbians don't know. Maybe he's got all these resources hidden and buried somewhere for the day we need them. But what we do know is that this government is in their actions actually limiting the kind of protections we need there. The closure of the Coast Guard facility at Kitsilano is a prime example. Why would you take that away? Why would you take that away? And all of that is very, very worrisome for us. And that's not the only thing, Mr. Speaker. I've got lots of other quotes here from people who are saying that we need to take a bit of a halt and we need to make sure we put the environmental protections in place. Mr. Speaker, we know that there are oil tankers that go down our coastline, but you also have to realize that the Burrard Inlet and that area is a very, very rocky area. I've actually tried to kayak it at one time. I know you're going to find that strange, but I did used to kayak at one time, and I know that my partner has done it many a times. And, you know, to have those huge ships go through that inlet, it's a very, very, I wouldn't say a dangerous place, but it's not that easy steering your way through it. It's a very narrow inlet. And yet, the tankers would have to go up there. And from the north, we've heard some similar concerns. They don't want to see those tankers coming down. They don't want to see an increase because they know that we cannot chance the kind of oil spills. Now, we know that the tankers are there right now. But surely we don't want to double the tankers, which is what the projections are. Here, this really shocked me, Mr. Speaker. Not too many things do. But oil tanker traffic has actually tripled between 2005 and 2010. Now, tanker traffic is planned to triple again by 2016. So it's tripled, then it's going to triple again. And the proposed pipeline expansion projects would increase crude oil deliveries from 300,000 to 700,000 barrels per day. And as I was saying earlier, Burrard Inlet is the second most dangerous navigational point in Vancouver, and very difficult to navigate your way through that. And a simple rudder malfunction with a little wind and current can lead to catastrophic results. This happened in October 1979 with the freighter Japan Erica, which shut down the North Shore bulk terminal for 3 months and railway traffic for almost 5 months. You know, Mr. Speaker, you know, we just have to see the kind of damage these spills can do. And on May 25th, 2010, as we all know, the Malaysian-registered Bunga Kelana 3 collided in the Strait of Singapore. And an estimated 2,500 tons, or almost 3 million liters of crude oil, was poured into the sea. Let's put that one aside for a minute. A double-hulled design tanker's holding capacity would be 1 million+ barrels. The VLCC class of supertankers dwarfs the Exxon Valdez. And risk assessment measures need to be reconfigured. We can't keep using the old risk assessments when the tankers are becoming so gargantuan that it's hard to imagine. And the shocking part of it is today's supertanker can weigh up to 320,000 DWT with a capacity of 2 million barrels of oil, drastically increasing the risk of spill. So with the bigger tankers come bigger risks. And comes the realization that we have to look at all of this in a different way. And once again, we have to take a look at the risks to the environment constantly. Now, we'll hear from the Conservatives, and not too much today, and not at all this afternoon, I don't think. And that's another tactic I don't understand, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, in my naivety before I became a Member of Parliament, I actually thought this was a place where we could debate issues. But it seems that the government side has decided to sit out the debate for this afternoon. And so, you know, I'm here to make my points, but now answer questions. But it seems that they really don't really want to hear anything or debate too much because they've already made up their mind. And they just see this part as a bit of a nuisance that they have to put up with because it's part of the process. But let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, that for us this is very, very serious. The health of the planet, the health of our waterways, and the safety and the environmental factors are critical for us as we look into the future. And, you know, we also have to take a look at who is going to be paying for these oil spills once they occur. And that's one that you don't hear the government side addressing too much. So if there is this massive oil spill, who is going to be on the hook for the cleanup? And I haven't heard too much about the kind of protection that will be provided to taxpayers. And I think that we have to take a look at some of the ways that this is done in other parts of the world. For example, both Norway and Greenland, for instance, have no preset limits in terms of across-the-board liability for oil spills. And I'm not saying that's the solution, but I definitely think it's a conversation we need to have. We need to bring the right people to the table to have that kind of a discussion and debate at committee stage. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, I was so proud of my colleagues and our critic in this area because they actually have and had ways to improve this legislation. But once again, what we have seen is the same as we have seen in most of the bills. Very little movement from the government side, because once they put something on paper, that's the way it's going to be. And they've already made up their mind. So why debate? Why go through all of those issues? And, you know, Mr. Speaker, I would like to know how much longer I have. Oh, I have 3 more minutes left. That's wonderful. I'll see if I can squeeze everything else I have to say in those 3 minutes. I will do my very best. You know, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying earlier, it's when you take a look at what this government could be doing right now to make this piece of legislation more effective, I would say the first thing they need to do is pay some attention to what our people said at committee. It's never too late, by the way. And here is an example of what we would like to see in this bill, if anybody on the other side is paying attention. And if they're not, I'm sure they can read the written record later, which I'm sure they're dying to. So, you know, number one, let's have them reverse the Coast Guard closures and the scaling back of services, including the closure of the Kitsilano Coast Guard Station. But I'm not just talking about that one. That's one other baby step they could take in the right direction. Then let's take a look at this government cancelling the cuts to marine communication traffic service centres, including the Marine Traffic Control Communications Terminal in Vancouver and St. John's. You know what? If we're really worried about safety, and if we're really worried about the environment, then why, when we're talking about increasing all this traffic, would we be closing those offices? They could stop the closure of BC's regional office for emergency oil spill responders. That is beyond my comprehension. Why would we want to close an emergency response centre? We could cancel the cuts to Canada's Offshore Oil, Gas and Energy Research Centre. We could reverse the cuts to key environmental emergency programs, including oil spill response for Newfoundland and Labrador and BC. You know what? We could also require the Canadian Coast Guard to work with its US counterparts and conduct a parallel study to examine the risks additional supertanker traffic would cause in Canadian waters. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, in my very last sentence, we are going to be supporting this piece of legislation because it's a baby step in the right direction. And I'm hoping my colleagues will now add many other baby steps. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan, River, Marquette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always amusing to me when the NDP make comments about the state of Canada's environment. They never, ever provide any numbers. A recent UN report showed that Canada and Sweden were tied amongst all industrialized countries for the highest water quality in the world. But I'd like to talk about economic policies, and the province of Saskatchewan is very instructive. During the NDP years, the Saskatchewan economy was floundering, and it limped along under the dead weight of toxic socialist policies. And then the Bradwell government came in, and there was a snap of the switch, and all of a sudden, their economy boomed. Natural resources were being developed, jobs were being created, mines were being built, and the environment was protected at exactly the same time. Those are exactly the kind of policy that this government is implementing, but we know the NDP think that the natural resource industries are a Dutch disease. I'd like to ask my colleague, why does the NDP want to see natural resource development stopped in Canada?
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
First of all, I want to thank my colleague for the almost like Santa-like hyperbole that I've just heard from him, and I thank him for the question as well. But let me say and make it very, very clear, the NDP is not opposed to development of our resources. We are not opposed. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I'm very respectful when other people are speaking, and to have that kind of a response when I put forward my firm belief and what I believe in with that kind of a laughter, I think is not respectful or needed in this place. And I would remind our colleagues that each and every one of us are elected to come and represent our constituents in this House, and we should pay some respect towards that. But what I will say is we are for resource development, and we are for resource development that is responsible, sustainable, and environmentally sustainable as well. For the simple reason that this planet has to be protected for our sakes and for the sakes of our children.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, when you look at the bill C3, and it's Bill C3 that we're on, it states that the government, in the name of the bill, and I'm sure they must pay some individuals to be very creative in coming up with names. The name of this particular bill is Safeguarding Canada's Seas and Skies Act. And, Mr. Speaker, I do give the government full credit in terms of whoever it is that they have that are in the background, someone maybe in the PMO's office most likely, that's paid an excessive amount of dollars, no doubt, tax dollars I must say, comes up with these creative names for legislation. And I'm wondering if the member might provide some comment on to what degree does she believe the implementation of this piecemeal type of legislation, which we do support going into the committee stage, I must say, is going to ensure Safeguarding Canada's Seas and Skies Act, given that a more holistic approach at dealing with the issues at hand likely would have done or given a lot more merit to that type of a title.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his question. Well, you know, this is very much like let me take us back to what happened during the budget. During the budget, a budget that was thicker than any phone book, many phone books for municipalities around this beautiful country, were buried all kind of environmental strips, you know, environmental protections. So you take so much away, and then you bring in legislation where you're taking a little bit of it and putting it back in again, and now you say, look, we're doing you a big favor because we're good people, we're doing this. All that the government is doing in this is they're taking some parts of our agreements with the United Nations and they're actually put it into legislation. There is nothing new in here. And it's still missing about 99% of the stuff that needs to be there to protect our environment, and I'm hoping that they will be open to those amendments at committee stage.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate my colleague for her excellent speech on behalf of all of us here in the NDP. I'd like to, as part of this debate hits home with me, a lot of people in northern Manitoba right now are very concerned about a proposed shipment of crude oil on the Bay Line and through the Port of Churchill. And anybody who knows Canada's north knows that the terrain is extremely challenging. In fact, there were 2 derailments in the last 2 weeks. Thankfully, they were rail cars that didn't have crude oil. But people know that if something like this were to happen, it would be devastating if there were the derailments obviously would lead to oil spills. And people don't want to see that, both in terms of, on land or into the Hudson Bay and into the Arctic Ocean. One of the other reasons why people are very concerned about this is because we know that under this current government there has been a record loss of environmental regulation, so the checks and balances simply aren't in place. Canadians want to see those checks and balances in place to protect our communities, to protect our coastlines. And I'd like to hear from my member, from my colleague, what she thinks about that.
Member for Newton North Delta.
I want to thank my colleague because she's an incredibly hard-working member of Parliament in this House, and I'm always amazed by her energy and the advocacy she puts forward for Manitoba and for the North especially. Now, you know, it's not rocket science. I think most people will get it. If you've even spilled a little bit of oil in your kitchen, you know how hard it is to clean that up. So imagine hundreds and thousands of tons of oil in the ocean. And remember that the ocean has life in it. And the ocean has waves. And those waves lap against the coastline. And before you know it, the environment is degraded in a huge way. It's time for this government to revisit its omnibus budget from last year and to put right the wrong steps they took, and then let's build a progressive environmental agenda.
Questions and comments. La députée de Montmorency.
The honourable member for Montmorency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There seems to be a trend in this government, a trend towards deregulating everything that has to do with the environment and passing the buck to industry. It's a bit like putting the fox in charge of the hen house. They're supposed to provide their own oversight of their environmental impact. We've seen this with infrastructures that cross borders. We've seen this in all areas, really. Wherever there's a need for environmental impact assessments, I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of that trend that we're currently seeing.
For Newton North Delta.
I want to thank my colleague for a very thoughtful question. And he summed it up. It's like, we're going to go ahead, despite the science, the evidence, and everything we know, and we're not going to, we're going to take away all the environmental protections, safeguards, regulations that were there. That's what that government believes. And not paying any heed to what processes and systems we have in place. The government's own audit of the Canadian Coast Guard's capacity to monitor and respond to a marine oil spill found a system that was outdated, disorganized, and in need of a major overhaul. The national capacity for oil spill cleanup is slightly less than 6,900 tons due to storage limitations in all regions, the report said. That's in all regions. And yet, as I said earlier, we're now looking at millions of litres of oil being put out into the ocean, and there isn't a plan on how we're going to tackle that. And at the end of the day, neither industry or the government has that huge commitment that has been evidenced. So once again, who will pay the price? Besides the environmental price that our children and we will pay to our planet, who will pay the price for the cleanup?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise today to speak about what should have been a much more important bill than it is, because it should have had a whole lot more things in it. And we have already advised what we think should also be in this bill, but it is part of a disturbing trend on the part of this government to be all talk and very little action when it comes to the environment. And that action, when they do bring action forth on the environment, is to reduce or eliminate environmental protections. One has only to go back to the last two budgets, the last budget rather, and some of this budget, in which environmental protection was weakened or eviscerated entirely. And in the 2012 budget, we lost a lot of the environmental assessment process. The Act was changed. Some of the Act has yet to be defined. We still don't know, unless you're on a reserve, we still don't know what the definition of the environment is, because the ministry has yet to promulgate the regulations that come with that Act. And we also have the loss of the navigable waters protection, which has hurt thousands upon thousands upon thousands of rivers across this country that are no longer protected from oil spills, for example. So this bill, ironically named the Aviation Industry Indemnity Act, to make consequential amendments to other acts, does essentially 5 things. It allows some air carriers to be, and I'm splitting my time with the member for Compton Stansted, I wish you to know, Mr. Speaker. Sorry about that. It allows some air carriers to be indemnified for flying in war risk areas. It allows for military civilian aircraft accidents to be investigated in part by the military, which there may be some difficulties with in terms of how public will that be. It amends the Marine Act to define what the effective date of the appointment of a director of a port authority is. But the 2 most important things, that I think the things that we've been talking most about here in the House, have been the portions that deal with tanker traffic and oil transfer capacity in the ports of Canada, in the deepwater ports. We have some serious concerns on the part of the people who live along those coasts that they do not wish accidents to happen at all, period. And the NDP believes that prevention and preventing accidents in the first place, not having accidents in the first place, is exactly what should be done. That we, in fact, are much better off if what we do is prevent the spill of oil into the oceans in the first place. But I'm afraid this government is not going that direction. Their philosophy seems to be that it's okay to pollute as long as somebody has insurance, as long as somebody has some means of paying for the cleanup, even if the cleanup, we don't even know if, given that diluted bitumen hasn't yet been transported in any great numbers and it hasn't been fouling the ocean, we don't even know what the cleanup of that would look like if it should happen. And believe me, spills, unfortunately, will happen. They will happen. These aren't, all of these systems come with a mean time before failure, MTBF, which means that everybody expects something to fail. And when they fail all at the same time, as was the case at Lac Mégantic, an absolute horrific disaster unfolds. So there were several different failures that happened at the same time in Lac Mégantic, and of course, we all wish it hadn't happened. We all wish that we'd been more careful with our regulations of the rail industry. We wish we'd been more careful with the size and type of rail cars that we use to transport dangerous liquids. We all wish we'd been more careful with the use of 1 person instead of 2 on those rail disaster-prone areas. We all wish that we'd been more careful with the transportation of dangerous goods, but we weren't. And so we had a disaster that claimed 40-odd lives and basically incinerated the center of a town. That should never happen. That should never happen again. And the NDP is committed to seeing that we build into all of our systems for transporting dangerous goods, including on the open seas and outside of ports on the west and east coast and north coast, that we have systems in place that prevent the spill of dangerous goods, that prevent the disasters in the first place. The Canadian Transportation Agency, the Transportation Safety Board, has made recommendations to this government on a number of occasions about how to make rail transportation of dangerous goods safer. Has this government acted on any of those recommendations? Not so far. We wish they would. We wish they would bring in positive train control. We wish they would eliminate the .111A tank cars and replace them with tank cars that are actually capable of withstanding even a small collision. But this government sits on its hands and says and does nothing. And I'm afraid that's part of what we're up against here in the NDP, is that we're up against a government that is committed to extracting stuff out of the ground as fast as it can and getting it to market as fast as it can and just hoping that nothing will happen. And we can't live with just hope. We actually have to build regulations and enforcement mechanisms in place that actually prevent things. And when they do happen, as we all know sometimes they will, we have to have systems in place that find a way to clean them up. When you close, as this government has done, the British Columbia's oil spill response center and shut down the Kitsilano Coast Guard station, those are two things that are designed to deal with this kind of thing in the first place. And this government shuts them down rather than build them up. If we're going to have more tanker traffic, if we're going to transport more oil, if we're going to suck more oil out of the sand of Alberta, and apparently we are, that's what this government has determined, then getting it from Alberta to the rest of Canada and to the rest of the world has to be done safely. It can't be done in rusty old pipelines. It can't be done in tank cars, rail cars that can't survive a fender bender. It can't be done with double-hulled tankers in the ocean, because although this government would like to claim that they have introduced the notion of double-hulled tankers, in fact, they've been around for almost 20 years, more than 20 years, and they too have spills. They too are subject to being punctured in a disaster at sea. On May 25th, 2010, the Malaysian registered Bunga Kelana collided with a bulk carrier. A 10-meter gash was torn on the side of the ship, which then spilled an estimated 2,500 tons, which is 2.9 million liters, of crude oil into the sea. Double-hulled tanker didn't actually prevent spilling oil into the sea. And that's what we're up against. That's the kind, and out in the middle of, some might argue that out in the middle of the ocean, where if an accident were to happen, well, nobody's out there anyway. Actually, there's a lot of wildlife out there. There are fish and entire ecosystems that couldn't stand to have their system fouled by oil. But to look at the pristine and beautiful coast of British Columbia and to suggest that we're going to allow giant tankers that carry 2 million tons of crude in their hulls along a very rocky and dangerous shore is just playing with danger. It's just inviting a disaster. And we in the NDP believe that that should be avoided, that disasters are meant to be avoided, not to be played with, not to be messed with. That's our position on this. That's what we've been saying all along. When we want to safely carry oil, my riding has a rail corridor through it that has hundreds and hundreds of those lightweight .111A tank cars go through it. And when residents in my riding wrote to the Canadian Transportation Agency, or to the Transport Canada, rather, and asked the Director of Rail Safety to come and talk to him, he said, sure, I'd love to come and talk to you and tell you how safe our rail system is. Until the minister nixed it. The minister actually interfered and muzzled the Transport Canada official and said, no, you're not allowed to talk to people. Here's some brochures. Here's some flyers. That's all you get. You're not allowed to actually be told face-to-face. So, Mr. Speaker, we in the NDP want a bill that actually prevents spills and measures taken by this government that actually prevents and stops them before they happen, rather than trying to find ways to make sure people are insured for when they do happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just remind all honourable members we have a 5-minute questions and comments time. We'll try to keep the questions and responses to no more than a minute. Question and commentaire. La députée de la Pointe-de-l'Île.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I take it the government, as we said, will be supporting this bill, and I understand the government will use it to boast that these measures will help us clean up our shorelines. But my question is, why go forward with a bill that would make the polluter pay, but at the same time, the search and rescue centers are being cut back, and the research facilities. And these are the things that help limit the damage so that those responsible for accidents and even taxpayers would have to pay even less for the consequences of this type of incident. So I'd just like a comment on the difference between what the government is saying and what they're doing.
The whole notion of polluter pay is actually an NDP notion, and because it has some credence, I think they've adopted it, but they're not implementing it. And that's one of the problems with this bill. It suggests that the liability for tanker carriers is somehow covered by a fund that hasn't been added to in almost 40 years. And that fund has $400 million in it. Well, a small oil spill might cost $3.5 billion to fix. Who will be on the hook for that extra money? It's not going to be the polluter. It's not going to be the oil tank company. It's going to be the public. It'll be just like the tar ponds in Sydney or Giant Mine in Northwest Territories. The government will end up picking up the cost.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague from Toronto whether he might want to comment on the extra dangers and risks that are involved with transporting diluted bitumen. We know that the Enbridge spill in Michigan and the Kalamazoo River has proven to stymie all sorts of normal methods of cleaning up oil spills, and that it seems to have different properties from other kinds of oil. Given that the whole question of tankers on the West Coast is tied to this government trying to get diluted bitumen out to the West Coast, I wonder if my colleague can comment.
The honourable member for York South-Weston.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Toronto Danforth for his question. The whole notion of what's in this tanker is something that needs to be absolutely crystal clear before anything is done about changing the rules by which these tankers operate. If, in fact, something different is going to be in that tanker that we don't know how to clean up, as is evidenced by what's going on in Kalamazoo, then hold the phone. Let's not put it out there. Let's not actually put anything in a tanker that we don't know how to clean up should it spill, as is evidenced by the fact that there have been so many spills already. It's going to happen. So let's make sure we know what's in it and how to clean it up before we put it in it.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. Honourable Deputy de Compton-Stanstead.
The honourable member for Compton-Stanstead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, how is it that the government, with bills like this that bring together disparate objects, when it comes time to discuss what's being transported, where, how are we supposed to trust a government like this that doesn't give us all the information we need, but they take these steps that don't really fit together logically? How are we supposed to feel safe with all the goods that are circulating out there on land, by sea, and by air?
Well, I believe just this week there was yet another rail derailment just west of Edmonton. So we've had two on the same line in 2 weeks where, and in this case, sulfur dioxide was being transported in one of the tank cars. It luckily didn't rupture. But something's wrong with the system when we keep having these incidents involving dangerous goods being transported and being transported in a way that isn't necessarily safe. Now, the railroads argue, well, the number of accidents is way down. The railroads have forgotten that the number of cars of dangerous goods has risen exponentially. And if only one of those bad things happens in the center of a town, oops, it did in Lac-Mégantic, then we have a disaster, and we have to prevent those disasters.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Compton-Stanstead. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleagues who've supported this debate all day and have repeatedly pointed out how unable this government is to come up with straightforward bills. They may be complex matters, but easy to understand, and that contain subjects, a grouping of topics or measures that could be implemented, and Canadians would end up feeling more secure about the dangerous goods that are circulating throughout our country. But as my question reflected, we have trouble getting information from the government, and companies are often left to police their own activities or provide the information, and sometimes the information is not available on a timely basis. Sometimes we need the information immediately in real time, but it only comes out much later. In an age when, with social media and communications tools, when information can circulate at the speed of light, this government sticks us with processes that take weeks or months to get any information. And I experienced the tragedy of Lac Mégantic, and 5 months later, what's changed? How are we supposed to trust our government?
When they give us bills that concern the seas and skies of Canada and have confidence in them in terms of safety, it's really difficult to believe this government at such a time, because the short title says Safeguarding Canada's Seas and Skies Act, which will enact at least, or amend at least 5 acts, 5, Mr. Speaker. And they're pieces of legislation with really rather different content. So it's a kind of a mini omnibus bill that we have here. So the omnibus bill from the Conservatives doesn't work for us here, and we're not going to support that. We're going to defend our people who want to feel safe. They want to know what is out on the roads and on the rails and on the seas. And it's always the same thing with them. People are worried about the environment. We like scientists, and when we're so careful about the environment, there are many people from all across the country who care a great deal about the environment, and they're asking questions. Why does the Conservative government act in this way? Why do they not care about the environment? It's not that we're against the use of natural resources, but we want to ensure that there will be more for the decades and centuries to follow. And we also want our generations and the ones following us, my children and my children's children, will live in a world that in my region, in the Eastern Townships, and also elsewhere in Canada, will have a safe environment, a healthy environment, pure air, and clear, pure water to drink, and fertile ground for our agriculture. But when we see bills like this, we really wonder, is this government aware? Do they have the faintest idea about the environment? Just the tiniest thought. I ask myself, and my constituents tell me, what planet are they living on? Where are their heads at? Earlier, my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour was quoting Commander Jacques-Yves Cousteau, but I could also talk to you about Hubert Reeves and Albert Jacquard, who in the 1980s had already evoked the concerns about the environment with the kind of capitalism that they had already observed at that time. Because they said that the big problem of the environment is this economic growth without taking into account the environment. Always just thinking about more and more productivity and not thinking about the collateral damage that this economic growth can cause, this ever growing productivity might have on the environment, because the more we concentrate on this, the more we consume as well. And yes, we have to once again, in the 21st century, rely on fossil fuels, and we have to worry about exploiting shale gas and the oil sands in order to use these kinds of fossil fuels. But to exploit that is one thing, and we can see that the Conservatives aren't very concerned about the environment when it comes down to certain sites. So we see more consumption and more growth, and that's all well and good, but that takes more vehicles. There is more dangerous and hazardous substances that are being shipped by rail and in trucks on our highways as well. And the St. Lawrence River, our wonderful river, historically one of the most beautiful on the planet. And now we see these super containers starting to be present in its shipping lanes. These super containers have up to 2 million barrels of oil on board these ships. If there was a spill, this would be nothing like the Exxon Valdez. 25 years after that spill, there's still effects that can be seen on the Alaskan coast because of that. You can see it in terms of the effects on the biodiversity, and the coastline, the biodiversity, and the drinkable water there. It's incredible to think that we can exploit basic materials, raw materials, everywhere on the earth without thinking about the safety of Canadians across the country, everywhere in this country. Climate change is obvious. We're talking in terms of, in my region, it's the insurance industry that seems to be wanting to dictate what their definition is of war risks. But you know that in an agricultural setting, the insurance companies hesitate to pay out certain claims in certain parts of the country because they say it's because of climate change. Well, it's incredible. It's really sad to hear these things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's really, really sad to hear this kind of thing when we think that we are a democratic institution here and we should be speaking about the real issues like the environment and, yes, the exploitation of natural resources, because that's currently the engine of our economy, and we're very proud here in the NDP as well of that. Workers, hundreds of thousands of them work in these industries and the related industries as well. Yes. But we have to be careful about the actions that we take every day. And we have to be concerned about the regulations that we create, because this is our land, our resources, our potable water, our land. In the past, back in the 1960s, we heard a lot about acid rain, because the whole automobile industry was transporting these things into our areas, and we fought against that for 20 years, and we won. But for the last 10 years, it's just been a whole big problem all over again. And yet, it's under the Liberals and the Conservatives governments that we've seen this muzzling of the scientists who denounce this kind of thing. We even go so far as to say that those who are concerned about the environment or who protest against problems causing the environment are terrorists. I can't believe that we talk about these people in that way. Thank you very much. It's unbelievable that we talk about terrorists when we're talking about people who want to protect their earth, their sky, and their seas, the air that we breathe. I think that the people across the way suffer from a lack of oxygen sometimes. And so, Mr. Speaker, because I also take a lot of pleasure in doing my work here, I'll let you do yours, and I'll be prepared to answer questions now. Thank you.
Commentaire.
Questions and comments.
For Dauphin Swan River Marquette.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable friend for that speech because he's given us so much ammunition. He's exposed the NDP for what they actually are: anti-free market, anti-trade, anti-growth, anti-prosperity. We're going to have great fun reviewing this particular speech, so I want to thank him for exposing the NDP for what they actually are. A number of years ago, an award-winning economist named Kuznets created something called the Kuznets curve, where he compared a country's wealth with its environmental performance. And I'd like to inform my friend that as a country's wealth grows, environmental protection improves. So far from growth and prosperity, which he despises, obviously, being a drag on the environment, getting rich as a country is actually good for the environment. Why is he so against growth, prosperity, and economic development?
The honourable member for Compton-Stanstead. Well, I think that he really was lacking a lot of oxygen in the last minute, because I said we were for the exploitation and use of natural resources, but in a healthy way, doing it in collegiality with the environment and acting with all of the groups who want to develop Canada and make it a prosperous country as it always has been. And on this side, we want to continue with growth, but with jobs for everyone. And it's not by destroying the social fabric that this will happen. It's not just employment insurance and old age pensions and veterans. It's a world that we all need to participate in. We have a higher level of unemployment because people just aren't trying to find work anywhere. They're sick of this government.
For Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question is to kind of follow up with the issue of pipelines. I know many Westerners are very familiar with his leader's comments in regards to the whole Dutch elm disease, which many people actually felt somewhat offended. But I'm very much interested in his thoughts in regards to pipelines and the role that pipelines could be playing in terms of assisting the extraction of resources, whether it's from the east or from the west. What role does he feel pipelines should be playing?
Compton-Stanstead.
Honourable member for Compton-Stanstead. Listen, when we develop an economic sector, all of the components have to be in place. All of the sectors of activity that are related to it have to be in place. So if it's a pipeline, it's a pipeline. But it has to be done in harmony with the environment. If we don't take that into account today, there'll be nothing left for future generations. And that is why the NDP always will defend the environment first, because the environment, a healthy environment such as we need, if we don't have that, there'll be no point in working on anything in this country or on this planet. But all has to happen in harmony, together. And that means that we have to work together, not separately. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his fascinating speech and very passionate speech. I work regularly with my colleague from Compton-Stanstead. Our ridings are close, and I know that he's always very concerned by the environment. This whole file and issue, which is one of the most important, in my opinion, and for my generation and for everyone. And I'd like to know, because he made a parallel with the tragedy in Lac-Mégantic. He made a parallel with what's transported over water and on rails. It can be just as dangerous. And the companies, and this is a bit what this bill does in part. It's a big bill. But what it's asking is that companies really be able to compensate the areas where there have been damages, such as in Lac-Mégantic, where we're currently experiencing a lot of problems with the company that caused the damage, which should be helping to refund the bill for the reconstruction. So does he think that it's up to the public to pay for this, or the companies? Should the companies assume their responsibility? The honourable member for Compton-Stanstead. Well, I thank my excellent young colleague, the member for Sherbrooke, and indeed we are working for his generation and for all generations that will follow. Look, private companies, and in Lac-Mégantic is a great example, we have spent from $60 to $80 million on the site up until now, and much more will have to be spent. And AM&M was only insured for $25 million, and we haven't even finished digging down and decontaminating the site. So we have to require more protection for our people, and that takes much broader coverage for these companies that are transporting hazardous goods like that, particularly when they go right through the center towns of various communities in this country. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in this House today to speak about C3, which is a bill to enact the Aviation Industry Indemnity Act, to amend the Aeronautics Act, the Canada Marine Act, the Marine Liability Act, and the Canada Shipping Act 2001, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Now, when you realize, Mr. Speaker, what the title of this bill is very long, Mr. Speaker, this bill is a bill that is intended to enact or to amend 5 different pieces of legislation. I'll try to sum this up for the people who are listening to us. The first part deals with the Aviation Industry Indemnity Act, which authorizes the Minister of Transport to undertake to indemnify certain aviation industry, participants for loss, damage, or liability caused by events that are commonly referred to the insurance industry as war risks. That creates a system in which the government could have to could be under as though it was an armed conflict. So this would be the case regardless of whether the participants were able to obtain coverage insurance. Now, the second part amends the Aeronautics Act to provide certain persons with powers to investigate aviation accidents or incidents involving civilians and aircraft or aeronautical installations operated by or on behalf of the Department of National Defence, the Canadian Forces, or a visiting force. As for the third part, it amends the Canada Marine Act in relation to the effective day of the appointment of a director of a port authority. Part 4 amends the Marine Liability Act to implement the International Convention on Liability and Compensation for Damage in connection with the carriage of hazardous and noxious substances by sea 2010. And as for the fifth part, it amends the Canada Shipping Act 2001 to introduce new requirements for operators of oil handling facilities, including the requirement to notify the minister of their operations and to submit plans to the minister. It extends civil and criminal immunity to the agents or mandataries of response organizations engaged in response operations. It also introduces new enforcement measures for Part 8 of the Act, included by applying the administrative monetary penalties regime contained in Part 11 of that Act, and the investigators also helping the investigators of Transport Canada. After having studied this omnibus bill, and despite the attempts that we have made to broaden the scope of this bill, I offer my very limited support for Bill C3 at second reading, while emphasizing the lack of credibility of the Conservatives when we're talking about issues that affect marine and air safety and their contradictory policies.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives, with them, they do not walk the talk, and this has become this government's trademark. Mr. Speaker, this bill is an attempt to rectify their lack of credibility in the area of transport safety, especially with regard to tanker traffic on the West Coast and the growing opposition to the pipeline that was proposed in 2006. I forgot to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that I will be splitting my time with the member for La Salle-Mar. So this bill also implements the International Convention on 2010 on liability and compensation for damage in connection with the carriage of hazardous and noxious substances by sea, to which Canada is a signatory. Mr. Speaker, the government is trying to make up for lost time, and unfortunately that's a difficult thing to do. In 2012, 2 large tankers off the West Coast, because of current traffic, sank. And the amendments proposed in this bill are not sufficient to prevent an oil spill of drastic proportions. The context of this bill focuses on the administrative organization and the genuine lack of improvements for the environment. Mr. Ben West of Forest Ethics Advocacy said, "We have progressed aggressively in the wrong direction on this file." Mr. Speaker, if the government, the Conservative government, really cared about transport safety, then why did it not apply from the outset what had been agreed upon under the 2010 convention? And if Bill C3 really sought to make tanker traffic more safe, then the Conservative government should have taken advantage of the opportunity to reverse the budget cuts in its most recent budget and its cuts to maritime safety programs. Mr. Speaker, we in the NDP espouse the principle of polluter pays. There is currently no capacity for offshore boards to look after offshore spills, as was recommended by the Environment Commissioner. We also want to call upon the Canada Coast Guard to work in conjunction with its American counterparts and conduct a parallel study to examine the risks that additional tanker traffic pose for Canada's coastline. Mr. Speaker, I find it appalling that this government cuts, and cuts again, and shuts down structures that have in the past always proven to be efficient, while tanker traffic is continually increasing, and the size of these oil tankers it continues to grow. So, Mr. Speaker, I am wondering, what is the idea behind this bill that has been introduced here? And that is why I talked about my limited support on it, so it can go to committee, because I would like to hear experts to testify on parts 4 and 5 of this bill. Thank you.
Question commentaire.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her speech. I know that, like myself, she lives in the Montreal region along the magnificent St. Lawrence River. And we both realize the fact that the St. Lawrence is an economic driver. It's a source of drinking water for all of the Montreal region. And as I said, the seaway is an important economic driver in terms of cargo transport. So I would like her to talk about the importance of putting in place mechanisms that ensure that this cargo transport to ensure that this cargo transport is protected. And I would like her to tell us about how important it is with regard to the St. Lawrence, but also as a source of drinking water. The Honourable Member for St. Bruno Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her very relevant question. She knows very well that I do represent a riding that is on the south shore of Montreal, and so of course we are right along the shoreline of the beautiful St. Lawrence River. And since I was elected to this House, I've noticed that unfortunately the Conservative government is not at all concerned with the environment or climate change. We must protect our ecosystem and our fauna and flora. We have the duty to preserve our environment for future generations. I would like my children and grandchildren to be able to have access to safe drinking water, not contaminated water, and heaven knows how much that is going to cost them, because our future generations will inherit a very heavy burden due to this Conservative government's inaction and apathy.
Question commentaire. La députée de la Pointe-à-l'Île.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-à-l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would just like to reiterate the question I put to my colleague, talking about the measures taken by the government. It's all very well to adopt a bill here that will ensure that polluters have to pay. So as I said, the polluter pay principle, which has long been espoused by the NDP, but at the same time, the government is not granting the resources necessary to Canadians and organizations to ensure that they can clean up the water. So they're shutting down maritime search and rescue centers, and they're not giving the resources to the organizations to be able to clean up the water. So it's going to cost a lot more money for Canadians and citizens. So there's no parallel, there's no logic between the measures taken by the government. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my young colleague for her very relevant question. I would like to answer her question by saying that, unfortunately, very unfortunately, this government does not care about the environment or about the expenditures that its inaction is going to bring down upon future generations. For this government, they only act in hindsight. Prevention is not part of how they work. They have to clean up their actions and compensate people, for example, once damages have been incurred. So unfortunately, this Conservative government, well, we can't really blame this government because it does not believe in science. It governs only according to its ideology.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So I am pleased to rise in this House today on behalf of the citizens of La Salle-et-Mar to debate Bill C3, an act to enact the Aviation Industry Indemnity Act, to amend the Aeronautics Act, the Canada Marine Act, the Marine Liability Act, and the Canada Shipping Act 2001. Order.
Order. There's a little bit too much noise. Order. Order. There's a little bit too much noise in the chamber. I'd ask all honourable members, if they wish to carry on conversations, they may wish to either keep it really hush, or they may wish to go to their respective lobbies. Honorable Deputy de la Salle-Mar.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. And consequential amendments to other acts. So, Mr. Speaker, I will tell you a little bit about my background. My father was born in southwest Nova Scotia in Pubnico on the seashore, and my brother, or rather my mother, was born in L'Île-sur-Mer in Quebec along the St. Lawrence. So I was lucky enough to grow up on the shoreline of the Bécancour River. I am lucky enough to have a riding that is also situated along the St. Lawrence. My spouse often asks me, are you a cowboy or are you a sailor? And I tell him that he's more of a cowboy and I am more of a sailor. Because for me, water is an essential resource. It's a source of life, and it is part not only of my personal background, but also of the heritage of all Canadians, and also that of First Nations. Lakes and rivers were the roots. That is how they were actually transit ways for past Canadians. And I especially want to talk about the part that corresponds to maritime transport. I want to talk about that reality, which has been part of our history for centuries. That is the transport of cargo and passengers using bodies of water and our lakes and river. Our motto is from sea to sea, and now we say from sea to sea to sea, to talk about the reality of the Canadian North, which is also an ocean that surrounds our country. Earlier, my colleague from Nova Scotia spoke eloquently about these kilometers of coastline that Canada boasts. So we are surrounded by water. There are lakes and rivers dotting this country, so I don't need to talk about the importance of water to Canada. In Bill C-3, currently what we realize is that there is more and more of cargo transport, especially specific types of cargo, on our seaways. Tanker traffic tripled between 2005 and 2010, and it is expected to triple once again by 2016. The pipeline expansion projects would increase the delivery of crude oil from 300,000 to 700,000 barrels a day. So for Canada, this constitutes a type of challenge, and I must say that when I come across a challenge, I think that we can turn a challenge into an opportunity. I was the official opposition critic for science and technology and also for industry. And I see in the challenge that is looming before us, that is the increase of cargo transport, which encompasses a number of challenges, while I see opportunity therein. Canada has the opportunity to become a leader in protecting its water courses and also in using Canada's know-how to create jobs. Jobs that would take advantage of science and technology, but also ocean sciences, techniques of logistical transport, engineering in manufacturing, and that is mentioned more specifically in shipbuilding, so as to minimize any risk of accident. But if we want to do that, we have to take a prevention-based approach. We can't act in hindsight, because we know that when we do that, those disasters cause damages that are often irreparable to our ecosystems, which are very fragile. I'm speaking in particular about the ecosystems that are found in the Canadian North. So, Mr. Speaker, here we have several wonderful opportunities to talk about environmental protection. And as I said earlier, and I'm going to repeat it, environmental protection does not fly in the face of responsible economic development. Within that, there are opportunities to create jobs, to create wealth, and to create know-how for all Canadians. We can see in this bill that there are things that have been set up that will ensure that the NDP will support this bill, because there are parts of this bill that show that we are headed in the right direction. For example, this bill provides for the following measures: the intensification of tanker inspection, increased air surveillance, and the detection of oil spills, the review of requirements with regard to tankers, and that is just what I said, Mr. Speaker, is that we have to really be familiar with the environments in which this cargo is going to be transited, but we also have to be very familiar with the cargo that is being transported. And there must be preparatory measures in place in case of emergencies or disasters. So these are a number of steps that have to be in place to ensure that we have a coherent system and that shows that we are really serious about environmental protection, especially with regard to the transportation of oil products. Because we really have to take into account the increase in tanker traffic, oil tanker traffic. I don't think we have to look very far, because we see this same phenomenon of increased hazardous material transport on railways. We've seen a huge increase in that, and we realize that because of the tragedy that occurred in this past summer. We realized that Canada was poorly prepared, and that after that the mess had to be cleaned up. But was that done in the best possible way? Were we properly prepared to do so? Did we do the right thing? Now, if Canada wants to really claim to be sovereign with regard to its own territory that is part of the far north, if we are really serious about laying claim to that, then we have to show that we are serious about it by allocating the resources required to truly ensure that when there is maritime transport of oil products, that we have in place measures that show that we have studied the environment in question, that we have the tankers and the inspection systems in place to protect the environment, but also that we have a real plan, a stringent plan to protect the environment in case of a disaster. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is a step in the right direction, but I think that Canada has to be really serious, show that it is serious by allocating the resources required and showing that we will continue to study our fragile ecosystems that are located in our oceans and in our watersheds. And we also need to use the know-how of Canadians in science and technology, in ocean sciences, to ensure that our know-how can be felt and experienced across the planet. Thank you for your attention, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from La Salle-Mare for her speech. And it was also interesting to hear about her own personal background and how she grew up on the rivers. I can't remember the name of the river. Ah, yes, Bécancour. So I know that she is very concerned with environmental issues, and that brings me back to the question that I asked my colleague earlier, that is, as to whether companies should be equipped as possible when these very serious accidents that occur that can have terrible consequences for hundreds of years on our ecosystem. So the companies that are responsible for transporting these hazardous materials, should they be responsible when an accident happens? And don't they need very broad insurance coverage to ensure that they can pay the fees that will be incurred to decontaminate these watercourses? Because unfortunately now it is the public that has to pay these fees because the companies are not adequately protected by insurance.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mare. Thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Sherbrooke because I think he raises a very important point here. I think the liability has to be the companies, because they're the ones operating this resource, exploiting it. They're using the waterways to transport those resources. So yes, on the one hand, there should be liability. They should be held responsible. The Environment Commissioner said so. Protecting the environment is good for business. And companies that are responsible should be recognized, acknowledged if they're ethically responsible, if they recognize the value of the environment, they'll be better accepted as corporate citizens. But the government has to be responsible too. The government has to set up and implement a rigorous inspection system to make sure that companies, which are basically profit-driven, whether you like it or not, and third parties, the government has to make sure that the systems are in place to have rigorous inspections and preparations for dealing with emergencies. All of that is the responsibility that of this government to see to it that it's all put in place.
Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from La Salle-Mare for her excellent speech and for her engagement in the debate. As you no doubt know, Mr. Speaker, I represent a riding that has a lot of coastline. James Bay, Hudson Bay, Angava Bay. And my constituents understand the importance of the environment, but also socioeconomic issues, historical issues. This waterway, the St. Lawrence River, is important in many ways, including historical, because it's been used as a waterway for over 400 years. But I have a question. I have a hard time understanding how it is that on the opposite side of the House, why they're missing this opportunity to have a global vision, to do so. This is a real opportunity to do something, but they're missing the boat. It's really inexplicable. The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mare. Thank you very much. I like that expression, missing the boat, because indeed, it's true. In the 21st century, people are going to have to get it through their heads that the economy is not an end in itself. The Conservatives think the economy is an end in itself, but it's not. It's a means. It's a means of living in society, of sharing the wealth. And there are a lot of pillars to the economy, and one of those pillars is social acceptance. You can't run roughshod over communities, act like nothing happened, spill things and just leave it to someone else to clean up. There has to be contact with communities, there has to be social acceptance, there has to be environmental protection. Those are all parts of an economy, parts of what I would call a sustainable economy. But for the Conservatives, the economy is an end in and of itself, and the rest of it doesn't matter. That way of thinking has to change. We have to stop seeing the economy as an end, but rather as means of living together in society, and environmental protection is a prerequisite.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's actually a pleasure to be able to rise today and address Bill C3. It's an interesting bill, to say the least, and I do have some opening remarks that I'd like to get on the record with in regards to, in fact, a couple of interesting, what I think is somewhat interesting points. First is the fact that it is important to note that here we are, I think, day 2 in debate, and I give credit to the government. They haven't introduced time allocation yet, and I think that's an encouraging thing, Mr. Speaker. I hope I don't precipitate the government bringing in time allocation. I just think that it is important to recognize that they haven't brought in time allocation. The other interesting thought that I want to share with the House is in regards to the naming of the bill itself. Yeah. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, it's an interesting name that I find that's been attached to this particular bill. Safeguarding Canada's Seas and Skies Act. You know, and if you listen to a lot of the debate that's taken place today, there's been a great deal of discussion about our environment and oil and the importance of those two issues. And I do plan on adding some comments on that, Mr. Speaker. But suffice to say, you know, I do believe that there is someone somewhere within the Prime Minister's office that must, and I suspect that he gets paid quite well with tax dollars, that his or her job is to come up with creative names in terms of legislation that becomes before the House of Commons. Because when I've had the opportunity to go through the bill, I never would have thought it as being Safeguarding Canada's Seas and Skies Act, Mr. Speaker. To me, that's not necessarily the most appropriate name. In fact, when I think of the bill and having gone through it somewhat briefly, Mr. Speaker, a lot of the changes are of a very technical nature. In fact, that you will find more substantial changes to legislation affecting our waterways in budget legislation or our environment in budget legislation, Mr. Speaker. You know, we've had two huge, actually 3 huge budget bills in which, if you take a look at some of the content of those budget bills, you will see, for example, the changes that were made to our waterways. In the hundreds, if not thousands, of waterways that were actually quite profoundly affected by using the back door of a budget in order to make significant changes to our environment, and that being our waterways. And then, of course, we had another bill within the budget bill that was actually passed, Mr. Speaker. And I thought that was quite the interesting change. And that was actually in Bill C-38. And I think very few people actually picked up on it, but it was a fairly significant change. It, in essence, Mr. Speaker, allowed for the Cabinet to get more politically involved in pipeline projects by getting the final say. So, as opposed to allowing our National Energy Board to review and base decisions on science and what's in the best interest of the environment, and then making a decision, we had legislation that was again brought through under the pretense of a budget implementation bill, where it actually made quite a significant change by allowing our Cabinet to make the decision. So it took it out of that regulatory regime, if you like, and ultimately now rests with the Cabinet. And again, this is something that was done in a budget bill. Now, having said that, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to respond to a lot of the comments that I've found were actually quite interesting that have been made by, in particular, members from the New Democratic Party, but to a certain extent, members from the Conservative Party also. And that is the whole issue of oil and the impact oil has on our environment. And it's been fairly wide in its discussions in regards to that. The transportation of oil is of national interest, Mr. Speaker. It's not something in which Canadians take lightly. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, it is a very serious issue that deserves a great deal of debate inside this House. And it's been very interesting to follow, to the degree in which I have followed, some of the discussion and some of the debates that have taken place on this very important issue. And we need to recognize that oil, which is a natural resource in which all of us have benefited immensely by, Mr. Speaker, every Canadian, from coast to coast to coast, has benefited by Canada's ability to be able to export and transport oil. It is what has enabled us to pay for many of the things that we have today. It has improved the quality of lifestyle for every Canadian from across our land. And, Mr. Speaker, you know, it's encouraging when we see the developments, whether it's in the province of Alberta or it's in Newfoundland, Labrador, Nova Scotia or Saskatchewan, Mr. Speaker, where we've been able to capitalize on that wonderful natural resource. Having said that, as much as we all recognize, or at least I like to think all of us recognize the importance of oil as a natural resource for our country, that it's important that we also behave responsibly in regards to our environment and the way in which we transport that oil, whether it's by train, by pipeline, or by ship, Mr. Speaker. And I think that it is very important that we recognize that there are areas in which we can improve upon. I've been following, as many Canadians have been following, the whole debate, for example, on the Keystone issue. And you know what I like about the Keystone pipeline, Mr. Speaker, is that it shows a different type of leadership from all three political parties inside the chamber. All three leaders have actually gone to the United States in dealing with the transportation of oil via pipelines, Mr. Speaker. On the one hand, you have the leader of the New Democratic Party, who a while back went to the U.S. and virtually dumped all over Canada and to a certain degree our natural resources. I don't think that it went very well, but it was a different style or a different approach in terms of a leader of the official opposition going to Washington and making that sort of a presentation. My leader, the leader of the Liberal Party, in fact, went to Washington and talked about the benefits of Keystone, how important Keystone was in terms of the development of all of both Canada and the U.S., with emphasizing the benefits here in Canada, but how important it was that we also pay attention to our environment, Mr. Speaker. Then you have the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister bypasses, quite frankly, Washington on the issue and flies into New York. And in New York, his statement was, well, we just won't accept no for an answer. That it's a go and a no is just not an answer. Well, I suspect that profound statement by the Prime Minister in New York didn't keep President Obama up late at night. You know, at the end of the day, I believe that the Prime Minister should have seriously looked at going to Washington. That given the importance of Keystone, to all of the different stakeholders, Mr. Speaker, that would have in fact been a more appropriate thing for the Prime Minister to do. In a conciliatory fashion, negotiate in good faith, lobby, and also at the same time be concerned about the environment. Pipelines are, in fact, a very important way in terms of transportation of oil. And we need to recognize that, Mr. Speaker. If it were not for the pipelines, the amount of train traffic would increase substantially. And we are all aware of the rail lines and the number of accidents that have in fact occurred, Mr. Speaker, and we need to do a lot more in terms of rail line safety and ensuring that communities where there's high density of population or even low density of population or our pristine environment, whether it's lakes or rivers, are in fact being protected, and that we could do a whole lot more in regards to ensuring that secure environment in the transportation of oil in regards to our pipelines and ultimately, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you our trains. When we look at the specifics of Bill C-3 in terms of what it is that it does, when you reflect in terms of what it is that I've stated, I'm suggesting to you, Mr. Speaker, that once it's all said and done, that we could have done a whole lot more in terms of taking that, and I often will use the words holistic approach. And I do believe that that is an applicable term for this particular piece of legislation, that we could have taken a larger holistic approach in dealing with these issues, Mr. Speaker, as opposed to being done in a piecemeal fashion. In order to illustrate that, what I thought I would do is maybe just highlight specifically what it is that's inside the legislation, and thereby you'll get a better understanding why it is I'm suggesting that it should have been a stronger holistic approach. The bill is in essence broken into 4 different parts. Part 1 deals with the minister may undertake and identify all aviation industry participants. And this gets back to the whole issue of terrorism and war risks, Mr. Speaker. The issue of insurance has become a very hot issue, and what role should the government be playing, and could it be playing? And this is something that has been deemed that is necessary. The government in the past has attempted, from what I understand, to bring it in, and it's incorporated it into this particular bill. I suspect that the genesis of the idea behind this particular part might be, and I say might be, the whole 9/11 issue, Mr. Speaker, and the costs that followed in terms of insurance after the 9/11. So there is some benefit in terms of acknowledging that Part 1 is an important part of the legislation. Then, Mr. Speaker, you would go into Part 2. And I thought Part 2 was somewhat interesting. New powers comparable to the powers exercised by the Canadian Transportation Accident Investigation and Safety Board are being given to the Canadian Forces Airworthiness Investigation Authority to enable it to investigate military civilian occurrences, Mr. Speaker. Again, this is something in which is hard to argue against, based in terms of my understanding and what's been provided to me, Mr. Speaker, that this is in fact a movement in the right direction. I was a member of the Canadian Forces for a few years, and the area that I was posted in was in Squad 435 Search and Rescue, posted out actually in Edmonton, Mr. Speaker, in air traffic control, and we had the opportunity, or I had the opportunity to meet with a number of pilots, navigating officers, radar officers, and aircraft professionals, and I can tell you that there is a very high degree of incredible individuals that have a level of expertise that should be tapped into or could be tapped into. So I would think that there is some merit in terms of what it is that in fact is being proposed here. And to that extent, there is merit for the Part 2. Then we get into an area in which I believe ultimately there has been a great deal of discussion today on. And that's the area that I was referring to, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Marine Act, and in relation to the effective date of the appointment of a director of a port authority. We need to recognize that we have, thank you, Mr. Speaker, we have 18 Canadian port authorities that are operating in Canada. Here, what we're doing is we're seeing a little bit more clarity that's being brought in terms of the appointment process, that being the effective date of an appointment for the director. And there is some merit in terms of that, Mr. Speaker. And when I say merit, doesn't necessarily mean that it's an absolute definite it should happen. I'm referring to you, Mr. Speaker, that ultimately there is benefit in terms of allowing the bill to go to the committee and, in principle, supporting that aspect of it. Now, you know, Part 4 is a really important aspect to the bill itself from my perspective, and I suspect it's one of the reasons why we're getting a lot of the discussion we're getting on it, Mr. Speaker. And what I'd like to do is, and hopefully I'll be able to get through reading this particular part of it, because I do think it's important. Part 4 amends the Marine Liability Act to implement the International Convention on Liability and Compensation for Damage in connection with the carriage and hazardous and noxious substance by sea, 2010, in particular a couple of clauses, Mr. Speaker. The MLA provides for the liability of ships, owners and operators for damage caused by pollutants. In particular, it implements in Canada the liability scheme established by the International Convention on Civil Liability for Oil Pollution Damage. The International Convention on Civil Liability for Bunker Oil Pollution Damage in 2001, which is known as the Bunker Convention, Mr. Speaker, and the International Convention on the Establishment of the International Fund for Compensation for Oil Pollution Damage, 92, and in 2003, the protocol to that convention, the acronym being IOPCF Convention, creating the International Compensation Fund and the Supplementary Fund to compensate for oil pollution damage covered by the CCL and the Bunkers Convention, Mr. Speaker. Now, having said that, Mr. Speaker, that in my mind emphasizes just how important it is for us to be looking at the whole issue of oil transportation. And that's the reason why I spent some time talking about the ways in which we transport oil. And we have a lot of control in terms of here within Canada through our rail lines. We have control through our pipelines, Mr. Speaker, to properly regulate and protect. Where it becomes more and more challenging, Mr. Speaker, is once you start to get into our oceans, into our ports, and it can be very difficult to ensure that, Mr. Speaker, that we are providing the type of diligence that is important, and we're providing the resources that are necessary in order to enforce. When we talk about the line of responsibility, you know, I believe it's the 200 miles from our coastline, and that we're in anticipation, Mr. Speaker, that will in fact be extended. And what takes place within there, that we have to have an insurance scheme in place, which ultimately could lead to a wide variety of revenue sources to support that, Mr. Speaker. But at the end of the day, that we have to have compensation to the degree in which we're able to clean up the oil spills that will in fact take place, Mr. Speaker. There is vast amounts of oil that is in our oceans today, and it's a question in terms of what is actually being done to clean up that oil, Mr. Speaker. And Ultimately, not only do we have a responsibility for Canada and our shorelines in that 200-mile zone, but I would ultimately argue that we can go beyond that, Mr. Speaker, and that's why it's important as a nation we should be leading some dialogue on how it is that we can have an impact on cleaning up oil spills throughout the world, or all, whether it's the Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, or any other international water body, Mr. Speaker, where maybe the restrictions are not as strong. The need is still there, and we have, Mr. Speaker, I believe, a public here in Canada that want and desire strong leadership on this issue, and that's one of the reasons why ultimately I believe that the government could have come up with more substantial legislation in order to be able to deal with many of the concerns that Canadians, in fact, have on this very important issue. With that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to be able to share a few thoughts and words.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our honourable colleague from Winnipeg North mentioned earlier that he spent some time in the Canadian Armed Forces, and so I thought I would ask him his opinion on one aspect of Bill C-3 that we in the NDP are maybe not so much concerned about, but we think has to be looked at carefully in committee. In Part 2, under Section 19, it appears that the military are now being given what the traditional TSB, Transportation Safety Board, investigatory powers in the event of an aviation accident involving the military. If we assume that might involve a military-civilian incident, the question then becomes whether the rules that the TSB used to have to follow, including making its report public, would apply to this new military process, where at the moment it appears the military only has to report to the Minister of Defence. So I'd like to ask my colleague from Winnipeg North, given his experience and his interest in this kind of issue, whether he thinks that we should make sure that reports of any incidents involving military and civilian aircraft are made public in the fashion of the TSB.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think that there is merit in terms of what it is that the member is ultimately advocating, and that's my biggest concern in regards to the Canadian forces is to recognize what it is that the forces and the level of expertise that is there that they can bring to the table, and I do believe that there is some merit for us to move forward by taking advantage in a more formal process that level of expertise that is there that they can provide. To what degree they should be leading, for example, investigations, military civilian incidents that occur. That's something in which I'd probably feel more comfortable with the Liberal Party critic addressing. There is no doubt in principle, as I said, that we support the bill in terms of going to committee, and I suspect that that there is a need for us to look at, first of all, getting some answers to some specific questions, such as the member has just posed, and looking at ways in which we can improve it by bringing forward amendments that would make it a stronger and better piece of legislation. I'm not overly optimistic, based on the past, in terms of the government accepting amendments, but I am a guy that kind of looks at a class as being half full, so hopefully we will see some positive.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess the concern that my colleague from Winnipeg North just expressed, I think, is very important and worries me. This government has a record of not really allowing amendments to occur at committee, and as my colleague from Winnipeg North mentioned, this legislation affects the transport of Canadian energy to markets, and it seems to me that because of that, we should do a very careful job in this legislation. And I asked my honourable colleague if he would agree with me that it is especially important, because of that fact, that the government seriously consider amendments at committee on Bill C-3.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question, and I do share the concerns in which he has expressed. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to recognize just the way in which the member from Kingston highlighted the fact that this is the ways in which we transport a vital natural resource in which all Canadians have a vested interest. To see that we are successful as much as possible, protecting our environment and being able to use that natural resource to the best of our ability, Mr. Speaker. And the legislation could be doing so much more. It does fall short. Using amendments to improve the quality of the legislation would be wonderful to see, and we can only hope that the government would be receptive to those amendments, Mr. Speaker, because I'm sure that there is going to be a high level of interest in proposing amendments once that time comes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The honourable member for Winnipeg North will have 5 minutes remaining in the period for questions and comments when the House next resumes debate on the question that is before the House.
And now, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I asked a question. It's a critical question that I asked of this government, and I did not receive an answer, as usual. And yet, it is a question that was on the tip of everyone's tongue during the Conservatives' convention this last weekend, and it concerns the Senate. We know that many senators who clearly have expenses that they have to justify somewhat more than they have, and we have the doubts that we have now as a result of that. If I may name one, Senator Mike Duffy was involved, indeed, with now not just one check, but a second check that the Prime Minister, whose Chief of Staff Nigel Wright gave a $90,000 check to Mike Duffy in very murky circumstances. And when I asked the Prime Minister, well, I'll try to recapitulate the facts here. So together we'll try and understand what happened in the office of the Prime Minister. Who's aware of what and what happened? So did Nigel Wright resign, or was he fired by the Prime Minister? I think that Canadians have the right to know. They have the right to better understand what the Prime Minister did, how he did what he did, in what circumstances, but particularly in what interest. So what is the nature of this relationship? Why did Mike Duffy and Nigel Wright find themselves involved in such a story? Are there any other senators that benefited from this slush fund? Was there... It was a mixing up of the Conservative Party's funds with taxpayers' money, and that's an issue that some people are just wondering about right now. Is that really the case? Is it not the case? And I would say that when we see a Prime Minister that's kind of shrugging his shoulders and doesn't seem to be able to say whether or not he dismissed his Chief of Staff, or did he indeed resign, aware of the fact that he had done something that wasn't acceptable. You know, when we see a situation like this and we see a Prime Minister answering who can't just say, boom, this is what happened. It's a Prime Minister who's showing a real lack of courage. He's not really respecting Canadian values of respect for taxpayers who are having a hard time making ends meet every month. And I know that at this point in time, all Conservatives are telling themselves that something smells here with this story, and clearly it's going to haunt us well beyond Halloween and All Saints' Day as well. So I'm asking this government, I'm going to ask once again, I want to know what the truth is. I want to know if Nigel Wright, the former Chief of Staff of the Prime Minister, was fired, or, in fact, did he resign? It's a legitimate question, and I would like to finally have an answer tonight. I'm pleased to be here again tonight because I really want to know what the answer is. I think people deserve it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Just why Nigel Wright and Senator Duffy find themselves in this situation. The reason they find themselves in this situation is because Senator Duffy has some expenses which he was not entitled to, and unfortunately Nigel Wright repaid those expenses. Nigel Wright, of course, understands that that was a mistake, and when the Prime Minister found out about this, he was very clear to Mr. Wright that had he known, he would have in no way approved of such a scheme, and that's why Nigel Wright no longer works in the office of the Prime Minister.
Député de Québec.
Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Wright no longer works in the Prime Minister's office. No, we understood that. We know he's no longer on the payroll. We had already understood that. Now what we want to know is much more than that. We don't want to know if he regrets writing the check or not. Comparison with other checks, we don't know the whole story. What's worrisome is not just the tip of the iceberg that we're aware of, but what's underneath that we're concerned about, the whole iceberg, which is probably worse than what we know. And it's with that doubt in mind that Canadians are wondering. So, I'm just wondering, what is going on? What is the real nature of this story? What is the bottom line in this story? And we still don't know if he was fired or resigned. So it's easy to just go around in circles around this, but they never say clearly and frankly what the answer is. They don't say yes or no. Did he resign or was he fired? There are two clear words here. B, resigned. A, fired. Tell me, A or B? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, what the issue is here is that there are a number of senators who accepted expenses which they were not entitled to. These three senators are right now before the Senate, and we're hoping that the Senate will pass a motion that will suspend these three senators without pay. That's what Canadian taxpayers are looking for. At the same time, we know that Nigel Wright issued a check to repay Senator Duffy's expenses. That was inappropriate, and that's why he's no longer working in the office of the Prime Minister.
Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.